everybody. This is Partners Live. My name is Anne-Marie Woodburn. We're here streaming from reInvent, live on the show floor. This show is here to provide you with all the latest news at reInvent, happening with our keynotes, our service launches. We're going to be interviewing key Amazonians today, as well as our partners, talking about the latest and greatest things that they have to share. I am a Senior Partner Development Specialist here at AWS, and I focus on security. And I am here with my amazing co-host, Ryan Orsi.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Hello, everybody. Ryan Orsi. I'm leading a team of security, identity, cloud operations, partner specialists here for AWS. Gonna have a lot of fun with different partners and different use cases around there, helping folks with their cloud journey. Great to be here with you.
Yeah, I know. We've got an exciting day. Yesterday, we had GenAI Live that streamed. It was so exciting. They had some really awesome partners come on the show. They had some really fun hosts, Rory Richardson, Danielle Greshak. Gosh, they were with Anthropic.
We got MongoDB as well yesterday. Elastic.
Yeah, so if y'all missed that, go back to our day from yesterday. It is on our YouTube channel for the AWS Partner Network. Please do click subscribe, like, all of the things, because we're going to be here regularly throughout next year as well at all of our key AWS events, along with the GenAI Live, Security Live, Industries Live streaming every other week. So we're going to be bringing the news to you every week throughout the year.
And today's big show is Security Live. You might recognize some similar faces during the Security Live segment just after we're done wrapping up this one. But what's been happening so far, Anne-Marie? We've had recently a keynote from Swami, our VP of AI and Data here at AWS. Lots of really great announcements. Yeah,
I've loved what Swami had to say this morning. His big pitch was disruption is the new normal. So he gave a story about the Wright brothers, right, and building the airplane, and how that was just one start that then boomed and created all these other things, just like generative AI, which was a big piece of his talk this morning about what people are doing with that, right? There's one little scratch at it, and then all these different use cases come out from it.
I sometimes say AI is like a new element, wind, water, fire, and people are going to be doing different things with this kind of technology, right? And a little bit later today, we'll talk about some of the cybersecurity implications of that. But yeah, I also believe disruption being the new normal. That is also it's a mindset for companies to really get inside of that innovation cycle, right? You're always going to have some new kind of capability come into that innovation cycle that unlocks ideas you never thought were possible.
Yeah, no,
I still
totally
remember
agree.
Sending certain DVDs through the actual mail, the snail mail. Right?
You know, I did
sounds
not
pretty, that sounds pretty old. That sounds pretty old. I just dated myself. Thank you. Thank you.
I guess that means I'm a little bit younger, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, thanks. Maybe. I appreciate it. Well, I would also call out another thing that was cool is Matt Garman highlighted this as well yesterday, and Swami touched on it. But partners being so important to what we were doing, and they had a really cool announcement today for partners.
Oh, yes. Yes. In SageMaker AI, there's apps, third-party partner apps available directly in the SageMaker user interface. So you don't have to leave the interface. You can access these apps to design and develop your own custom models and training data using popular third-party companies like DeepCheck, Fiddler, Comet. Yeah,
go check it out.
Check it out.
The announcement is out there. Go start playing with it and have a look. We see this is going to accelerate the model development life cycle for everybody. So we'd love to hear what you think of that as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, hey, I'm excited to see what kind of news and blog post announcements are coming on the heels of that, right? With something like that, of course, there's going to be a very vibrant partner community that's going to be developing the apps for use inside of SageMaker. I just love also how easy it is to use this feature, right? I mean, nowadays, we all have a lot of different tools to deal with, whether we're developing AI applications, dealing with observability, or monitoring use cases. Fewer browser tabs, the better, right?
Oh, I'm a browser tab person.
I've had the pleasure of seeing Anne-Marie's browser game.
I may need some help.
There's multiple browsers with tabs to where the icons are not even visible anymore, but somehow she can pull everything up on demand. It's quite the talent.
I'm going to need some generative AI to help me. It'll be good. I know something else actually Swami spoke on today, and it holds a sweet spot in my heart. I've got a lot of teachers in my family, is how teachers are using Amazon Q with QuickSight. So they're looking at the data of the kids in their classes from year to year and seeing how they can improve on that with like data visualization, just how that can impact things. Like that was just one of the many use cases they spoke to today.
Oh yes, and I think there was also a big announcement about helping fund more education opportunities in the world as well, right? Do you want to?
Which is super cool. Yeah, I was talking about the Amazon Education Equity Initiative. So Swami mentioned that they're going to be providing $100 million in cloud credits to boost education across the world, which I thought was super cool.
I think that's fantastic. Come from a small town, helping folks get on board with high technology concepts and cloud in general it's the way of the future, right? That we are all having to go leverage tools that we have in our tool chest now, and there's more and more of them. And I think just getting folks up to speed on that at an early level in their career as they're starting out, it's a great cause. I really love it.
It definitely is. Well, Swami had many great things to say, and we're actually going to talk more about it with Rohan Karmakar, who's coming on next with us. But I will say, for the rest of today, we've got Security Live until 5 p.m. Pacific, so do stay tuned. Check us out. Check in throughout the day. We've got awesome partners coming on. Yep. We also have Chris Betts, our CISO, coming on as well.
We do. He's kind of a big deal. He's got a lot to say about what happens with AWS and security of the cloud. It's a big job that man has.
Yes, I'm glad he has it. He's a good one.
Absolutely. No, we'll be also entertaining you folks with a couple of games, interactive with the audience. I don't think we're doing it right now.
No.
Wink, wink. No. Okay.
No.
All right, not right now, but also down the road today. Stay plugged in. You're not only going to get news about new services, new partner features and announcements and capabilities, but you're also going to get to see your co-hosts have a little fun with games that you can help us out with. So please interact with the chat. Tell us what you think. Also speaking of partners, you mentioned Matt Garman, our CEO, had a really great article from CRN out the other day about the importance of partners and the kind of a directional North Star of having partners involved in all opportunities that AWS is involved with out there in the world. And I think that's also a very noble cause as well. It's hard to do everything all yourself, right?
It is.
Anything.
It is. Thank goodness for partners.
I just bought a shed, and I'm not going to be building that myself. I need help. I need help building a shed.
I did. I saw the blueprint.
And
it's
I think
beautiful.
It's a perfect metaphorical analogy for cloud as well.
Yeah. Did you use generative AI to build the shed?
I'm pretty sure the visualization tool had generative AI behind it.
Great.
I'm pretty sure when I was spinning that bad boy in 3 dimensions.
Show. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'm pretty excited about the shed.
I think you should be. We're going to have to follow up on the shed news later. I will say, so Security Live is today. Tomorrow, please stay tuned again. We've got Industries Live kicking off for the first time, speaking about media and entertainment and financial services with that whole team and a whole bunch of awesome partners again. And that'll go until 4 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Same channel, AWS Partner Network on YouTube. Subscribe, like. Please use the chat. We love to hear from you guys. We love to ask our guests coming on the show exactly what you have in mind, what your thoughts are. So do use that feature that we've got.
I think it's a pretty great format you've designed here, Anne-Marie. So yeah, today, everything cybersecurity. Tomorrow, everything industries. Particularly, why is it important for folks to know about cloud and an industry-specific use case lens? Industries have certain regulatory compliance needs. They have certain, messaging and go-to-market needs when you're dealing with different use cases around different customers. And there's different technology players. Sometimes we call them independent software vendors or ISVs. I'm looking around for the acronym swear jar right now.
Oh, you almost got in trouble.
I almost got it's down there.
It's coming. It's for Security Live. It's coming.
Anyways, but to be able to educate folks on what some of the biggest technology challenges or actually help is available out there. Again, you can't build a shed all on your own. You need help.
You cannot. I love it. I love it. Well, we're looking forward to having Rohan come on next.
That's right. Rohan Karmakar is going to join us from AWS. He leads all of our partner solution architects across AWS. So the man, the myth, the legend that has a lot to do with how everything works between our partners and AWS. Great. All right, folks, stay tuned. We'll be right back with our interview with Rohan.
See you soon. Hey everybody, welcome back to Partners Live. We are here live at reInvent to share the news with you, with our Amazonians and our AWS partners. My name is Anne-Marie Woodburn. I'm a Senior Partner Development Specialist here at AWS, and I focus on security. And I'm one of your co-hosts for Partners Live today. And with me is my other co-host, Ryan Orsi.
Well, hello. How are you doing, folks? You can answer in the chat, by the way. I know that was just a one-way communication. Hi, I'm Ryan Orsi. I'm one of your other co-hosts for Partners Live. I lead a team of security, identity, and cloud operations partner specialists for AWS. It's a long title, but it means we have lots of fun around the world helping partners innovate with new AWS services to solve some of those challenging use cases out there for customers. And today, we are joined by a very special guest, Mr. Rohan Karmakar from AWS. Hello, sir.
Hello, Ryan. Hello, Anne-Marie. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. I'm Rohan Karmakar. I lead the Partner Solution Architecture team here at AWS. Been with AWS for 10 years. This is my 10th reInvent.
10 year welcome. Happy anniversary. I feel like congratulations is in order.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's been amazing energy every year, right? And every year, I think we top the energy from previous years. So great to be here and great to be, part of this Partner Live session as well.
Thanks for being here with us. And for the folks that don't know you, what does your team do? You have a pretty decent org here at AWS. What do you guys do? What are you up to?
Yeah, I mean, we help partners, build AWS capabilities, build solutions on AWS, integrate with different AWS services and develop joint customer solutions. So right from advising to, building the technical differentiation, building the technical architectures, reference architectures, as well as thought leadership jointly with partners. So there's a broad set of things that the team does. And, it's an amazing set of builders that I get a privilege to work with and, some of the smartest folks out there.
Oh, I love it. That's awesome. Well, Ryan and I were just talking about the keynote, right, with Swami. And I have a feeling that you had a lot of important pieces that happened at that keynote that you're thinking about, that our audience should be thinking about. So I'd love to get your perspective on the keynote and any key things you want to call out.
Yeah, I mean, see, how much time do you have?
11 minutes and 39 seconds, 38 seconds.
See, there has been a lot of announcements since yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Like now yesterday's keynote with Matt and Andy feels like old news because, there are so many cool announcements today from Swami's keynote. Right. You touched upon some of those things, like the education initiative was super interesting and very much needed to build those skills, and help a lot of communities out there. On the tech side, there are a few things I would like to call out. The Bedrock Marketplace. How cool is that, right?
Super.
Like, we're going to have 100+ models in the Bedrock marketplace. We are reinforcing our commitment that customers need model choice to use the right models for the right use cases, make the ROI work, the accuracy, the security. So we announced a new set of models through the Bedrock marketplace, whether it's Luma AI, IBM models, one of our strategic partners. Those are now going to be available as well. And, Poolside and Stability AI's new model, Hugging Face's new model. So all set of, popular models, emerging models, as well as some of the specialized models are now available through Marketplace. That one, was super interesting. For me. And it's not just about models, right? You have to build the right tools so that, you can use these models and build GenAI applications at scale, right? That's what the customers need. That's what the partners are doing as well. So a lot of, surrounding kind of tooling was also announced, right? Which I was super interested in. For example, I'll touch on a few of those.
Sure.
Prompt tuning, right? Or intelligent prompt routing, or support for structured data and graph RAG in knowledge bases, or things like Bedrock data automation. That again is a super cool feature because there's a lot of unstructured multimodal data out there which you need to build real world applications. And with Bedrock data automation, you can convert those that unstructured multimodal data into structured data without having to write any code.
Which is normally quite the lift for data teams to actually organize all of that, and centralize it, and put the governance controls and monitoring controls around it. So those of us in the security realm have peace of mind that we know where everything is, right?
Yes.
And know where it is, where it's going, where it's been.
Yeah. So, those things are super interesting, right? And also, no wonder one of the interesting stats that I found out was our Bedrock now has tens and thousands of customers, right?
Oh, fantastic.
And in the last 1 year itself, the total customer base has grown 4x time.
Wow.
4.7x
Look
to
at that
be accurate.
innovation out there. That's amazing.
And there are many partners out there who are using Bedrock, right? Partners like Adobe, like Zendesk, like Accenture, TCS, Databricks. There are like tons of partners who have now, are using Bedrock and SageMaker and Q and all the AI tools. So it's super exciting.
And we wanted to ask, in different ways, I think, right?
Yes.
They're leveraging. This is, I think, the beauty of what is available to them, and for in your particular role in the company, the new tools become available from AWS, and now let's talk about maybe what the partners are doing with those tools to integrate with them. How your folks interact with that?
Yeah, I mean, there are various use cases out there, right? So the way partners are looking at our GenAI tools and GenAI services is to leverage them to really build real world GenAI applications, right? Which can help drive a business outcome. So working backwards from the customers, working backwards from a specific business problem, they're leveraging these tools, right, to come up with very industry-specific use cases. Now, you talked about the ISVs, so the ISVs are using Bedrock and SageMaker in a couple of ways, right? They're using these tools to enhance their product features. And they're also using these tools to integrate so that the customers can, really kind of leverage their products and our products to build those applications together, right? And then security is the core foundation of all this, right? Like everything that we built, including the things that we build with partners, is through the lens of looking at security at job zero.
100%. And some of the security vendors out there, the ISVs that we've been working with, Trellix and Wiz to name a few, they've really adopted these technologies from AWS Q and Bedrock to really help out the jobs of people that normally are doing quite a bit of manual labor, right? The security analysts or just incident analysts in general, if you're monitoring application in the cloud and the performance of that application, that can be, let's say, labor intensive of monitoring for events, trying to figure out what's going wrong, how to fix it. I think a lot of these technologies that are coming together are just speeding that process up and presenting to the human being a more complete story. That application may have problem here. Here's a potential resolution. Would you like to choose this resolution?
No, absolutely. absolutely. And you talked about Trellix, Wiz, Sentinel-1, right? Like all these security partners are now using this technology to really improve their threat detection capabilities, right? Like a lot of signals and alerts that customers get, and as a SecOps person, you want to look at the right ones, be able to triage it quickly, and action the ones that you need to action. And GenAI is the right technology for those things. So they're using it in various products that they have, to actually distill this information and present it in the right way.
Yeah, no, I think that's amazing. It kind of goes back to the whole disruption piece that Swami had this morning.
Disruption is the new
right?
normal.
It's the new normal. Like, we're going to get comfortable in this with the things that our partners are creating, with the announcements that we have today, with the opportunities of where they can list their LLMs or what they were building in their services as well. I think we're going to see a big push here, which is going to excel the market and our customers.
100%. Yes. And to simplify. Now, we might have something about leadership principles here in the company, but first comes invent, then comes simplify, right? Invent and simplify. And I'm seeing quite a bit of that as well with our partner community. And thanks to your folks, Rohan, and your organization for, really, of course, new service or feature becomes available.
Yes.
Millions of things you could do with that.
Yeah.
Possibilities endless, but, your folks help kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
Company X, you are in this kind of industry use case area. Let me advise you on the best way to leverage the tools that AWS just announced.
Yeah.
And what the customers that we're talking to, we're quite a customer-obsessed organization, so we can also help express sort of where friction points are, or what they'd like to see, and maybe you can talk for a minute about that.
It is, and then I'll share another interesting anecdote, right? Like a lot of partners ask me, this is a very busy week, reInvent, but after reInvent, things might quiet down. But it's on the contrary, it's the most busy time for SSAs because there are so many new announcements that happen here. Now we have to go back, work with our partners to understand which of those features or services they want to use, and how do they use those in the right way, right? So a lot of work now starts to happen next week onwards, and then we build plans for 2025 and get all these services adopted by partners.
You're doing noble work, Rohan.
Yeah, we're very grateful for you, and our partners are too, because there is a lot of news that comes out of this week every single day, every innovation talk, every keynote. This moment right here, like new things are being shared, which is awesome.
Yes. No, definitely. And there's one more thing I want to call out, Ryan, which to me, that's something that Swami shared, and it was super interesting, is, QDev, right? So there's a lot of features around QDev and QTransform, but one anecdote was, how our QDev agents are now the best ranked agents out there according to the SW verified, benchmark. Now that's super cool, right? That's one of the most powerful agent, that we have out there. And a lot of developers and software engineers are going to use this agent to really simplify and be more productive and efficient, in what they do.
Productive and efficient. I mean, when you're on the hook, if you're a development team or I'm speaking from maybe a past life, administering a network, when new things come in, you can feel overwhelmed. Let's be honest. When new things come into your environment, oh gosh, is it hooked into my right monitoring tools, my right incident workflow, and how do I stitch this all together to maybe produce some automation? That's also, I think, where your team is really, really helpful for folks, is to go to our system integrator partners, our ISV partners, and really help stitch together even automations.
Yes.
Because tools alone are great, but actually providing the workflow from maybe start to finish is the North Star, but at least chunking workflows together is really valuable.
No, absolutely. I think with a lot of the launches this past 2 days or past 3 days around agents and how we can make all these complex agents work together, right, and automate different workflows and build more complex workflow automation and build more complex application, right? Like that's the key kind of takeaway, here. And one other interesting thing, which was announced yesterday in Matt's keynote is we consider core building blocks like compute, storage, network, database, security. But Matt mentioned one thing which was very interesting to me and all of the SEs out there and all the tech folks, is that now inference is going to be one of the core building blocks, right? Because all applications, right? All processes, all workflow will be AI enabled. Will have some amount of AI to assist you do that workflow in a much more automated way, do the process in much more automated way, or even build applications, and use these features in the application. So that to me, is one of the most interesting kind of statements, right? That now look at when you're building applications, when you're architecting new products, look at how AI and AI inference specifically is going to be the core building block for you.
That's awesome.
If you're a chief product officer out there, be thinking about I can see the whiteboard block diagrams and workflow diagrams of your product design. Think about inference API calls and where that fits into your workflow as you design your application.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for sharing all of the latest with Swami's announcements, how you kind of see the goodness of what was shared here today.
Yeah, and what's up next, Rohan? What are you looking forward to?
A lot of good things. Okay, and I want to also talk about Werner's keynote tomorrow. All right, like that's going to be super interesting. Cool. It's very much a technical keynote. So that's one of the things that I'm personally looking forward to, and like a lot of other things, and not to mention the partner keynote that's going to happen in the few hours, right?
That's right. 3 p.m. Pacific time today. Look for
Not that we want y'all to leave our stream, but go check out Ruba's keynote at 3 and Burners tomorrow morning.
You could use Anne-Marie's browser tab game.
Yeah. Have 2 up at once. We're okay with that.
Thank you, folks. Stay tuned for Security Live with special guest Nandini and Ramani. Rohan, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. Thanks.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to AWS Security Live. This is a show where we talk about AWS security and solving some of those security challenges out there with our AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts for Security Live today. My name is Ryan Orsi. I'm in charge of Security, Identity, and Cloud Operations Partner Specialist for AWS, and I'm joined by several of my other amazing co-hosts.
Hey, thank you, Ryan. Welcome, everyone. This is reInvent 24, and we are live from reInvent with Security Live. My name is Himanshu. I'm also one of your co-hosts. I lead the team of our security and identity specialists. We help customers and partners orchestrate native AWS security services for their outcomes, as well as our partner tools. I'm super excited for this event, but before that, let's go to our other co-host,
the trifecta.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Hey, everybody. My name is Brian Mendenhall, and I am the worldwide head of security and identity partners here at AWS. We own the AWS security partner strategy for all partner types, whether it's ISVs, SI, GSIs, across the globe. And we are so excited. We've got so many amazing guests here today, and I think we're ready to get things kicked off.
Should we tell the folks, or should we just tease them along a little bit longer? What's coming on Security Live today? We'll be streaming all the way till 5:30 p.m. Pacific. So
yeah, and there's some surprises as well.
There's some surprises. You'll not only get news information about what these partners are doing with AWS and security, you'll also get some fun games. But first, let's give them the star-studded cast list of who we're going to be interviewing. Stay tuned, because up next is Nandini Ramani. She is AWS's VP of Search, Observability, and Cloud Operations Services at AWS. Really cool roadmap that she's got in front of her. We also have, who else, folks? Palo Alto?
Palo Alto
Networks is coming on.
And some of our other AWS leaders, typically we bring in partners to talk about, like, their offerings, how they're helping customers, how they're integrating with native AWS security and observability services. But today we are also taking an opportunity, because it's reInvent, and there's going to be a lot of new announcements, new releases, both for our customers and partners. We do have some AWS dignitaries or leaders from our security and observability teams who are going to be coming out and sharing what have we been doing for customers, working backwards from their requirements and launching some of these new features. How and where are they going to help our customers and partners? And then we'll be bringing in partners along with them as well. To I think one of the fun fact that I heard was that we actually have a launch this year where both the service launch and a partner launch category were intertwined, which is better together, coming, all things coming together for both our partners and customers. So that'll be an exciting session, definitely, with
100%.
Hart Rossman and our partners.
The other exciting thing is, what is Hart Rossman going to wear?
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Hart Rossman, you all can look him up online, is in our global security services, our VP of global security services. He probably has some videos online. He has some amazing wardrobe choices for AWS reInvent
events in general. Yeah, my bet is I'm going with either a unicorn onesie.
Oh boy.
Or a shiny silver jacket.
All I know is that Hart plus Vegas equals rhinestones.
It's going to be shiny.
So we've got something for Hart on the show as well. We're gonna try and just match a little bit of that energy, and we'll see what happens. But Hart is going to be with us along with Palo Alto. We've got some other rock stars that are going to be joining us. G. Rittenhouse on the show. As Himanshu mentioned, we're going to have some of these launch announcements at the same time as broadcasting.
Chris Betts, our AWS CISO.
Absolutely.
Actually, as a matter of fact, stay tuned, folks. It's time to start our next interview. We'll be right back with Nandini Ramani of AWS. Welcome, everybody, to AWS Security Live from AWS reInvent 2024. That's a mouthful. I didn't mess it up. That's amazing. This is a show about AWS security, observability, and compliance, and all use cases related, and solving some of those challenges with our AWS partners. I am one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi. I run a team of security, identity, and cloud operations partner specialists for AWS, and I'm joined by one of my favorite co-hosts.
Oh, thank you, Ryan. My name is Jacob Abbott, and I'm the Global Head for Partner Cloud Operations Specialist. So we focus on use cases and solution areas for our partners to help build new software offerings, launch detailed SI offerings, as well as other things with our focus on observability, cloud management, observability, and compliance. And I am extremely happy to have our other hosts on the show today, our special guest, Nandini Ramani, the VP of Search, Cloud Ops, and Observability. So, Nandini, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me on this show. I love being here. It's been an awesome reInvent so far. A little bit about myself, as Ryan mentioned, and Jacob just now, I run a bunch of services that are critical and crucial for you to operate successfully in the cloud, which includes some of the services like CloudWatch, OpenSearch, CloudTrail, like many of the things that we need in order to operate and have visibility into the cloud.
Well, fantastic. Thank you for joining us, Nandini. And, in spirit of its reInvent, and we're on Security Live, let's first maybe talk about there's been some innovation and some convergence also between the domains of operating your cloud and what people would traditionally think of security, attack, defense. We see them coming together in many, many ways, and telemetry is one of the things that kind of is behind that driving force. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So when you think about telemetry, right, the complexity, it takes me back to the time when I used to be coding, right? You had one box, maybe a redundant second box. You run a web server like Tomcat, something on it, and then you're off, and you knew exactly where to go when something was wrong. Now, we have an explosion of data. Everything is an endpoint emitting telemetry. And so we're on this journey along with compute and everything evolving on how do we make it easier for our customers to make sure that their end users are not impacted, whether it's by operational issues or security issues.
And under the hood, in my humble opinion, let's see if you agree with this. Let's see what the real expert says. Under the hood, it's a lot of the same logging information.
It is.
Right? If a security analyst is trying to figure out what may have happened or did not happen, false positive, false negative, or an application monitoring expert is just looking for the health of the application,
exactly.
A lot of it's the same log information.
Yes. In many cases, it is exactly the same. It's either your VPC flow logs or WAF or one of those logs. So think about security events happen because, let's say, one of your instances is running an old version of Apache or some that causes potential for a DDoS attack or vulnerability, etc. Guess what? They infer that information from the same piece of telemetry. And it goes to the security team. And then when they want to fix the issue, they come right back to the developers who initially introduced that potential risk. So when you think about cloud operations, you want to keep all your nodes up to date with the latest patches, etc. So we have Systems Manager as one of our tools, services that lets you have manage all your nodes, whether it's on AWS, whether it's on-prem running on your own servers, or even in multi-cloud environments. So that's one thing where the synergy between making sure all your instances are patched, etc. So you prevent, first of all.
Oh, yes. And Jacob, maybe you know, right, that some of the system integrator partners that are leveraging these services, as Nandini is talking about, that's part of the, as I said in an earlier segment, the invent part is us inventing new capabilities and services, and the simplify part is also part of that story, and partners play a big role there, right?
Oh, absolutely. There's partners like Monty Cloud, Rackspace that are all out there doing these things with our services and expanding it to their MSPs, using it as an ISV for the SIs, and then the GSIs are adopting these services and building solutions for the customers that can pull all of this together, right? With CloudWatch, CloudTrail, Systems Manager, all of your services that you love, right? And I like Monte Cloud from an ISV standpoint. They actually built a solution for our MSPs, right? They can take these and expand.
By the way,
them
I have not enacted the acronym swear jar yet, but most people know MSP is Managed Services Provider. But go ahead, Jacob. Sorry.
Fair. Right? You didn't give me tokens to put in the swear jar.
It's coming soon. Coming soon.
But yeah, so taking all of these partners, we have the Cloud Operations Competency, which we train and all of these partners to help identify where these solution areas that they can fill with some of their third-party solutions, as well as some of the services from our native side, right? And tying those together.
And speaking of, we have integrations with partners too. Yeah. All of our partners, ISV partners, GSIs, etc. So very supportive of customer choice. Like, let's give it to them the way they want it. Yep.
100%. And speaking of customers, they've been talking a lot about AI at this conference, Nandini. In your world, you run a very important part of our business. So again, how do you operate your cloud without using her tools? I don't think you can. But AI is here, and your team in particular has been doing some amazing innovations with this tool.
I'm super excited. First of all, like Swami said in his keynote, we're on this journey. We've always had AI, then we moved to ML, and now the next phase is generative AI. So last year we launched a few capabilities. First thing, natural language querying, right? Like many people use various querying languages like SQL, PPL, etc. Now you can just type in natural language and the thing will translate it for you. All of our services do it. Config, CloudTrail, CloudWatch, OpenSearch, they all have natural language querying. That's the first starting point. In Matt Garman's keynote, he announced Amazon Q Developer. By the way, Amazon Q Developer is the single only assistant that knows all about AWS services. You cannot find it anywhere else. So let's start there. And yesterday we launched in Matt Garman's keynote an operational investigations assistant.
Awesome.
And let me tell you, we have 17 years of being in the cloud. Right. So think about the rich data we have about our own infrastructure and services. So we've trained the models on our data, so it knows all the potential failures, it knows how to set the guardrails, it knows the topography of what you're doing, topology, sorry, and then what it does, it figures out and recommends how to remediate, where are some potentials. And the typical failure modes in most cases, it's either a deployment change,
right,
the code change
somebody
that caused, somebody did something, or it's a configuration change, and in many cases, it's a lack of capacity, like your auto-scaling didn't work.
Right.
These typically fall into those three buckets. So this assistant can tell you what is the probable cause with percentage of conviction, because they do tend to hallucinate, and as Matt said yesterday, we're working on making that better with automated reasoning. And we already have a lot of usage. Obviously, we use our own tools internally. Speaking of,
right,
CloudWatch is used by both Amazon and AWS.
Eating our own dog food, so to say.
Or drinking our own champagne.
Oh, see, you're very...
I like that one.
So,
you win. You win.
Okay.
Nandini wins.
Okay, so, but going back to this, the Amazon Kindle group within Amazon uses our investigating assistant, and guess what? Their support team has reduced their support call time to resolution somewhere between 65 to 80%, depending on the use. Think about it. Just think about the possibilities, the art of the possible.
And at the scale, right? Like training this tool on our scale. I mean, there's a high watermark, and then there's where AWS has to operate as well.
Exactly. And because our tools are used by Amazon, which is a huge customer for ourselves, we're able to support all our customers externally as well. And so I encourage everyone to give this a try, kick the tires, because 65 to 80%, that is huge progress. And we are just at the beginning of this journey. A lot more to come on that theme.
For those ops people that you deal with a lot, Jacob, I mean, that's gigantic. And not just in terms of, well, of course, it's time savings, but also what else can they do with that time in their companies and their careers? You're truly helping.
Get back to innovation, right? Building with the tools that's needed for the line of business, right? Focusing on that instead of worrying about how to fix something, right? I mean, it's huge.
Exactly. And one other big customer ask that happens, talking about bringing security and observability together, is zero ETL.
Oh, yes.
Our customers do not want to make copies of the data. They do not want to maintain complex pipelines in order, which is what we used to do, extract all the time. We had to do that. Now, we have zero ETL between CloudWatch and OpenSearch service. So if you have logs in CloudWatch, you can directly query and run analytics from OpenSearch.
And the logs don't have to move.
They don't have to move. It's federal completely. We handle all of that complexity for you. And second, we've also introduced this in Security Lake. So zero ETL between Security Lake and OpenSearch.
Oh, that's going to open up several use cases. I know lots of people right now that are looking online for what just happened. That's a very major one.
That was announced also in Chris Bett's innovation talk, so I encourage you all to go see it. And so we have lots of launches. That is one of the ones that we've done. And speaking of, we have so many features, and since these are my favorite services, I want to talk a little bit about
Of course.
So we launched database insights for Aurora.
Fantastic.
Aurora turned 10 years yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday, Aurora.
Yeah, happy birthday to Aurora, yes. So we launched database insights for Aurora. We also have many of our customers run applications on containers.
Right.
Last year we launched enhanced container insights for EKS. This year we launched it for ECS.
Fantastic.
It's another thing we've done. Also, something that many customers, especially if you're doing like online games or any user experience, right? You don't want degradation of your customers' end user experience, so they want network monitoring.
Oh, right. Yep. Exactly.
Because you want to know whether the problem is in the network, is it in your application layer, or is it in the AWS infrastructure? So we launched monitoring for network flows, which will tell you, it basically takes your TCP connections between your resources, and it can tell you metrics like packet loss, latency, so you know where the issue is.
Isn't that most of the game here when you're when you're in charge of an application for a company, just troubleshooting and narrowing down the universe of where the issue lies and the time it takes to get to that is so critical. I've been in that hot seat before in a past life, and you want to be able to have at least an answer of, it's in this particular universe. Of the multiverse, it's in this universe, right?
And as a recovering network engineer, it's not always the network's fault. We have that, so I have to put that out there.
I feel like there's some like defensive...
I'm just saying, it's not always the network. Maybe DNS, but it's not always the network.
It might be, but it may not be. And like I was saying, they usually fall into deployment and those kind of categories, but networks, that's another one we also launched.
Excellent.
I don't know what else is interesting to your customers.
Well, to the folks watching, I think what's really interesting to know is, well, obviously AWS has these tool sets for how to operate your cloud. There's a vibrant partner community that are using those services in very unique ways to help customers. Again, I use the analogy, I just bought a shed and I don't want to build it myself. I need some help. I need help carrying the materials together, putting it all together, putting the paint on, getting it level. So the partners that are out there, you mentioned Monty Cloud in particular, but there's also a whole slew of system integrators available to advise and consult for you folks out there on how to best leverage what Nandini's talking about, right? So again, you don't always have to do the learning on your own. There's plenty of companies out there in the cloud operations competency online. You can look at that and actually find folks that have specifically been trained. That is the challenge on our side, right? Nandini is she's moving so fast, releasing features and capabilities, and it's our job to make sure we help educate the partner community out there, again, so that there is support to build your shed.
And we rely heavily on your teams and the partner community to do exactly that. We're launching so many features, and discovery of those features in all of our tools is also hard. So we rely heavily on your teams as well as partner community to help us.
100%. And by the way, Nandini, you also take a lot of meetings with us. And there's there's lots of conversations we've had I'd love to hear your thoughts on sort of future, where you think we're headed next, right? In terms of, it could be observability or management governance or just operating your cloud in general.
It's all of the above, right? Like what customers want is they want to be able to set up their configurations once, which prevents like access control, things like that. And then you don't want drift. You want it to stay put and not change. That's one set of things. Then you want to manage your entire environment, whether it's in dev or prod. You want to manage all of it as much. Because all of the stuff my teams build removes the undifferentiated heavy lifting so that our customers, joint customers between partners and us, can focus on moving their business forward rather than maintaining and doing all the things that we already provide.
And if I heard you right, Nandini, you should treat dev just like prod?
100%.
Is that well understood by everyone out there? Right? I've had a few meetings where that's not the case, and I just think that's a teachable moment, folks.
We do internally.
Yes.
I mean, that's how we troubleshoot at AWS. We use our own tools. We convert all the telemetry into spans, which is another thing we launched, and directly into logs. And that's how we debug. That's how I did it way back. Everything is a log file. This is a full circle coming back to the beginning. Everything is a log. The other main theme, which we used in my innovation talk as well, is we used a theme of Opsitron. The idea being...
Like it already.
Yeah, it's basically saying the sum is greater than the parts, meaning we build services that are individually powerful and great, but when you combine these services together, for example, the zero ETL between OpenSearch and CloudWatch, it's an even more powerful combination. Or database insights, bringing Aurora and CloudWatch together, right? So that using, I guess, like an analogy, we came up with Opsitron, which is a bigger robot that can do so many more things than the individual metrics bot or logs bot or what, you know.
Right. Using natural language, too. You've also helped kind of democratize this. We were just talking about Swami's announcement to offer, I think, $100 million in cloud credits for the education. So just democratizing access to this technology to people that are new to it and starting out, I think that's a very noble cause.
It's going to be a game changer. I mean, the features, like I said, 65 to 80% just for the Kindle team. Think about the art of the possible.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, and the automation that you're unlocking as well. Just, again, I mean, when you're on the hook for resolving an incident, whether it's an application performance incident or a cybersecurity incident, again, everything's a log. It came from a human or their digital identity or their laptop or their phone, right? It came from something that can be drawn back to a log file. To stitch that all together and actually write the... I've been an analyst before. I don't want to write queries all day long.
Exactly.
And that's what you're really helping solve is like, you don't have to go write the queries yourself. Join this, join that. No. You can just ask the system to bring that to you and even suggest how would you resolve this?
How would you resolve it? And if you accept the changes, it can resolve it for you. If you're auto-scaling...
Are we talking Skynet here, Nandini?
Not quite there, but we're going to get there soon enough. But yeah.
You still need a human in the loop. We're getting a little philosophical now.
Oh, we're going to need humans all the time. The thing is, I mean, think of it like we used to have IDEs.
Right. Yeah.
We didn't stop writing code. It just completed the code. That's how I view it. And like Swami said, we're going to need more developers to focus on upstack, moving your business forward, rather than troubleshooting and things like that.
Exactly. Well, Nandini, what else is in your agenda today? What are you looking forward to at reInvent?
My God, this has been a tremendous, fun reInvent. This was an awesome show.
Did we just have a highlight of the day for you?
This is the highlight of my day. I love it. Thank you, honestly, for having me on. This has been fabulous. I feel like a sports broadcaster sitting here.
I feel the same way. Yeah, no, I think the headphones this year are top notch.
They're comfy. They're comfy.
Jake, Nandini.
They're very comfy. Thank you.
They're very comfy. I hope your rest of your day is very comfortable. Thank you for joining us, Nandini. Folks, stay tuned. We'll be right back with Palo Alto Networks and Hart Rossman from AWS.
Thank you.
Bye.
everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. As we mentioned earlier today, Brian Mendenhall, Himanshu Verma, we are joined by two wonderful guests. Why don't we go down the line and have you introduce yourselves, starting with Hart.
Well, hey, thanks so much for having us on the program today. My name is Hart Rossman. I'm the Vice President for Security and Infrastructure at AWS, and I look after the AWS CERT.
Yeah, thanks for having us here. I'm Sam Rubin. I am the SVP of Threat Intelligence and Consulting at Unit 42 by Palo Alto Networks.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Before we move any further, we have an exciting moment. Hart, the vibes, man. The vibes, I love it. We all have been wildly anticipating exactly what it is that you're going to be wearing this week. And in preparation of this moment, Himanshu, are you ready?
We all need to be bedazzled to meet Hart's energy here. So here we go.
Where are my sunglasses?
You guys are awesome. Well done.
And not just that, I think we missed, we were actually taking bets on what Hart's going to wear. And now I think that we need to start this trend because, this is the reInvent 2024 entry. Reinforce will be there as well.
Yeah.
Right? So now it's becoming a theme of what is Hart going to wear. Predictions and matches of those predictions will be winners on Security Live.
If you use AI, you cheat, you're out. You're not welcome back into the competition. But I feel we should also have some sort of competition where if you win, you get to pick day 3 Hart wears a dinosaur pajamas with rhinestones or something crazy. I'm just signing you up for stuff, Hart. I hope you don't mind.
I'm here for it. Right?
All right.
Awesome.
The most important thing is that security is visible and accessible. And if wearing some fun outfits gets us there, I'm here for it.
On that note, Sam, I do have something. This is for each of you guys.
Thank you.
If we can get the camera real tight on this really quickly, if I can hold this perfectly still, this is a security and level 1 MSSP bedazzled pin. There we go. One for each of you guys for being on the show. Thank you so much for being here. Sam, this one is yours.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thanks so
there
much.
you go, Sam. You're hooked up.
All right.
Perfect.
So with the team of bedazzled, I think let's keep that going. Hart, this is a significant moment for especially the customer incident response team. I think we had a swear jar, or not a swear jar, like an acronym jar earlier when Hart mentioned, he's responsible for the customer incident response team is a set of folks who actually help our customers with incident response. I'll let Hart explain a little bit about our customer incident response team, the service that our team offers, and then especially why reInvent 24 is a key moment for that team.
For sure. And actually, it's super exciting for AWS and our partners. Right? I'm so excited, Sam, that you're here with us today. Earlier this week, we were able to launch the AWS Security Incident Response Service, which is this amazing console service technology stack that allows customers to be more effective, be more efficient, and faster at identifying and responding to security issues that are in their environment. It's deeply integrated with partners like Palo Alto Unit 42. And we all know that incident response is a team sport. And so we're super excited to empower our customers to do a better job there, better connect to them with incident response experts like Sam and team. And then if they'd like, pull in the AWS CERT to help as needed.
Awesome. Sam, coming to you for our incident response in general, you've been in the industry for quite some time.
Sure.
And Palo Alto, as a esteemed partner, has had this offering for our customers. What are some of the key trends that you see where customers are seeking for help and assistance when it comes to incident response?
Yeah, so in Unit 42, we have a big global incident response team and doing around 800 plus incident response investigations a year. We're getting the call when something really bad happens, usually when it's escalating beyond what their internal SOC has the capability to handle themselves. So these are major ransomware attacks. These are nation-state adversaries in their environment, disruptive attacks. That's when Unit 42 comes in to help.
See, that's awesome. And, a lot of our customers are these days wanting to know, especially with the new adoption of AI/ML and generative AI, not only how that's being used to automate incident response and automate security teams' jobs, but then also on the flip side, how are these teams getting prepared to help customers keep the generative AI-powered attack vectors away? Are you seeing some of those trends or ask from customers where, we often get asked, like bots, for example, are now getting powered by generative AI, or some of these attack vectors that traditionally, it would take days or weeks to actually launch could now have an exponentially shorter time frame. So how are your teams preparing for that?
Yeah, so we're asked all the time, what are you seeing on the GenAI threat landscape? And our perspective here from doing all this incident response from our research in Unit 42 is that it's early days. Threat actors are absolutely experimenting, starting to use GenAI, but we see it as sort of more evolutionary in their capability than revolutionary. They're doing things obviously like the perfected phishing message, no surprise there. But they're also starting to use it for some resource generation of different infrastructure and fundamentally speeding up each stage of the, if you think about it from a MITRE attack perspective, each stage of the kill chain, they're starting to speed up what they do. So that's where it's going.
So we're seeing attackers leveraging generative AI to coordinate attacks at scale, is what I'm hearing. Are we also seeing, and like the social engineering piece of this, we've been seeing this for quite a while as well, whether that's the perfect email, whether it's a deep fake, the poor CEO jumps on a Chime chat and asks for everyone to send him money. Like if that is your organization, like I'm so sorry. Are we also seeing advanced techniques, tactics, and procedures, TTPs? I'm not going to put one in the jar. TTPs.
You caught yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So, are TTPs changing techniques, tactics, and procedures?
Right now, what we're seeing, and again, early days, I don't think there's anything net new in terms of TTPs that didn't exist. There's no new category on the MITRE attack framework, but it's leveraging GenAI to build those things faster and at greater scale.
Right.
Where is it going in a couple of years? Then that's when I think it's going to get really interesting when we talk about bots chaining to automate more of the kill chain, and we talk about zero-day identification using GenAI. That's when it's going to get really interesting, but we're not there yet.
Not there yet. Okay.
And just to kind of build on that, right? Like, in the defensive space, incident response teams, right? You can't protect what you don't understand, and so now is the time to start getting comfortable using generative AI technology. And then as a incident response team, as Unit 42 has done, as AWS CERT has done, develop those playbooks for how will you respond where there's a Gen AI involved element, right? It could be something that the adversary is contributing to the conversation, but it also could be the target of the attack, right? And so having those playbooks available, rehearsing them is absolutely critical. A little earlier this year, the AWS CERT released 4 runbooks and playbooks specifically to help incident responders investigate and resolve issues surrounding generative AI technologies. They're open source, they're in our GitHub repo, and we welcome anybody to go take a look at them and start using them.
So I've got a question there. Sorry, Amanchu. Is just along those lines, Hart. There's been discussion from like a generative AI and security posture standpoint, and in the incident response context, are we seeing generative AI able to stitch together your security controls, your security posture to help you prepare proactively for that incident situation? Is generative AI there?
We're seeing some early benefits there. I'll tell you what we're doing in production, though. So one of the things that we built internally that has been actually very helpful to our responders is a generative AI multi-agentic, right, retrieval augmented investigation bot. And so what happens is our incident responders will go to the investigation helper, and they'll ask it some questions about an inbound ticket. They'll ask it to correlate, they'll ask it to recommend courses of action, and we're finding actually a very high success rate there about speed to resolution, right?
Wow.
So responders are really happy with it. Just to give you an idea, when we initially launched it earlier this year internally, we thought our responders might ask 1 or 2 questions and then get back to their regular playbook. It turns out that on average, they asked about 11 questions. They find it so helpful getting to the right outcome quicker. And so now that we've seen that, we want to say, okay, 11 questions, it's sticky, it's powerful, but can we actually get them that result in fewer questions? So right now we're kind of working on that optimization and tuning.
Yeah, that's a great use case of helping automate and reduce the mean time to response further for the incident response teams. I think one of the other underscored factor that sort of gets overlooked is that this is not just teams working in silos, both for AWS security services as well as partners like Palo Alto and their overall suite of services. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that the incident response teams bring more value and insights back into the services as well. So, AWS uses our native security services like Guard Duty, for example, for threat detection. Similarly, for Palo Alto, you provide security services that integrate with AWS workloads as well. How do you see this cycle, the continuous loop of bringing value back into the products for better customer outcomes?
Absolutely. A great question. I think that the learnings from incident response and from threat intelligence more broadly are just fundamental to running a great security business, right? So we are, the IR teams in the SOC with our partners, when we're there, we are getting the frontline view of what's going on and the tactics, techniques, and procedures, the indicators of compromise. I'm not going to use an acronym.
It was close.
Yeah,
it was close.
I almost dropped one. But that are actually being leveraged and are effective to enable the threat actor. And so we bring those back into at Palo Alto Networks to make our product detections better. Right? But also in our services, when we can have a threat-led view of how you invest your limited security resources, your people, your security budget, what you're focused on, you're going to have much better outcomes.
Yeah, and so it's such an interesting point that you touch on there. Is just now, like we've been talking about the incident response, digital forensics, all of the things that happen after things go bump in the night. But what you're talking about now is how do we connect that to a proactive threat detection and incident response holistic solution where it comes into maybe your SIM or your correlation rules, your AI-generated threat intelligence. Like, how does this whole thing come together, and how important is it that your incident response program is connected to your threat detection program?
You can't operate a good program without it. It's a flywheel. It's a continuous feedback loop, and we do that in Palo Alto Networks. We do that with our customers. I'm sure your teams are doing that as well, Hart. And the best is when we can actually not just do it internally, but when we can collaborate with other industry peers, public sector as well, and all share information. I mean, we're all against the same bad guys here.
Absolutely, and there's this really nice virtuous cycle, right, between the threat intelligence that we're talking about and then what we've started to call responder-led intelligence, right? And you kind of get that nice loop, you get that feedback loop, and then when you drive that into automation so that our responders can constantly move up the stack, right? Less work for anybody to do in a response because the technology is doing it for you.
Absolutely.
Right? It just really becomes powerful.
Yep, they become part of the detection and rule set where over time, when it's done well, your incident responders or even in the SOC, the level 2, level 3 analysts, they're spending their time on the things that are really novel and different and anomalous. They're not sort of doing the whack-a-mole because you've been able to automate those things with good threat intelligence and playbooks.
Absolutely.
Awesome. And with the new service that's now available, the AWS Security Incident Response, customers can now automatically triage findings from Guard Duty, from Security Hub, where we also have partner findings. And more importantly, they can actually log in cases, track cases, appropriately allow permissions for their incident response teams. I think this is all great, Hart, but where and how do partners play a role? And I think that's something I'm sure Palo Alto and our other partners will be very interested to know as well.
Yeah, so, right, incident response, I mentioned earlier, it's a team sport. It's super important to have strong partners like Palo Alto Unit 42 and others in the mix. It first starts with the customer, right? Customers often are working with multiple responders during an escalating issue, right? They might have internal teams, they might have third parties, they might already have a retainer or a relationship with a company like Unit 42 in Palo. They might be working with law enforcement, they might be working with a technology provider like AWS. And so just starting out with the mental model like we've done with our service, that we're going to be collaborating. Right? It's not a winner-take-all. It's not a single service provider. Is really key, I think, to the service that we made available this week. And then, this ability to ingest data through Security Hub from different partners, right? Like Palo Alto, being able to then collaborate on the response and then creating that feedback loop of like, what did we learn from each issue, and then making sure we all collectively get better by being able to publish playbooks, publishing new detections, right, and making sure that as a community, we're doing a better job of getting after those bad actors.
I love that concept of community, right? Within the cybersecurity industry, whether it's a Palo Alto, it's an AWS, Amazon Web Services, AWS. Do I have to do it? I'm not sure how this works, but whatever that community looks like, right? Whether it's at the service provider level, whether it's at the customer level, or is at the global cybersecurity community, I think it's such a great point. And it's like I want to hear more about how each of us are contributing to the greater cybersecurity community with this threat intelligence, with this information that we're receiving.
Yeah. So one aspect that we talked about in general, right, is OCSF. Right?
Yeah.
And so although it's not responder specific, if we are emitting information that's OCSF compliant, it gives you that interoperability. It gives you the ability to integrate, right, across a variety of tools, whether it's Prisma and Cortex or whether it's GuardDuty and Security Hub, right? The point is we get the right security outcome faster for our customers.
Absolutely. And one more on the acronym jar, but
you did it. You bested.
For our audience, open source schema format, which is open cybersecurity schema framework, as Hart mentioned, very valuable for our customers, makes querying the logs and the findings easier, high performance on the analytics side can be easily integrated. So we're seeing a lot of energy both from our partners as well as other vendors who are integrating with OCSF, which is, like I said, an open source schema format that's available for everyone to leverage.
Absolutely. So, I think that there's other tools that the AWS is looking to incorporate and build, right, when it comes to the collaborative opportunities for cybersecurity data, right? And so can I say OCSF now, or do I have to say the whole thing every time? I'm not sure. But with OCSF, of course, we've got Amazon Security Lake. There are, this concept of a lake where customers take control of their security data, I think is really important as well to ensure that for the customer's benefit, that the organizations they're working with are able to collaborate with their data. Right, and so how does that work? I guess within the context of incident response, being able to access that data, I would imagine that is a huge benefit, right?
That's exactly how it works, Brian.
I answered my own question in the question. I'm sorry, Hart.
I think when the responders come in, ideally they're familiar with the architecture and the infrastructure that they're jumping into. But from a third-party provider standpoint, there's so many different, yes, it's Amazon Web Services. Sometimes it's other cloud providers. We won't name any of their names. But, on-prem, cloud, SaaS, it's just so varied. So to have data collected and to have it already be sort of ingested and stitched together, it creates this incredible advantage in speeding up response. And so when we work with customers that have taken those steps already, there's a night and day difference between those that are earlier in that journey and maybe have data in different pockets or places. Maybe they've got some cloud data, they've got some endpoint data, they've got some application data, but it's not necessarily integrated.
So since this is the customer incident response team's big day, I want to give Hart an opportunity to also share a sneak peek that is going to be available later today in Ruba's keynote. Hart, do you want to give everyone just a heads up on what to look out for?
I'll give you a little bit of a teaser. There's two things that have been the theme of our conversation today. And again, so excited to have Sam with Unit 42 with us. The first is speed, right? Everything we want to do around incident response is getting to the fastest security outcome for our customer. And the second is partners and partnership. And so please tune in later to Ruba's keynote, where she's going to have a great announcement about security partners and incident response.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That is it for this piece of the show. I want to say thank you to Sam. Thank you to Hart. Thank you so much for being here with us. So much exciting stuff. If you might have missed it, Ruba's keynote, specifically at 3 o'clock Pacific PM today. Make sure you check that out. And thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you, guys. Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining us here at Security Live from reInvent 2024. My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of Security and Identity Partnership Specialist Organization here at AWS. I am so excited for this show. I am here with Himanshu. Himanshu, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. My name is Himanshu. I lead the team of our Security and Identity Specialists. We help customers and partners orchestrate native AWS security services along with partner tools to provide better security outcomes for our customers. And we are joined today with one of our partners.
Yeah, great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me. My name is Trevor Milestone. I run our cloud partnerships at Security AI. That includes, obviously, AWS, but also increasingly cloud and SI ecosystem partners. Really excited to chat.
Welcome, Trevor. And for the clarity, it's security.ai.
Security.ai.
Awesome. Just curious, I was looking at the notes and we had our first conversation. Curious what made that name? What was behind the journey of the name?
Yeah, well, our CEO might be the first person to say it. Might be a little ill-advised at this point because of where we've gone. So we are a data security company, so foundationally, that's what we're doing at the core. But we've extended into a number of different areas, but security is at the heart of everything that we do from a platform perspective, which is the genesis of the name.
Awesome. And I'm assuming that the AI portion of that is how you are automating security and bringing better outcomes faster and sooner.
Definitely. Even stepping back, if you look at the core platform, security is a data command center. What exactly that means is a lot of different things. But if you think about the market and the big driver and need for the solution, there's this massive growth in data itself, but also the number of services and systems companies are using to generate that data. So obviously, you have cloud providers like AWS, but you also have apps like MongoDB running in AWS. Companies also have on-prem data centers. They have dozens or hundreds of SaaS tools that they use. So what we do is provide a centralized platform to bring all of that data into one location, and how that extends into AI, we can get into a little bit.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, that's super exciting. It's I think right now is really a super hot time when it comes to data in general, especially like being within AWS. We have availability zones and regions all across the world, so we understand the importance and complexity of data when it comes to protecting your data, and that has been completely accelerated with the advent of AI, generative AI specifically. So I want to hear how are customers figuring out with my data strategy, how do I securely build generative AI applications on top of that data? Yeah, so if you look at our customers today, pre-GenAI, right, data security, getting your data house in order has always been critical. With the advent of GenAI, it's become essential and very timely, right? So for companies to start leveraging all of these GenAI use cases, there's a few key macro trends that are important to think about. One, companies are really starting to leverage proprietary data in their own company's proprietary data. And what's unique about this is it often contains sensitive information, classified information, PII. So if you want to leverage that for a GenAI use case, you really got to make sure you're not putting anything bad into the model, because ultimately that's going to come back out. So that's one key factor. Another one is this use of unstructured data. So really taking center stage in this GenAI revolution is unstructured data. And for those not familiar, structured data is everything: tables, schemas, formats, what you know about Snowflake, Databricks,
stuff that we've worked with for years. Unstructured data is essentially everything else. It's over 90% of all available data, and that's things like video, audio, PowerPoint, really anything that's not in a nice table schema and format. And companies have never really leveraged unstructured data at this scale before, so they need to figure out how to discover it, extract it, bring that into AWS to run GenAI use cases, and then you have a very fast-moving regulation discourse. But we'll pause there.
This is actually a very relevant topic. Like our teams talk to customers almost every day, and this comes up now almost often, where it's not only about like the visibility into the data sprawl and the data lineage, but now customers are also concerned about like maintaining compliance, which has been a really key part of data residency and data governance strategy, which is we have compliances such as GDPR and CCPA, etc. So I'm assuming that solutions like this are preparing customers to be ready for that and also adhering to those compliances.
Yeah, compliance is a major driver. GDPR has been around. It took about 10 years to fully develop. Everybody has to adhere to these things, and having a centralized data platform is essential to do that. You look at this GenAI landscape, you have a very fast-moving regulatory environment. GDPR, like I said, took 10 years to fully pull together. The EU AI Act, which is just as comprehensive, came together in about 6 months. So companies are dealing with the data challenges that we just discussed. They're also dealing with a really, really fast-moving regulatory environment that they need to stay tied to.
So yeah, that's super interesting. I was just having a conversation about the EU AI Act just prior to this show, and so it's really interesting how quickly that has come together, has been operationalized. Are you seeing at the rate of acceleration compared to GDPR, is that maturity level there where organizations are saying, I get it, I understand it, like I took the EU AI Act, I threw it into ChatGPT, I got it, or are they still ingesting, operationalizing, and building AI apps that are compliant?
It's definitely the latter, right? Fast-moving compliance, it's always a challenge, and you have to have a way to automate some of these behaviors, right? When we talk about all of these different data systems, all the different sources where this information is coming from, the idea that you're going to manually check all of these and run audits and attestations and understand if you're compliant with these, it's really challenging. So having a platform that has a pulse on where all your data is and then it ties right back to these frameworks is really important.
It sounds very powerful and very useful, Trevor. Is there something that you have to show that we can take a look at?
Pull up a slide.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so I think some of the things we just discussed, where you can visualize what customers are dealing with. We talked before, proprietary data, all of these different systems, unstructured data, all of these different systems and structured data as well. You want to leverage GenAI, you have to find a way to discover where this data is, classify it, extract it, sanitize it, and bring it into AWS, bring it into Bedrock, right, to start driving a lot of these use cases. And it's not just Bedrock, right? It's all the models that AWS supports. So when you look at this environment, this idea of dealing with all this data, operationalizing it, maintaining compliance, and then using that to drive different use cases, that's really the challenges that we're seeing and dealing with right now.
Very cool. And I'm assuming that discovery is one part of it, but that also enables customers to then easily act on that and apply the right data protection policies.
Absolutely. Yeah, so discovering the data is core, but it's not just enough to know where the data is. You have to know what's sensitive, what's classified. Entitlements are a major portion of it. If you think about an HR use case, and I can speak to this one because there's a large Fortune 5 bank currently dealing with this, but multiple iterations of trying to drive an internal HR chatbot. You're pulling data from dozens of different systems. Some of that data is old, some of it's redundant, and some of it shouldn't be accessed by different roles and different people. If you think about a VP of HR versus somebody working in a fulfillment center or a bank, when you query that system, you got to make sure that the right information is being responded to. So this getting your data house in order is really step one, and where we've taking that a little bit further is turning that into a data pipeline, which we can do as well.
I love that application. Just the concept of not just what is underneath my LLM and my generative AI environment, what data is it pulling from, but what data is going out, right? The all OWASP top 10 is OWASP. Do I need to put a coin in the jar? I'm not sure if I'm allowed. If that one's stuck by.
Open web application.
Thank you. Yeah. So one of the top 10 LLM vulnerabilities is data leakage, right? Which is terrifying. The idea that someone on the outside or maybe even on the inside is able to inject a query or do something, and then unfortunately it spits out PCI, there goes social security numbers. It is terrifying to think of these security vulnerabilities and not knowing what data is coming out of your environment, right?
100%. So there's the front end, right, of making sure that you're selecting the right data, but then there's the back end, right, making sure that the responses that come through, there's, protections in place as well. You hear about things like prompt injection attacks and hallucinations and this data leakage, right? Any data that goes into these models is going to come out in some form or fashion. So you really want to have, some sort of roadblocks or firewalls, for lack of a better word, in place on both ends of this to address. And maybe if we pull up the second slide, we can talk through that as well.
It's up there.
It's already up there. So we can kind of visualize what we're seeing in, like I said, this iteration of customers. So you have this core data command center, builds a knowledge graph. You have all this context around your data. Okay, now I got to bring that data into Amazon to leverage Bedrock or these different models that Amazon provides. There's a process, that data selection, that chunking, that indexing. You're also putting these into vector DBs, right? You're selecting from a variety of different models based on different use cases. And then there's also a need, like you said, on the back end to have these contextual aware firewalls. So if everything else on the front didn't work, you're going to catch it on the back end with these retrieval firewalls and prompt injection firewalls.
So we're actually starting to see, I'm going to say it, defense in depth within generative AI environments.
That's exactly how we would describe it.
Hey, there we go. Where's my $5? I get paid for that, right?
This is actually very timely, because as customers now are adopting, generative AI and building applications, I think we're seeing a lot of demand from them. I think one of the key other factors that comes in is that post-discovery, they want to be able to make sure, as you mentioned, the data is actually not being misused in any way or shape or form. Most of the time, customers are concerned about intellectual property. Do you foresee a way to also then classify this data, or can you take existingly classified or classifiers into this graph pipeline?
Yeah, so really important call out, right? Entitlements is a word that you're going to hear a lot of it in GenAI because you're pulling this data from systems all over the place. Sometimes this data has been stored for 10, 15 different years, and there's entitlements and controls in place. The second you take that data out of these different data systems and bring it into AWS, you lose all of that. It's the Wild West. So you have to have a way, like I said, through this process, through this pipeline, to maintain those data controls. So when you bring them into these GenAI use cases, right, entitlements become sort of part of the answer.
That's great. And I want to say, we just had a conversation yesterday here at AWS reInvent around our customers' ability to prototype successfully, really quickly prototype generative AI environments that never made it to production for the sole reason that they were not able to provide the security data governance on that environment, that application, into a production environment. And so it's really interesting to hear that the governance, the data governance is what is driving the adoption of production generative AI environments.
I mean, if you look at the industry, and we talk to customers about this every day. This is where we live. We also talk to AWS every day, so we're hearing this from them. And you can also look at any number of industry reports, right? Everybody is deploying GenAI use cases. There's a lot of really exciting things happening, but a lot of that's usually happening on a curated data set, right? So you test it, you prove it out, you like it. The second you try to go take that to production, there's a whole host of concerns and issues. What companies are really realizing is, we got to get our data house in order before we can really do these things at scale. Data security and privacy is the #1 blocker to getting these POCs into production.
No, that's great, Trevor. One of the other things we hear from customers is, and this is something that AWS, helps customers as well, is the flexibility and the simplicity of things, right? So for a customer to get started, what are some of the key ways that they can get started? And then also, can they go and define some of these entitlements, like you mentioned, or classifiers themselves?
Yeah, so another big shift, right, in GenAI is line of business users. This stuff isn't just being done by, IT teams. You have people trying to drive business use cases and get business outcomes. They're not always keyed in to a lot of these privacy challenges. So when you think about a pipeline, right, or the usability of these things, I can say what we've developed. We don't want to get too pitchy here, but it really, this GenCore solution, it's a data pipeline. It allows you to go in as a simple UI, sort of a wizard that anybody can use, no coding skills required. You start to select your data sources. You define what you want to sanitize or mask, right? You pull that in, you can select vector DBs, you choose your model, and then you can put those prop firewalls and those things in the back end. The whole idea is security by design. You talked about defense and death, but how do we build a pipeline that brings this data into the clouds to leverage GenAI use cases and do it securely and make sure it's operational and companies can do it easily.
That's super interesting to hear about the CI/CD pipeline in the context of building generative AI environments that are highly compliant, starting with a strong security data governance policy, right? That then is built into the pipeline itself, so that you are confident that your application is going to be secure
Absolutely.
in production. That's incredible. Yeah. So all of our listeners out there, quick hard plug from the AWS guy. If you are out there and you're having troubles launching something into production, it sounds like there are partners that are able to help you with these challenges, especially starting with that data sovereignty or data policy challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we said we're hearing it, AWS is hearing it, and we're seeing the investment from AWS in the ecosystem. And it's not just in the ISVs that are trying to solve for this, it's the Cloud SI ecosystem, right? The partners, not your typical big GSIs who are obviously very involved, but there's tons of resources springing up in this AWS partner ecosystem to address these challenges, and we're seeing the impact, and we're excited to help kind of deliver on those.
And with all things security, I think this is where the paradigm comes in, is that how GenAI is actually empowering some of these security use cases. I'm assuming that even in your solution, which is actually there to help have the appropriate guardrails and the data governance and the entitlement, there is going to be at some point where there are features that will automate and or shorten the time that customers need by providing some GenAI powered features within the service itself.
And that's actually already happening, right? We have to be innovating on our own in our own platform. But if you think about the classification, right? Imagine trying to manually do this, or even with a system trying to create all these tags. So, the solutions used the version of machine learning to do these things in the past, but we've now started to deploy LLM models to actually get this contextual intelligence of the data within the platform, so it becomes part of the answer as well.
That's incredible. So we're using generative AI in order to make generative AI.
Very meta.
It's so meta. It's so meta. Like my head is going to explode. My glasses are going to fly off. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great example of enabling the technology usage and the technology adoption by leveraging that technology. And I think we get to hear from customers all the time, hey, what are some of the good use cases of leveraging generative AI in production? And I think this is a great example of how you've actually developed this technology using foundational models and large language models to actually help the adoption of generative AI.
Yeah, it's really exciting, right? I've been in this line of work for a number of years now, and I think everybody sees the potential of GenAI, and we're in the first half of the first inning, but there's still a lot of question marks, and addressing this security piece is going to be massive in order to continue to scale and operationalize these things. And like I said, the earliest innings of this innovation, but I think we're solving for a really core need right now.
Yeah, and this also enables customers to easily orchestrate security policies using key management service, using secrets manager, I'm assuming. And you mentioned one of the things like data masking and anonymization. These are very hard problems, especially to solve at scale. How is some of that being done? Is that automated in your?
That's part of the machine learning and the new LLM in the platform. Leveraging this automation, these things can't be done on their own. So that's a huge part of it.
Awesome. And I'm assuming when it comes to security policies, there's flexibility for customers to choose how they want to encrypt the data, Absolutely. Where do they want to bring the keys from, right? If it's the AWS Key Management Service, or they might be using HSMs, hardware security modules, etc.
Yeah, tons of flexibility within the platform, and we operate with a hybrid architecture, so we're deploying pods into customers' environments. The data never leaves, which is critical, especially when you're working with Fortune 500 companies. But a lot of flexibility in the deployment, how you operationalize this, and how you take advantage of it.
So I'm curious, from an industry lens, are there industries that you are seeing are leveraging this type of tooling and getting to production faster than other industries? Where is this really taking off?
So there's definitely an industry lens. As a company, we've always had a really strong focus in financial services, but we operate across the board. I mean, you could look through the list of Fortune 500, you'll find a customer of ours in virtually every vertical. But I think every company is pushing the limits of what they can do. What we are seeing in the early innings, right, is a lot of customer service use cases, even if you're a financial services company, right? And now you're seeing the testing in the POCs around some of these more complex ones, the stuff that's really going to be transformative. But it keeps coming back to question when we've got to get our data house in order before we really take this stuff to scale.
No, I think any industry that has intellectual property, I would see will be a good fit. But like you said, more regulated industries like financial services are definitely the ones taking the lead.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, we are just at time, and I just want to thank Trevor so much. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, and that's it for this show. Thank you again.
Appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Security live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas 2024. I am one of your co-hosts for Security Live, Ryan Orsi. I lead a team of partner specialists for security, identity, and cloud operations. And I'm joined by my other co-host.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Welcome, everyone, back again. My name is Himanshu. I lead the team of our security and identity specialists at Amazon. We help customers orchestrate their security outcomes using native AWS security services as well as partner tools.
Not only do we do that, we also
play some games.
Yeah. We teased all of you earlier today. We were kind of talking about what's to come on Security Live here at reInvent. And, we thought it'd be good to break up the format of the day, have a little fun.
I did have a scare at Reinforce when we last did this. So we were live at Reinforce as well. And
Himanshu Verma has a certain fear. He's a brave man in 99.9% of cases, but the 1%. What's the?
I'm very agile right now, so that nothing in these boxes show up which have a lively moment to them. Yes, snakes are not something that I appreciate.
Very well said. Well, folks, let's talk about the rules of this. This is a box of lies, and let's see. Who wants to go? One of us is going to go first. We're going to pick a box. We're going to look inside, and we're going to show you, the audience, of what's actually in the box, while the other host turns around. And then the host and you that know exactly what's in the box, we can choose to tell them the truth of what's in the box or lie about it. And the other host has to say, I think you're lying, or I think you're telling the truth. And we'll go through. There's an odd number of boxes here, so there will be a winner. I think there will be no ties today. Mr. Verma, do you want to go first?
Do I want to go first? Okay, yeah, sure. I will go with the top box, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. And, you tell me when to turn around.
So how about I take a look at this first, right? And then
just between you, yourself, and you.
I will show it to the audience. I'm going to be very agile again because last time you guys spooked me really hard on this one. Okay, don't look, and I'm going to show it to our audience as well.
Just looking at the beautiful expo floor here at reInvent. Nothing to see here.
All right, hopefully everyone can see that. And I'm going to bring it out of the box so that everyone can see it as well. Okay, here's what we have in our box.
I don't hear any screams.
No screams. Okay, I'm going to put this back in the box.
Is the box closed, sir?
The box is now closed.
I heard a lot of like mechanical jingling.
A lot of mechanical jingling, yes. Funny enough, there's no mechanical snakes in there, which is great this time.
A Rector set snake is what I'm picturing right now, but no.
Okay, so
what's in the box?
Me along with audience are going to say that this is the limited edition Lego set of a starship.
Okay, now Himanshu and I, we go way back, folks, okay? All right, you should go to our social profiles. We know each other. I'm going to say the way he delivered that was a lot like the way he plays his poker game, and I'm going to say he's bluffing and he's lying. I don't think that's actually the case.
Oh.
I think there's something more complex in there than a limited
the Lego block
set. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Drum roll, please.
Okay, let's reveal what's in here. And yes, Ryan is correct. There are no Lego sets. This is actually a set of us doing a live show.
Is that really little us's?
Yeah, look at this.
That is little us's.
Our creative team has gotten very creative.
Okay. Look at this. They're little chairs. And we even have the Security Live logos on. Our production crew is really intense.
Very intense. Look at that.
Is that? I'm just kind of cluing in here, folks. Is this how we have the other little thing, the dumpster fire?
Hey, yes, I did lie, and you caught it. Just with my poker style.
This guy, he's a tricky one, but 1 point for me. Yeah?
Yes.
Fair and square?
Fair and square, yes.
All right, I'm going to go pick 3. Because I'm just like that, all right? You, sir, I'm just going to go straight to myself and the audience. No peeksies. Hey, you look good. Keep turning. All right, okay. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out why there would be these devices with all the slime on it. Wow, that is, okay. Well, man, that was gooey. That was so gooey. All right. Himanshu, you are safe to turn around, sir, and let me think about which way I'm going to take this, right? So I could choose.
Like you've told the audience, we know each other very well.
Yeah. Well, do you know that that GAC we had back in childhood, slime? GAC?
Yes.
Am I saying the right word? Was it yak or GAC?
GAC.
All right.
Like a glue-like substance, right?
It's a little container, like a little plastic container, obviously with the barcode on it, so it's purchased from somewhere online. I've heard it online retail companies.
Yes.
You might know one that comes to mind. Sells these kind of things, and accompanying it is a little bunch of toy soldiers next to it, so you can play with the GAC and the toy soldiers.
Huh. This was a very complex explanation. I know our production crew, and they will be doing an excellent job when they buy some of these things online. So I'm gonna say, along with our audience, that you're lying.
You think I would ever tell a lie to you, Himanshu?
Yeah, this was a very complex explanation.
Sir, he's correct. I was lying. Dang it. We haven't said. Okay, so what we actually have in the box, let's put this up here for the folks to see.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
We got some nice, like, aviator shades. These look a little small, man.
This is very small, very tiny.
These bad boys on. Looks like I've got a...
not quite like our sparkly glasses.
It's not like the sparkly glasses.
Yes.
Hold on here.
We got pins?
Just
Ooh.
our Orsi.
Nice.
Physical security at your service.
Awesome.
Right, I got my little earpiece as well.
Oh, I see.
Fit that one in there.
This is security live, but not physical security live.
That's right. If anyone tries to bum rush the desk, I got you. All right.
That's right.
All right, I got you, man. This is
Okay.
How's that?
Awesome.
So are we tied?
So are we tied? Yes, we're tied.
We're tied.
This is for
this is
the
for
game
all
winner.
the apples and bananas.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Comes down to this one.
I'm gonna move and slide this over.
Boy, we're really making our CISO nervous because he knows he's up next. Is he gonna have to do this too?
Yes, guys, stay tuned because next up is Chris Betts, our Chief Information Security Officer, and he
just 10 feet that way, wondering if he's gonna have to play Box of Lies with us.
Okay, so box number 2. You shall not look.
All right. But hey, and also, just because I'm such an honest man, I'm gonna tell you, I cannot see reflective off of these cool sunglasses either. So here, I'm turning around.
Oh my God, this has gone to the next level. I'm going to show this to the audience.
Do we need to offer therapy to our production crew, Himanshu?
This is actually going back in the memory lane of Security Live. So,
are we saying this is a blast from the Security Live past?
I think some of our audience members will actually remember this moment. So I'm going to put this back in.
You showed the audience?
I showed it to the audience. Yes.
Am I good? Am I good?
You're good.
Turning around?
Yes, you're turning around.
Oh, I saw some guy taking a selfie of us looking pretty dapper over here, too. So apparently this is the place to be.
We are actually live on the show floor at reInvent. So, yes, there is...
Someone's posting something about reInvent, and you're going to see our cool guy glasses.
Yes, okay. So right. you can remove your glasses now so that you can see better in a reflective sense. This is actually a very sweet box.
It's sweet.
Yes,
sweet. Now, why'd he say the word sweet? I feel like he's buying some time there, trying to think about what to say.
It is actually a memory of us hosting the first live Security Live at Reinforce.
Which year?
Earlier this year. And save the date, by the way, folks, Reinforce 2025 will also be at Philadelphia the first week of June.
What's the difference between Reinforce and reInvent?
reInvent is a learning conference for all AWS services.
Well done.
Reinforce is a learning conference for our security personas, builders as well as buyers. And partners.
That doesn't sound rehearsed at all. It sounds very natural. Okay, we got about a minute left. Let's,
yes. So in this box is actually a picture, photo framed, in a photo frame of us hosting Reinforce Security Live.
Now, I know the production crew, pressed for time, would they have they would printed something out, yes. Would they have purchased a frame with little, cut the picture to the right size, right dimensions, put it in the frame? I'm going to go on a limb and say you are telling the truth.
All right, let's find out.
This better be a nice photo. Oh, it is.
Yes.
It
is.
There it is. Hey.
That's great.
Good game.
Good game, yes.
Good game, sir. Well played. Yeah, I do. Oh, yes. We should reenact it.
Reenacting it.
Folks, stay tuned for more Security Live. Coming up next is AWS's Chief Information Security Officer, Chris Betts. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Welcome to AWS Security Live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. This is a show where we talk about all things security and solving some of those security challenges with our AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi, and I run a team of security, identity, and cloud operations specialists here at AWS, and I'm joined by one of my favorite co-hosts.
Oh, well, thank you, Ryan. That's so kind of you.
It's my first time ever saying that. I swear, I promise.
My name is Anne-Marie Woodburn. I'm a senior partner development specialist here at AWS, and I focus on security. And I'm actually also the producer of Security Live. So whenever they talk about that mastermind behind Box of Lies, they're talking about me. It's my first time coming on Security Live, and I'm excited.
We were thinking therapy for you later, but the last game.
I'm getting better, you know?
Getting better.
I've got a tab problem. I've got a Box of Lies. It's fine. We'll get through it. But we are here with Chris Betts, our CISO. So we're so excited to have him on the show. Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris Betts. I'm the CISO for AWS. My team's lead security for all of AWS. And it is a full-time job, but it's a lot of fun. I've been here about a year and a quarter now, so it's starting to feel like home.
Starting to feel like home, yeah. And you can't play the new guy card anymore. Year and a half? Oh, you're a long timer.
Oh, I keep on trying.
You keep on trying.
I heard it's in dog years that we do our math of working here at AWS. I'm okay with that. I like it.
It is an amazing place. Things move so fast, and that's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And also, I see Chris eyeballing me with these little coins.
Yeah.
Like, what is Ryan doing?
Did I get caught already?
No, not yet. But we're just starting out, Chris. This is the AWS Security Live Gold Bullion swear jar. You can take those.
All right.
If we say an acronym and we don't spell out the acronym to the folks, then we have to deposit into the swear jar.
So is this a challenge? Should I work to fill the box?
If you don't use one, you might be one of, or the first, who has not violated the swear jar rules.
But I'm thinking the other way around.
If you
like
fill
we
it.
could fill it.
You probably have the most knowledge of acronyms of any one of us here. So
let's see how many coins you can get in here, you know?
This sounds like a challenge.
I love it. Well, as you guys know, we are live here at reInvent, which is very exciting. And I know on Monday you had a great innovation talk. And I would love to talk about some of those key points that you called out in your session.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. Man, I have a great set of folks to present with. I don't know if you for those of you who didn't catch it, please do catch it up on YouTube, because you've got Becky Weiss, you've got just Rodrigo Castillo. There's just and Jason from Anthropic, like just incredible folks to co-present with. We talked about security at AWS. We started off with the foundations of security, the culture, the tools, the technologies that really let us move forward and leapfrog. And then we moved into some of the new announcements and a bunch of the releases. And we'll talk more about those, I'm sure, today.
Yeah.
And then followed up with where we're headed over the future, some of the upcoming topics like post-quantum cryptography and a lot about generative AI, and straight into a conversation about some of the next generation hardware protections we're putting in place that'll really help further secure AI models in the future.
That's awesome. And actually, let's start with your first one you called out, right? The culture of security. That is so important, something that we push with our customers and our partners, and something that we live and breathe every day by what we do at Amazon as well.
It's easy to miss, but it is so critically important. Part of the reason why I keep on talking about culture, and I find it so important, is one of the things that we all expect. We expect security teams to have tools, to have training, to have processes that help do security. But those have to be living processes. Security changes so fast. Technology changes so fast. And culture does two amazing things for you. First, having a deep culture of security starts at the top, led throughout the organization, means that when people see things that the tools, the processes are just not catching, there's not a hesitation. Raise your hand, go make something happen. That helps secure things better, make sure that we're adapting to those constant
positive
changes.
Reinforcement. You're not going to get in trouble, right, for raising the alarm. You should raise the alarm.
I have sent a number of emails this year and a number of recognition to people from across field organizations, customer support, engineers who raise their hand because it is so important. It's not just not getting in trouble. This is rewarded.
Absolutely.
That's super important. The second piece that I think can be missed is there are opportunities to make security better fit into the way we run the business. One of the things that I we've talked about a lot is how important it is for security to be a natural motion.
Right.
When it's not a natural motion, people can miss it.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, it adds friction to how we operate. And what I love about the culture of security is people deeply spend time understanding here's what we want to achieve. And then they look at it and go, wow, you know what, we could do this so much better if we just. And that raising their hand and making it better means that we're constantly moving security forward. And that's ton of fun. And I think, you know, a lot of organizations I've been with in the past miss that opportunity. They assume, hey, if the process is working, let's leave it alone. And they don't embrace that. Let's go make it better each day so that our customers get better, in our internal customers and our external customers get better security.
And I think your office has actually even packaged up some of what you're talking about. Like the security culture your organization has created here at Amazon is world known. For the reasons you mentioned, and I think there's actually assets available online. Yep. The Guardians, Security Guardians, as well.
Great place to start, because getting the security knowledge out into the teams, making that part of not just how security operates, but how the whole organization operates. And Guardians is one of those great starting points.
Awesome.
Which, can we talk more about security guardians? Like, is that a person? Is it everybody? Like, how do we view that, and how should we view it with our customers?
Is Anne-Marie a security guardian?
I want to be. Mm-hmm. I feel like I should be.
You feel like you should be a security guardian?
You know, I'm a security maven, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. So in AWS, everybody is responsible for security. We're all owners. We're responsible for security. That's everybody.
Yeah.
One of the things that we find is sometimes there's people who are more passionate about security, want to go levels deeper. They don't want to make it their full-time job. That's great.
Right.
But they want to go deeper. How do we help them go deeper? And so Guardians is a way that we recognize those folks and make sure we're giving them the extra tools, the extra knowledge, the extra capability to go faster. And what's so powerful about this is we have Guardians, multiple Guardians in many cases, inside of each team doing development. And so instead of waiting until people, you know, till late, well, I guess I should also say, as you know with AWS, every time a service, a feature is released, that goes through my team for a security review. The worst time to find something where we could have done it better in security is in the security review.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's already been built. Well, we're always available. We're always available to these teams, but you don't always know when to ask for help, to ask the questions or think about things. What the Guardians bring is a deep knowledge of the tools that they're building, the services they're building, and an even better knowledge over their peers of security. And so early in the development process, they're able to say, hey, we should go grab security here, or I think this is a fun way to do this. If we do it, it's just going to be more secure if we do it this way. They have that knowledge already. That means by the time we get to the security review process, vast majority of problems have already been solved, and it makes us go faster. It makes us be more secure. Because we get those things designed early in the process rather than late. It's amazing.
The threat model is already well documented, understood. By the time it reaches your desk, the folks you've heard us say, security should be baked in from the beginning. And this is part of Anne-Marie and myself, our day-to-day jobs, working with different third-party companies, developing professional managed service, sometimes software as well. And that's one of our big talk tracks, right? And we say, we often reference Chris Betts' team of like how to consult and kind of build that cultural structure in your company so that you will positively reinforce development teams who, you know, they may not want to be in charge of security, but they own it. Yeah. Everybody owns it, right? No matter what.
No, it's true.
And one of the fun parts, I mean, you mentioned threat models. Imagine not documenting the threat model at the 11th hour and making it a paperwork drill. Imagine having a threat model that helps shape how you build your product. And that's what Guardians help us bring. It's just, it's life-changing for those development teams.
That's awesome. And things that we're trying to adopt across all the culture of our customers, our partners alike. And I think even talking to partners that aren't security specific.
Yes.
Right? Like, I think that's a huge piece, like talking to migration partners of like, hey, add that in. What partner could you work with that has that? So you're always thinking of it from the very beginning as something that we're just trying to dissolve out to everybody.
Are you doing your security hygiene checklist when you hand the keys over to someone after you've migrated their app or their workload into AWS? So security hygiene, right? Brush your teeth.
Yeah.
Eat your veggies.
Eat your veggies.
And then how can we automate the heck out of that? Because I want that to go faster and easier. I want people spending their time solving hard, interesting problems, and computers should solve the rest. In fact, that's where we're finding LLMs. That's where we're finding automation all over the place.
Somebody quote Chris Betts on that, because that was beautifully put.
That was
yeah.
great.
Okay,
Thanks.
so you also mentioned, right, we talked about the culture of security, but you also mentioned launches. So I know that could probably take up a ton of our time right now, and I think we need to get to it and hear some of the cool things that have come out of this week.
And there's a killer list, and recommend that you go on the website. In fact, I posted some of my LinkedIn this morning. If you haven't seen it, go take a look at LinkedIn, because you'll see the list. But there's a theme here that I really wanted to call out. In fact, Ryan and I were talking about it not too long ago. I think for me, building good security solutions is hard work and really important. Building solutions that make security simple and seamless and a natural motion is just an art. And what I've been really impressed with is how the teams within AWS are increasingly investing in that art. And so, when I'm looking at so many of the releases, I think they're all about making security and simplifying security at scale. I'll take you through a few quick examples if you like. One is, I almost had to put a coin in. Virtual private cloud block public access.
Oh,
nice, Chris.
Well
Chris,
I got it.
If you make it through this, we'll have some kind of prize. Maybe you can pick any of these things on the table. Take with you as a token of our appreciation.
There we go. But it's a great example of taking something that's nuanced, taking each entity within a virtual private cloud VPC. Now I can say it.
I can say it. You're good.
And making sure that it's not accessible from the internet.
Right.
And instead of that, making it simply one click in the console, one single command, and you know that nothing in that VPC is going to be internet accessible. That's amazing. That just simplifies security at scale. It takes a bunch of undifferentiated heavy lifting off of folks. It's huge. Or another one, we each account has root credentials.
Right.
Well, problem is you rarely use those.
Right.
You should hopefully rarely use them.
It is the crown jewel of the entire environment as well.
It is super powerful. And there are some cases where you want them, but there's many when you don't want to use them. Well, for AWS organizations, we've now made it so that accounts do not need to have root credentials. You don't need to worry about making them up, gathering them, putting them in a safe place so that you can pull them out just in time when you need them.
Protecting them with multi-factor authentication, folks, MFA on root.
Please, MFA on root.
Please.
Instead, organizations allows the provisioning of well-scoped credentials when you need them in order to take that action. And that's it. What a way to simplify security, take a bunch of lifting off of customers, and at the same time really raise the security bar for those organizations. There's a bunch of other features that I like. The declarative policies is an amazing one. It allows you to, for your whole organization, say these things must be true. Any new account that's created as part of the organization or anything else, it automatically operates within that rule set. And so you as a security organization can work with your engineering organization and just make these things have to be true. And I can go on and on. We've got generative AI and machine learning based guard duty enhancements. We've got a whole series of different new technologies. They're really exciting, but they all help security incident response. Gosh, I forgot about Hart stuff.
I was going to throw it out there.
Was just here.
Yeah, he was.
He would give me a really hard time for making that last. So please don't share that with him.
It's just us, Chris. There's no one else here. It's just us.
But all of these things are designed to make security simpler.
Right.
Move that security bar forward, but make it simpler at scale, and that's powerful.
And it's going to be a busy season for teams like Rohan Karmakar, who we just had on the show earlier.
This morning.
He's in charge of making sure all the partners in our community, through our different competencies, like security competency, know about all these new features. They are an incredibly innovative bunch, right? Developing different ways to modernize workloads in the cloud and incorporate these new security tools and AI-powered tools, now making their lives a lot easier. And they're doing it on behalf of our mutual customers, you out there, making your lives easier as well. Highly suggest you look at the security competency for some help. Everyone needs a little help, including me, building a shed. Emery's going to kill me. I've used the shed analogy all day.
I love the shed. You may have to show everybody your shed maybe at some point.
Some point.
Yeah.
I just have like 3D renders. I'll have to come back next time. Reinforce.
They all probably think it's an analogy, but he really does.
Yeah,
he really
I have a shed on
coming.
I'm wondering if with some of these releases, we can help cross off some items off of that list. Like that should be an explicit goal. Let's go take that offline. I'd love that to be an explicit goal. How do we go shorten that list?
Yep.
And next time we get together, I don't know if it's going to be reinforced or something else like that. Let's go see how many of those items we can help cross off.
That would be a fun segment to do with you, Chris, right? Reinvent list of items we want to simplify and what we have actually done by the time we got to
Do I
reinforce.
need to get a whiteboard up here next time?
I think you might need to.
Maybe so. Maybe taking some
to.
action items. Well, we only have a few minutes left, but I would love to get your forward-thinking perspective on 2025 and where we should be looking for, what we should be looking towards to our customers.
I think there's a couple things. One, that theme of simplify security at scale. I don't think that's going away.
Right.
One of the things about being part of a customer-obsessed organization is when you're truly customer-obsessed, you start thinking about how do I make this easy for them. And so I think you'll continue to hear that theme. That I'm hearing it from the engineering teams. I'm hearing it from the teams who are focused on this work, both security-specific teams. But you'll notice that a lot of the things I talked about didn't come purely from just security-labeled teams. They came from out of EC2. They came out of S3. Security's truly everywhere. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. We're certainly, we talked a little bit about this on my talk on Monday too. For more than a decade, we've been working on post-quantum cryptography. Past 5 years, we've had it available to folks in our open source libraries, and now we're in a place where we're going to be rolling that out. So I think you're going to see a lot more of just natural motion where people are able to take advantage of post-quantum cryptography and make that transition for their companies. And then the constant innovation, both in using generative AI, and man, have I talked to customers who have some amazing stories. And the potential is really, really amazing. In fact, internally, we've got some amazing stories. I think Werner's going to talk about one of them later on today or tomorrow. I forget when his talk is. But, man, it's going to be amazing. And then and then I think we're going to continue to advance security. The automated reasoning work,
I've heard.
For generative AI, you can think of it as just a anti-hallucination thing. But when you think about the security implications of getting to, being able to apply technology like automated reasoning to take generative AI to the next level.
Knowing that a thing is true.
It's amazing what you can do.
Right.
That is absolutely amazing. And so you can see a lot more of that. And frankly, automated reasoning across AWS, I think we're getting at the point where we're getting really close to that tipping point where the ability to apply it at scale easily is getting closer and closer. And so it's not going to take all of the hard work that is taken for each of the services. Right. Each time we do it, it gets faster and better. And having truly verifiable security of our services, I mean, that's second to none.
If we had a whiteboard, Amory, I think that was the project checklist for most organizations in 2025 to make sure you have a project team on each one of those priorities.
I know, it's getting me fired up for next year. I'm glad security's in my title, but then again, we just said it should be in everybody's title, right? And what they're doing, what they're thinking of.
HR will love you for that.
That's amazing.
Well, Chris, what's on your agenda for the rest of the day?
Oh man, I get to go meet with some more customers. That's awesome. Honestly, the thing I love most about coming to a conference like this is being able to meet with customers, talk to them, understand the problems, answer their questions. There's nothing like it. So that's how I get my energy for this week.
Well, thanks for sharing some of that energy with us, with the audience today. Chris Betts, AWS CISO, thank you so much for joining us on Security Live.
Thanks for having me.
And folks, stay tuned. We'll be right back with Wiz. You might have heard of them. They have some really cool things coming. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to AWS Security Live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. This is a show where we get to talk to you all about security and solving some of those security challenges with our AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi, and I run a team of cloud security, identity, and cloud operations partner specialists. It means I get to have a lot of fun around the world designing things with cool partners. And my other co-host is...
Thank you, Ryan. My name is Himanshu. I lead the team of our security and identity specialists. We help customers and partners get their security outcomes using AWS native security services and partner tools. And speaking of partners, we have
one here.
Yeah,
we found one.
How are you guys?
Doing well. How are you?
Enjoying the conference. It's amazing what you guys did over here. So it's always the best party in town is reInvent.
Well, and Rohan from Wiz, thank you, sir, for joining us.
Rohan, you want to give our audience members a quick introduction?
Yeah, I'm Rohan. No, I'm the VP of Product Extensibility and Partnership at Wiz, and I'm super excited to be here today, guys.
Well, fantastic. Let's kick this off with a little, we got to go over the ground rules here.
What do we have over here?
We have some gold, real gold. Good thing there's bodyguards around here, guys. This is the acronym swear jar of Security Live. It's one of our favorite games to play with guests. Generally, if we're going to say an acronym, let's spell it out first, and then you can use it from that point on. But if you use an acronym without that, you owe the swear jar, who's very hungry right now. Chris Betts, our CISO, made it through the entire segment scot-free.
That is awesome. Funny enough, we were not being very, strict when Brian was here earlier. But Brian did slip in a few acronyms.
Brian Mendenhall owes the swear jar.
One of the things, so this is a learning conference, as you know, and we do all we can, the best to help developers and builders learn through the process. So one of those learning curves is to make sure, no acronyms.
Right. Okay. Maybe a place to start here, Rohan, is, we're talking about cloud security and protecting the cloud. Maybe you could talk about Wiz and what you do to protect the cloud environment.
Yeah, so Wiz basically be able to connect to customer cloud environments. Okay, we'll be able to basically protect everything they run and build in the cloud.
Yeah.
And how are you doing that? Is simple. We have an agentless solution. We have Wiz as a platform.
Right.
Okay, we have what we call Wiz Cloud. We're able to connect to the cloud environment, see all of the running technologies, services, and then combine of it all the different risks. So we'll be able to see vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, identity, malware, secrets, PII, and then come up with what is your most critical attack path, the toxic combination as we call it, in order to help you remediate your cloud risk. I get that.
I got you for the private identifiable information, but yes, I think very relevant. And I think it's been a journey for Wiz, right? Help our customers and audience help understand, because over the period of years and just recently, as recent as a few months, you've been trying to bring more and more building blocks of these services to secure cloud workloads and threat detection. And now I think even on the, not just on the detection part, but on the response side as well. So it'd be great, if you can, lay out, what are those building blocks?
Yeah, so Wiz is a company that's born in the cloud to protect the cloud. This is where we start 4 years ago.
It takes one to know one.
Yeah, exactly. True. Yeah. But then, if you think about that, you also have your shift left strategy. Now, what happened in the code area, right? Fixing things in the cloud is expensive. If you have problem over there, it's expensive.
When it's already running, it's in production, say.
Exactly.
Okay.
So then we come up with what we call Wiz Code. So now we have the ability to shift left, engage with the developer early as possible in the process. So we have an IDE solution that be able to scan their code while they're building it, connect to the repository, find any misconfiguration, even when they do CI/CD, and even when they deployed. And the same policy, they define the policy in Wiz, and the same policy applied to once you write, build, deployed, or run in the cloud.
So policy at, say, the application level, but all the way back enforced through when the developer's writing code in their own integrated development environment, known as an IDE. Rohan, did we get him on that one too?
Anyway, CI/CD is a well-known term. So
for sure.
I think AI and CI/CD, I think those are general wildcard passes.
Right. Yeah.
But that's really cool to have policy defined in the application layer sense. obviously, compliance, regulatory compliance, security teams that are enforcing guardrails and controls in that environment, that's where they think, that's where they operate. But developers, and I love what you are doing to help developers' jobs become easier. We generally, we talk a lot about, we just had Chris Betts, our CISO, on. We make everyone's job responsible for security in some way. Developers don't want to be security experts. They want to be creative code developers, right? But
they are masters,
Wiz
right?
is helping those developer personas, those people in their day-to-day jobs in the tool they're using, actually make sure they adhere to the policies that the security teams care about and they're enforcing.
Exactly.
And speaking of like the journey, I think like you said, Wiz is born in the cloud, and I know your journey started in AWS, and it's been going in AWS as well, and you're growing both as a customer and a partner, which is really exciting. Perfect combination there. I think one of the things that talking to customers, when we go, we get in front of customers quite a bit, asking for what are the areas where they need help, what are the areas where we can help them jointly with partners. Oftentimes this question comes up is that there are cloud native security services, and then there's Wiz, right? How and where is the complementary, and what is the better together story? And I think that's something like we obviously tell customers quite often, about the enrichment, but I think we'd love to hear your perspective as well. Like, how do you view that as a partner?
So first of all, we in Amazon have a great partnership. Okay, we have a lot of native services that we use, but we also integrate with many existing services of Amazon. For example, we are able to ingest runtime events from CloudTrail, from GuardDuty, because we also introduced this Monday the Wiz Defend.
Basically, very cool. Wiz Defend.
Wiz Defend. So we have our runtime eBPF sensor that helps you send telemetry, identify actual running threats. Think of you have a vulnerability that runs on a specific process, and then we can combine a signal from GuardDuty. Someone is trying to brute force SSH that, and 2 seconds before that, someone is doing describe EC2 instance. It's not an acronym, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's an Amazon.
It's a brand name. It's a brand name. Yeah.
But this is like an area that we take a lot of signals from our own tooling, from our own sensor, but also running signals from the cloud and identify threats and help you remediate and block things with our runtime sensor.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. I mean, actually, along with your announcement this week, we also announced extended threat detection in GuardDuty, which is again I think if we work back from the customer outcome, what they want is an attack path. They don't want individual findings. They want to be able to look at like you said, if the credential was compromised, where and how did it start, and what is going on in the current runtime process along with that. And I think using that telemetry and using that signal only enriches the overall graph database or the graph view that Wiz provides within the platform to the security teams.
Exactly. So we correlate all of those signals, putting everything in the security graph, and come up with those toxic combination and identify if you have any running attack path. And we even integrate with other services of Amazon. For example, if you want to export the data to Amazon Security Lake, CloudTrail Lake, and we even were a launch partner of the new Amazon developer Q.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you, and congratulations for that. I was speaking to many other folks about that integration, Q Developer, correct? Right?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You guys build an amazing tool.
Yeah, no, thank you. And one of the other things where I want to highlight is that, detection is great, but then comes the idea of security teams diving deeper. Most of these detections end up either in a security incident event monitoring tool or a security orchestration tool that the centralized security teams are using. And we've democratized sort of the format of these findings and logs by launching or co-launching with a lot of our partners like yourself the open cybersecurity schema framework. And I think that's another area where I believe that our partnership will only help the security community get the results faster and easily, because when these logs and when these findings are all going into one place in that standard OCSF format, gives customers full flexibility and control on how they want to query and what they want to do with those.
Very interesting. So I see this trend. I think we were a launch partner. It was last reInvent, I think, for the Amazon Security Lake. And basically, Amazon Security Lake was the first tool that embraced OCSF, export and import.
Right.
And when we were a launch partner, we also now have the capability to export data from Wiz in an OCSF format. And I do see other tooling in the industry embrace the OCSF. And now we are also going to be able to import data into Wiz very soon, also in an OCSF format. So I truly realize that and understand that. And we also have our WIN program, okay, which basically is the Wiz Integration Network. This one.
Oh, is that what you're wearing up there?
Yeah, look, it's cool. I also have a badge for that.
Show the camera. That's going to be like a very sought-after pin, sir.
Yeah, so there is a program that we basically partner with the entire industry. We have more than 140 available integration and more than 250 partners in the program, ISVs. And I get to see more and more of them ask, oh, can I share data? Can you export data in OCSF, import data in OCSF? And that really, really helps to streamline sharing security data to help customers.
All for the fact of in looking at the full context of a potential attack path. Yeah, we were just talking earlier in a few segments ago that everything starts with a log, right?
Yes.
Not all logs are created equal. They have different formats and columns and max characters and et cetera, et cetera. But when it's in a common schema format, and also with partners like Wiz that you yourselves have the Wiz integration network, so you have you're a great partner for us to like look at. Hey, you're able to really put the heuristics and the analysis and the actual risk scoring of all the context that happens around activity in a cloud, and you're pulling in data yourselves from many of our other partners that we're working with. I think that's, if there's a better together story, you pull in everything from our own cloud, everything from our ISV technology partners that are also there, and you're able to really score that and show people this is what's truly important for the context that you've told me about, right?
Very cool. And speaking of partnerships, and I think one of the other aspects of this is routes to market, which is where a lot of our teams come in and help partners as well. But I want to hear your point of view on especially your experience with the AWS partner team, the AWS marketplace experience, right, and how that's helped your go-to-market strategy as well.
So first of all, we are working with Amazon Marketplace, okay? We even have an award this week.
Congratulations. A few. Congratulations.
Marketplace Partner, I think, of the year, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously, being in the marketplace, that helps the transaction process. Like someone evaluate Wiz, want to buy Wiz, and already using Amazon. It's much easier for the procurement process. Just going with the marketplace. It's really make life much easier.
No additional quoting, procurement process, and that goes into
the vendor.
Department.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right. Oh, this is an approved vendor. It's Amazon Web Services. Great.
And our goal is to help customers as much as possible. And we want to skip the procurement process and to make it easier as much as possible to get the servers deployed and help the customers protect their cloud.
This is a great story, from removing undifferentiated heavy lifting, not only for the security personas,
on the technical
side, but also on the buyer side, making things easier for the decision makers or the buying persona.
I'm sure you gentlemen have had past lives. You've been in that position of, I need this tool. I need it right now. And then wham comes the procurement process of your company, and it can really stink to slow. It's all about speed. Speed matters. Cybersecurity is probably the area where speed matters the most. We don't want to delay people on testing it out, kicking the tires. I think Wiz has an amazing free trial experience. I've played with it myself. So when you test it out, you run it your own environment, you see what it does, you see all the integrations they have with some of our native capabilities and other partners we work with, and then you actually want to buy it, right? It's all about that simplified process all the way through. Rohan, tell us a little bit more about code to cloud. I keep hearing this term from you all, and I see your strategy, and you're over there running products, and I'm sure you have places you want to go, which you may or may not be able to share with us right now. But you can, right? It's just Himanshu and I.
There are things I can share. Don't worry.
Just the two of us here listening to you.
No one is listening. Yeah. Exactly. So basically, as we now have the Wiz Cloud and the Wiz Code capability, we'll be able to correlate what we call the Wiz Code, the code to cloud and cloud to code. Think of the following thing. You see a vulnerability running on a container, on a specific image. This container is publicly exposed because it has a vulnerability. If you compromise it, it can laterally move to database, contain API information. Now, you want to trace it back and actually understand who is the persona, who is actually the person that pushed this code into production in order to have the cloud to code concept in order to make the remediation faster.
Cloud back to code concept.
Yes. And there's like the other way around. I'm writing something, I'm having a plain text secret on my code.
Never done it.
Never done it. Not recommended. But by the way, if you are using our policy, it will block you, right?
It will catch you.
Yeah, exactly.
You put these secrets in plain text in your code.
Exactly.
But is there like an electric shock we can add to that too? Maybe one of our IoT partners has something to. Sorry, I'm passionate about that one.
I understand that. So think of you see a secret in your code, and you want to understand what will be the blast radius. Like, what will happen if this code will be deployed into production? What is the code to cloud aspect? Okay, and that's the thing that we are able to do once we have the Wiz Cloud and Wiz Code in place to help the customer have the full visibility on that.
Blast radius, just to peel that one open a little more, are you referring to potential attack surface or public access, or what are the kind of factors are you talking about on blast radius?
Two things in the blast radius. By the way, we see it most with our Wind Defend. Okay, so think if you have an active attack. Someone is trying to brute force your container, VM, you name it. Now, you identify that the SOC team, the red team, identify that there's an attack path going on over right now. But what will be the blast radius? What will happen if this asset will be compromised? Okay? Should I have access, lateral move to an admin, and I have access to all the environment? Is this specific asset is not important, not connect to anything, doesn't have any PII, so the risk is even lower? This is the blast radius. Something is happening, but what is the impact of an attack or an incident to actually, take place?
This is actually truly like moving security shift left. I think, like you mentioned earlier. I think what one of the things maybe like help dive us in is that security teams oftentimes will spend time in dashboards or centralized views, and I think I can see where the graph database is very helpful to correlate and tie those things in. But the developer community is usually spending time in IDE, right? And I think that's where maybe your Amazon Q integration, is that the direction that you're taking now, which is regardless of what IDE or development environment the developers are using, let's give them this visibility and provide them that value right where they are, versus trying to go into a different dashboard or view.
Yeah, so there's two aspects for that. One, in our Wiz Code capability, we have a native IDE plugin, so you can put it in your VS Code for that manner. It's not an anachronism. I want to stay with one. Yes. Only one coin. Only one coin. That's my goal. So think of the IDE plugin, in the VS Code, that if you write something, again, it checks the policy that you have in the cloud and apply the policy. And this is from one hand. From the other hand, we also integrate with Amazon Q, so you can go with the Amazon Q and ask a question, okay, what kind of security risk do I have right now, or what is the impact of this specific, secret, or what is the risk of a specific VM asset?
Because there's several risks that a developer may be looking at, but does it really matter? Is it just going into my test environment? I'm going to play with the code that's actually going to go to production. That can be also a bit of noise to them sometimes, right? So that's a great thing to point out.
Bringing the right context into what the developer is going to do and which environment they are in.
We want to help the developers, right? We want to help the developers there, for sure.
Well, you're doing an amazing job over there, Rohan, in product at Wiz. Really appreciate you.
It's a team effort.
A few seconds left. But what else is on your agenda? What are you looking forward to at reInvent?
So, first of all, we met with Amazon team. We keep on hearing on the new cool stuff that you're building. So going forward, hopefully to be launch partner for the next reInvent, the next things. And also, it's very good to see all of our partners over here. To see the entire industry collaborate together in order to help the customer protect anything they build in man.
Absolutely.
It's a place to be for learning. Well, folks, Rohan from Wiz, thank you so much for joining us. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back with AWS's VP of Security Services, G. Rittenhouse. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Security live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. This is a show about AWS security, all things security, and solving some of those security challenges. How many times can I say the word security? With our favorite AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi, and I run a team of partner specialists with security, identity, cloud operations, and I'm joined by one of my favorite co-hosts.
Hey, I'm back.
He's back.
Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of the Security and Identity Partner Specialist Organization. Every month I add a name to my title.
It's getting longer, Brian.
It is. Just stick around. By the end of this show, it will be even longer. But I'm here with G.
Yes, hi, I'm G. Rittenhouse. I'm Vice President of Security Services at AWS. Super excited. This is my first time on Security Live, so I feel a little bit of pressure. I got to crush it, otherwise I won't be invited back.
This is the inaugural show.
This is the inaugural show.
Gee, we're gonna give you gold bullion as a part of your party. Welcome. I'm going to pass that down.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So, G, welcome. But this is the acronym swear jar.
Okay,
and you're going to have to pay us in gold if you use an acronym without spelling it out first.
There we go. And if you use like a business buzzword, if you say synergy, we actually throw you off. I'm sorry, you're not welcome back.
Hopefully, I can still say security, though, right? I can still say security.
You can still say security.
Then we're safe.
There's a quota for security and generative AI. I think you have to say it 1,000 times.
Good. Excellent. Well, thank you for the invitation.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Maybe just to kind of dive into your role, your organization. I think you're all in charge of some really cool stuff for Amazon.
So it's funny. I joined 9 months ago. And so I'm still relatively new, although I think in AWS months, that's probably like 9 years normally. But prior to coming to AWS, I was also a partner. So as an ISV, and of course I've worked with many integrators as well. So I have a deep passion for the partner community. And so as I came, one of the things that customers were telling us was, gee, you have a great portfolio, a lot of good security there, but it's complicated. I have to integrate all these services together to create my own solution. And so what we've been focusing on is really making security easy to use, and we do that by integration.
That's awesome. I'm so excited. Yeah. I'm excited to hear that. Let me just point out, like from the security partner standpoint, when our security partners find out that AWS services, security services specifically, are easier to work with, are easier to build additional solutions, additional outcomes on top of, enabling those outcomes in the customer environment, our partners love that story. So thank you.
At the end of the day, we want to make security super easy for customers. We have a part to play in that, but of course, you have to have end-to-end security, and so there's a lot of room, much to offer through our partner community.
And it's never done, right?
It's never
done. Like security's never done, and it's always a team sport, is the way I like to put it too. I know we just had Hart Rossman on a while ago from AWS and his new security incident response service, and you definitely need help, in my opinion, right? Like product and tools, kind of one piece of the puzzle, people that know how to interact with those tools, then some kind of process to orchestrate the whole thing together is really important.
Exactly.
So partners play a big role in all of that. It is a busy season if you're an AWS partner to keep up with what G's been releasing here at reInvent and the security
so let me give you
side.
some indications. So again, we want to simplify by integrating things together. We have our first 2 releases here at reInvent that do that. One on the services side, to create a little bit of a solution, is integrating OpenSearch natively on Security Lake. So now customers can have all their data, but also do the rich analytics on top with OpenSearch, native, what we call zero ETL. Just query and out the data comes. And
it just works.
It just works.
ETL, huh?
Oh, no. Put it in the jar.
There you go.
Extract, transport, load.
Exactly. Very good. Good for you.
Thank you. Yes. But that, to those watching, that means data doesn't have to be duplicated. Data doesn't have to move.
They don't have to think about it. It just appears on their screen. And they don't have to have the large indexing cost normally associated with big databases. You only index what you're searching on and then use that data locally.
I think that's fantastic. I know a lot of partners
lower
are going
cost,
to be
better performance. Yes,
absolutely. We were just talking about with Hart the incident response and how your incident response program ties back into your threat detection program, right? So now we're saying, hey, I love the first thing you said when you came is we want to make it easier. It's got to be easier security because customers need to, I always like to say, they need to go make spoons or aircrafts or run financial institutions, whatever it is your business is. Let's make the security piece easier and improve your posture.
Yep. The second thing is customers also have said, hey, gee, you have great portfolio, but you're overwhelming us with findings. Can you integrate the findings together to create richer, deeper, more comprehensive findings to give us an indication? And we just launched an entirely new category in guard duty called extended threat detection.
Ooh,
this does exactly that.
Tell us more, because there's probably 37 different executive meetings that Brian and I have to do to go explain that to people.
And I didn't do ETD, it's extended threat detection. So I didn't even do the acronym for you.
Thank you. Wow. If you keep it at one, or
can I take one out now? Can I take one out? So essentially what we do is, of course, we detect everything in the environment. But certain combinations of these findings are more important. And so prior to extended threat detection, customers would have to thread this together. And they do it naturally in an investigation or as part of an investigation.
Like application log, user log, API access
So now
log.
it looks like, geez, credentials might be compromised. Okay, that's a finding. It now looks like these credentials are being elevated, and there's an something's going on in this EC2 instance independently. Interesting. Together, you're like, whoa, wait a second, something's going on here, and let's raise that to the top of the priority queue.
Now we have an attack path.
Now we have
something to talk about all the way through.
Exactly. And working closely with Hart, one of the key threat vectors inside of AWS is compromised credentials. And so the first category of these extended threat detections are in compromised credentials.
Wow.
And so it's super exciting. You're going to see more and more of this come out over the months. But as we continue to expand this. But the key element is integrating these together to make it super easy for our customers.
That's incredible, yeah. And so the MSSPs out there that are working to say, hey, something went bump in the night over here, and I've got this weird thing over here. Did I say MSSPs?
MSP. It's your own team.
It's your own team. I can't believe you. It's its own word. Managed security service provider. I get it back.
Yes.
Dang it! I got myself.
You're admonished.
I put, I think, $100 in that stupid jar already. I'm in trouble. But once I define it, I get to say it, right?
You can say it.
I get to say MSSPs. But helping them to what we were talking about with Hart also is mean time to detect.
Exactly.
Mean time to respond. These times need to be reduced. Last I heard, it was almost a year of time where bad actors are in your environment doing horrible things. And so with this, we're able to stitch out together mean time to detect, mean time to respond or reduce, better outcomes happen.
Look, whether it's the end customer or a partner, someone has to stitch these things together to get to the result as fast as possible. Now with AI and ML,
he got himself. He got himself. Both of them.
I can't believe these aren't industry words by now, but with that capability, we're able to then do these very, very rich attack paths.
And I think this is in collaboration also with our CISO's office. We just had Chris Best on here, right? But the threat intelligence that feeds into guard duty largely is coming from security of the cloud, if you folks are familiar with our shared responsibility model. But that feeds through to G's services and its other telemetry data going into their analysis and their detection capabilities of, is something looking like a indicator of actual compromise or attack, or when do you call it an actual indicator of compromise?
So a couple things, just to complete the thought around where we get our threat detection. Given the AWS size and scale, with a DNS service like Route 53, with a honeypot service, we have lots of collection that come in, enriched by Chris and the team as well. That gives us a very, very global view of what's going on the internet, and then how that can affect our services. And we bring all of that intelligence inside to our services to act on. Then from there, as we combine all these things together, we can start to respond through these mechanisms as well, and say, hey, what would be a better way to configure the perimeter, or what you have excessive privileges on your accounts or whatnot, and be able to reduce those as well.
Are we still seeing? I'm gonna just bring up one of the old guard. Are we still seeing lack of multi-factor authentication, not MFA, multi-factor authentication on root accounts? I mean, is that still happening within AWS?
No, by default, the multi-factor authentication is enabled by default.
We've done it.
Yes.
We've done it.
Yes. We've done it.
I thought you were going to talk about some Prince email coming in and saying you have a big inheritance coming your way.
We just need to verify your routing number.
Going old school.
Send me a check.
Going old school.
You know, on the way to this show this morning, I actually had a conversation with one of the security guards, and he told me, I said, hey, I'm going to go do the show, blah, blah, blah. And he says, I got this email from one of my trusted sources, and it turned out to be malicious. He said it was perfect, right? Like generative AI, social engineering, it is no longer the prince from a far-off place.
With horrible grammar.
With horrible grammar and random capitalization. It is perfect engineering, right?
Good,
and so it is becoming more difficult to identify and stop at the beginning, but that threat detection, that makes that threat detection piece even more important, more critical within your infrastructure.
Well, let's put it through the lens of a partner. So, of course, again, compromised credentials are one of the key entry points for us, but they're not compromised when they hit AWS. They're compromised long before.
Right. It just looks like an authentication,
exactly.
Right? A valid authentication.
So partnering with our IDP partners, with our endpoint partners, and all the way up the chain, we get these kind of advanced warnings of what can be happening.
Absolutely. And so, like you said earlier, stitching that all together becomes even more critical to deliver that positive outcome on the end.
Yes, exactly.
So extended threat detection, compromised credentials first. Are you willing to say kind of what the vision may be in the future? Like, what else can we extend into threat detecting?
Yeah, so we'll go through all of the resources, EC2, Lambda, S3, the databases and things as we build that out. What we're also doing is creating what we call blast radius, so that if something has an indicator of compromise to it, we also know the surrounding resources to that. It may be part of a VPC, it may be part of EC2 endpoint or whatnot. We can then see that environment and also look for issues around there.
I think you just made a lot of partners that probably are watching very happy with the fact that you're really increasing those threat detection capabilities natively. I mean, that is our history and our story with our AWS partners. Is let's shoulder that simplified security at scale, to reuse a Chris Betts coined term, right? Let's shoulder that and the undifferentiated heavy lifting and what it takes to go pull all that together, and show the partners, which are there to help, right? They are help in terms of advising and doing engineering consulting work for our customers out there. Sometimes during migrations, sometimes during general security posture checkups, right? There's a lot of managed service providers that are looking for exactly what you're talking about, G, of like, let's get closer to a realistic sounding natural language almost, right? This is the attack path that is occurring instead of individual events in isolation. So I love where you guys are headed.
But let me just add one key component to that. It's not entirely undifferentiated. It is heavy lifting.
Well, you need to put a coin in the jar.
It is definitely heavy lifting, but it is, But here's where, going back to your earlier question about an indicator of compromise, because of course, when you go all the way to the end of the attack chain, in some ways that's too late. So you want to catch these things earlier to give our partners, our customers, time to respond.
Right.
So we see these kind of beginnings of an indicator of compromise, but we want to make sure that we give them enough time to actually do it before it becomes a real incident.
That makes sense. Speaking of those partners and customers, what would you want partners to be doing with these capabilities? Could be consulting advisory partners or even software companies looking to adopt the capabilities, but where do you see like they can really go build on top or extend even further what you all are working on internally?
Yeah, so I see two opportunities for partners, and primarily either on the ISV side or on the systems integrator. On the ISV side, we can't do everything. So we recognize that the ISV community fills a very, very important role for our customers. And so we welcome that and we encourage those integrations. But on the system integrator side, those partners are deeply ingrained with our customers. They know their business model. They know their operating environment. They can recommend, pull things together in a way that really truly provides essentially bespoke value to those customers. In both ways, we see these partners being able to integrate in closely and provide really unique value to our customers.
That's incredible. So AWS will continue to build like security solutions that come together that enable and accelerate our rich partner ecosystem to deliver those outcomes as well.
So that they can focus on the most important things for the customers.
Exactly.
We'll do the heavy lifting.
Differentiated heavy lifting. Hey.
It's still differentiated, isn't it?
But then everybody can build on top and focus.
Right. What an incredible place to be a partner.
Yeah.
So we want to help our partners make their solutions even better and deliver the next generation of security outcomes for our customers.
Exactly.
That's wonderful.
Yep. Well, we asked Chris the same thing, our CISO, but looking towards 2025, right?
Crystal ball.
Yeah, crystal ball. We don't want to put you on the spot for disclosing roadmap. But where do you think people should be focusing in terms of like project work for their companies, right? They're going to be looking at, do they continue the zero trust journey? Do they really take a look at centralized security operations? Where should they be kind of prioritizing next year?
Yeah, so of course that depends on each customer, but what I would say is that we're expanding the capabilities of Zero Trust into the cloud, and so making sure that the learnings that you have with Zero Trust, minimum privilege access, all of those kind of rules and processes that you're implementing maybe for generic access, we're going to be seeing a lot of that in the cloud as well.
Absolutely.
Awesome. And then what's next for you, G, here at reInvent? Meetings?
Lots of meetings, lots of time spent with partners and customers.
Step count. Where are you at with your step count?
15,000 yesterday, 17,000 the day before.
That's respectable.
Yeah. That is very respectable.
Yeah.
That is. There's really no reason to go to the gym in the morning when you're here. You just attend reInvent and you just walk around from meeting to meeting.
Yes. I'm trying to break that record today.
Any specific trends or topics that are coming up with your conversations? I know guys like you get a lot of these meetings with folks that are on the bleeding edge of innovation.
You can't have a meeting without talking about GenAI.
Of course.
I'm just kidding. No. I think that works.
If that's not an industry standard by now,
we're in trouble. We're in trouble.
So and actually in that life cycle, a lot of people have been playing around with it. We're starting to see it now in production. And so now it starts to become serious, and the security questions come up front and center.
Absolutely. Yeah. We just had a partner on here that was talking about that your data security posture management, how that affects the build of your generative AI environment.
Very much so. And it is moving from CPU-centric into data-centric environments with these front ends.
Oh, yes. Well, G, besides being an incredible guy to talk to, I also want to compliment you on your wardrobe choice
just
for today.
I love it.
Yeah. Somehow this fell on me in the back there. So,
you just got out of the hotel room today.
I do feel like I have to do some push-ups, though, to keep up with you.
This guy right here.
No.
Yeah, I don't fill out the shirt like you guys do.
You gotta ask for one size down.
Yeah, that's right. That's the secret.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the
Everybody
invitation.
Stay tuned for the next segment of AWS Security Live. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to AWS Security Live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi, here at AWS, running a partner specialist team of security, identity, and cloud operations, joined by my favorite co-host.
Wow.
Right?
Did you just say that?
You got the title of the favorite co-host.
Is this being recorded, right? So, Brian Mendenhall, I am the worldwide head of the Security and Identity Partner Specialist Organization.
Did you add a word?
I might have added a word. Just hang in there. That gets longer. I think that we're going to get a paragraph on the lower third. So, it's so good to be here. I'm so excited.
It's been a great day, Brian. It's good to have you here, man. And I see something in front of you that looks suspicious.
This is we're here to play a game, right? And not just any game, okay? This is first of all, this is an interactive game. If you are watching live from any of our streaming outlets,
I was going to say, is there a certain location they're supposed to watch from going live? Or no? Okay, never mind. Keep going.
That was awkward. So this game is called Password, okay? And the general idea here is that there is one word on the card, and I get the host, I guess, which would be me to start. I get one word, and you have to guess what the word is on the card.
So I can't see the word. You can see the word.
Right.
The password.
The password.
And you have to say another word that somehow makes me mentally connect to the actual password.
Right. Are we like on the same wavelength right now?
I think we're doing something here.
Okay.
I think it's happening.
I also want to point out for those that are tuning in now, we did this. We did a dry run. We practiced this, and it went horribly. I don't think we got a single one of these right.
Would you believe I'm not going to say the age of either of us, but grown men have never played Password. It's kind of sad. What happened to our childhood?
I think that there's like some tactics, techniques, and procedures to actually do this well. Not TTPs.
Did you all see what he did there, Mr. Security guy?
Mr.
Here?
Security. All right, so
all right, go for it.
Here's the first word, and I'm going to give this a shot. Last time it was like banana dishwasher or something. It wasn't even close. But here we go. Putrid.
I'm supposed to think of a word?
Do you know what putrid means, right? I mean, like, I don't want to have to define this for you. Putrid. And you can take a couple guesses.
Okay, I'm thinking of, like, you said banana, so I'm thinking rotten.
Okay, keep going.
Rotting.
I don't know if I can't help you.
How many guesses do I get?
Just when you quit.
When I quit.
Tap out.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
The word was stink.
Rotten. Okay.
Putrid.
Rotting things do stink.
They do stink. What word would you have gone with the actual word being stink?
Skunk.
Skunk. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
That's what I would have said.
And that
generally, like, I go back to really basic words.
Really? Oh, yeah. That was a $5 word. I gave you.
Yeah. You really leveled it up there.
All right. You know what? You go next. Let's get you a new card though, because I already know every word on that card. I might have.
You've been doing this for a while.
I might have.
You've done this before. I thought I was.
I'm not going to say cheated, but you know.
Favorite co-host. My God.
I should have given you a softball. I would have like established.
Ooh. All right. Hopefully you can look in my eyes.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Understand what I'm trying to say when I say the word open.
Open search.
Dang. No. Keep going.
Open. My mind immediately goes to abre, which is not helpful. I don't know. I grew up in San Diego. You know, it's like everyone speaks Spanish. Open. I'm going to think window.
No. Usually you kind of think in the opposite.
Closed.
Nailed it.
There.
What does he get? What do you win?
I think I get a gold coin.
The gold coin. That's worth at least $5,000 of gold right there.
I'm going to need these. I'm actually going to store some of these up for my next time I'm hosting, so I have some to put in the jar. I'd like some of those back, if you please.
I feel like I want to go again.
You should.
I feel like I want to go again. That was too easy for you.
Switch.
No, can't do that one. That's probably going to get you in trouble. Okay. Vacation.
Vacation. Holiday. Holiday. And were you doing opposite again?
No.
Do I say work?
I didn't have you look into my eyes as deeply as the first one, so I'm not
That's
necessarily.
What that means. Okay. Vacation, holiday, summertime, springtime. I'm thinking travel.
I'm better.
Like a plane ride.
We're getting there.
International. That's too far.
So it's in the right universe
the
multiverses of possibilities here. This is.
Stick around. Later, we will be talking about the multiverse, and that's not a joke. We will be talking about.
Did I just tee you up on something?
Yeah,
that's
I know.
Pretty cool.
Like I
didn't even know what I was doing there.
Hard tangent squirrel. We will be talking about quantum entanglement and the multiverse. Back to vacations and holiday.
You just entangled my mind on what you're talking about.
What was it?
Tourist.
Oh man, come on, Mendenhall. You're better than this.
Right.
You're better than this.
Okay. You know what? Grab a new card because I think I
you see that one?
I slid everything there.
All right. Well, you know what? All right. Let's see what we got here.
Did you rip something? You break it?
I don't know why they're.
Our producer's gonna have words with you afterwards.
Perforated.
Oh, they're perforated. Okay.
Perforated.
Okay.
I don't know why. Okay. Let's move on here. Oh, here we go. First one. Husband.
Are we connecting an eye?
Yeah.
Are we making eye contact?
Yeah.
Wife.
Yes. We got one. We're
a little excited about it. All right, keep going.
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
This is hyphenated, so this counts. 1 year.
That's a hyphenation?
1 year. It's one hyphen year. 1 year.
I don't think, like, if you look that up in the... I don't think if you... Okay. All right. I'm going to play on... 1 year?
Don't...
1 year? Leap year?
No, like 1
Good
year. I don't know what to do here. I can't help you.
You can't say anymore.
I can't say anymore.
1 year, Rob walked by the backside of Security Live.
Hey,
Rob. How's it going, man?
We'll see you in a bit, bud.
We'll see you in a bit. 1 year annual.
Oh, so close. One more. I'll give you one more shot. Because I like you.
Biannual?
Anniversary.
1
year anniversary. 1 year anniversary.
Okay.
All right.
That was pretty good.
You go next.
I go
think
next?
We got time for life.
All right.
We'll just keep doing this.
I got a little more. I got a little more in me here.
You know what I want to see is in the
get
chat.
Me in trouble.
I don't have my laptop right now, but what I want to see in the chat is those of you that are password experts, I want to see some feedback in the chat of how I can not be terrible at this in the future. Help me out here. Put some stuff in the chat. I want to see exactly. You're like, oh, do this, do that.
Do you go with a noun or a verb or something, or an adjective to like trigger our memories here? I don't know what's going on. But,
I don't either.
I'm going to try here. Okay. My word is. It's a hyphen as well. New Year's.
New Year's Eve.
No, I couldn't have said the password in the.
So. Yeah.
Keep going.
Right. New Year's. Resolution.
Okay, you're in the right realm. Think about other things related that happens on New Year's.
OP2.
Every Amazonian just said, I know exactly.
Every Amazonian thought that was hilarious. Everybody else is like,
no idea.
Put one in the jar for saying OP2. New Year, January? Leap year?
No.
Resolution, resolved. The Resolute Desk from, what was that movie?
Nope.
It doesn't matter. I've not doing it.
You've exhausted it. You're tapping.
I'm tapping.
You're tapping. Confetti.
Confetti.
Is that just what happens in my house when New Year's is celebrated? You pop some confetti cannons.
That's totally legit. Yeah, I should have got that.
The ball drops, the confetti goes everywhere. Partying.
Confetti.
Speaking of partying, we're going to party with Darktrace up next at Security Live.
So excited.
Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be right back in just a hot second. See you soon. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to AWS Security Live, live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. This is a show we get to talk to you about AWS security and solving some of those security challenges with our AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi. I lead a team of partner specialists in security, identity, and cloud operations. And I'm joined by, the title is favorite co-host.
Favorite co-host. Every time. Please keep doing that, Ryan.
I just keep inflating this guy. It's great.
I think that goes on my annual review.
Sure does.
It's somewhere in there. My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of Security and Identity Partner Specialist Organization Team.
You added a team.
I'm just going to keep adding words every time.
If you've been watching all the way through the day, I think he's been adding another word.
My title shows up underneath there, and I need it to be a paragraph. But we are here with Francesca.
Hi, everyone. I'm Francesca from Darktrace, and I have the privilege of leading the strategy and go-to-market for cloud, which means I get to hang out with AWS and the partner ecosystem. So it's great.
You're going to hang out with us?
So exciting.
It's good to see you back.
Good to see you guys.
Francesca, maybe for those that don't know you or Darktrace, to kind of what you do there, your role in the company, of course, we really want to learn more about how you help customers with their security outcomes.
Great.
Take it away.
Thank you. So Darktrace is a leader in AI for cybersecurity, and we have 10,000 customers globally that trust our AI to do threat detection and response to novel attacks, right? That's really critical. We'll talk about that quite a lot later. And we are, a global business, and we've been partnered with AWS through our cloud journey for about 8 years now.
Awesome.
And I kicked off the partnership about 4 years as a true kind of technical alliance, right? You guys are the fabric that we develop on and then go to market with. So over the last kind of couple of years, we have built out an alliances kind of sales, marketing and operations team to, again, have a kind of better together story of being like a preferred AI cybersecurity partner for those customers that are transitioning, migrating, and maturing their organizations to cloud.
Oh, and thank you for that intro. And Francesca, I failed to intro the swear jar. And that's the acronym swear jar. Old.
Can I make one exception?
Acronym swear jar.
What's my exception going to be?
AI is easy one.
AI, we've got to pass for that.
EC2, I think, is an easy one.
So I won't say any of those things, but if I could say AI rather than artificial intelligence, otherwise we're going to be here forever.
You know what we let that one go by. You know we need like a whiteboard of like acceptable
hall pass list.
Yeah.
And then
so simple storage service. Am I right? Sorry, I guess.
Oh, man, it's gone south. It's gone so south. I love it.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. You so there was so much in your welcome into this that I want to hear this novel thing. Tell me more about that.
Yeah. So Darktrace has a really, really interesting history, actually. So we've been around over 10 years and started as a AI research center. So quite unusual in that sense.
Interesting.
Yeah. So when you think about back in kind of 2013, we were barely talking about AI, even less so talking about cyber AI. In fact, I was doing a master's at that point in time. I think the idea of kind of cyber security and cyber attacks was mentioned maybe once during my security module, right? So, but our founders came from the intelligence community, right? And so they kind of saw cyber attacks starting at the nation state level. And so they kind of predicted that that would really trickle down into both public sector and then corporate. And what they saw was in the cybersecurity kind of industry, the philosophy behind it was to really ask the question, is this good or bad, right? And that is based on kind of known or rules or signatures or really historical attack data.
Sure.
And that's fantastic. That will get you most of the way there because most of the threats that we see have been seen before and they've been identified as something good or bad. But how do you detect novel threats, right? And kind of over the course of the years, it's become a much more complex, sort of organizations and attack surface area, right, has increased.
Well, now every human has multiple devices. Everything is running inside different cloud environments, and every application generates logs. We've been saying everything in the world starts with a log, but logs are created at the user level or the API access level, so stitching it all together can be quite a challenge.
Exactly. So how do you predict something that you can't, right? So what we did was in our AI research center, right, we gave our kind of 100 doctorates and master brilliant people the task of figuring out, let's ask the question, what is normal? So what is normal for the individual business? What is normal for you, the Brian and Ryan company, right? So, and once you kind of build that pattern of life and pattern of understanding of what is truly normal for your business, then anything that deviates statistically, you want to know about, right? Yeah. And so if we bring that to life, so our first ever customer was a kind of power infrastructure organization, and they are very vulnerable to nation state attacks, right?
Oh yes, and public safety is at risk here. Exactly.
Critical infrastructure, yeah.
Exactly, and this was again back in kind of 2014, right? And so we deployed our kind of AI algorithms, which we describe as kind of unsupervised machine learning as opposed to supervised. So again, it doesn't go in with any preconceptions. It learns what's normal, and we saw that malicious actors had got through the perimeter defenses, and they'd actually transversed in the network into the operational technology, so the critical infrastructure, right? So immediately this customer said, well, we need to bring this visibility not just to your network, but to your operational technology too. So kind of over time, what we did was we developed kind of our AI to look at the data wherever that data is. So we're now a platform player, basically.
Right. And I love the fact you said operational technology. I mean, so some folks may not be thinking, right, that, of course, anything with an IP address now, vibration sensors, rotational sensors on large machinery, anything with an IP address eventually makes its way through your network. The network makes its way to wherever you're hosting your applications. Could be cloud, could be elsewhere. But I think that's also very unique, and a lot of conversations Brian and I have been having with different companies around the world is the holistic view. When someone says, I'm not sure where my threats are, my attack surface is, how far does it span? The good thing about it is when it's in the cloud, you know exactly where it is. It is contained. Now, there's a lot of telemetry that comes out of that, but I love that you're also taking into account operational technology, not just information technology.
And absolutely. So, I mean, the convergence between IT and OT, and I can use those acronyms. Okay, are we okay with that?
Nope, that's just kidding.
So, as we're starting to see that kind of convergence, and obviously, again, manufacturing kind of regulated organizations want to leverage and kind of, really bring cloud in, right, for all the efficiencies that you can gain, right? You're poking holes into your OT systems, and that just, again, increases your attack surface area. And so, the challenge is if you have kind of one lens looking at OT, one lens looking at IT, one lens looking at cloud, they can obviously see vulnerabilities that happen within that, one domain. Right. But obviously now we have multi-stage, multi-domain attacks.
Absolutely. And as the operational technology environment has become more interconnected with the enterprise environment, right now it has become one monolithic structure of like a giant application and workload. The things that used to work in operational technology may not work in the enterprise environment, the IT environment. So, and what has happened, and Ryan, you mentioned the complexity of everything with an IP.
That's right.
Some of those things with IP might be like Windows 98 running an old
legacy
machine.
systems, exactly.
Goodness. Oh, hang in there.
I'm going to fall over.
Okay. Yeah, so how, going across some of these legacy systems and stitching together typically disparate systems, how do you work to create that visibility, and how do you stitch this all together?
Yes, so again, we don't care whether you're satellite in space, whether you're a manufacturing organization, a financial institution, it does not matter. All we're doing is, bringing our unsupervised machine learning along with other AI techniques to learn what is normal for the individual user and devices. So I like to describe it as like conversations between IP addresses, right? Suddenly if you've got data exfiltrating out to a random unknown domain that's 100% anomalous, you want to know about that. And by the way, because we're looking at what normal is, we're not defining what is good or bad, right? We also see some unusual attacks.
Right.
So I can think about an airport in Australia where malicious actors turned on the water sprinklers to increase the water bill
that sounds
of
like
the airport.
something my friends would have done decades
They're trying to mess
ago.
with you.
Just to mess with
They're
people.
trying to mess with you. Exactly.
But all the same, it's an attack and it's business disruption. And sometimes that's the point that the attackers are looking for, just to disrupt the business.
Precisely. Yeah. And, that's obviously, a little bit less risky than we see on kind of critical infrastructure. But, in other areas like pharmaceutical companies, so we've seen changes in temperatures of the refrigeration systems of critical drugs, right?
Yeah.
We see a load of Bitcoin mining, my goodness.
Really?
Yeah, loads of that.
That still happens.
It's calmed down. It's calmed down. It was big a few years ago. And then one of my all-time favorites, which is an age-old Darktrace story, but we've worked with the city of Las Vegas for many, many years. We also work with a number of casinos across Las Vegas, and there was a connected fish tank in one of the casinos, and a malicious actor got in through there, transversed through vulnerabilities into the network. So
the Wi-Fi enabled fish tank was the entry point.
It used to be printers. Now lock up your fish.
Lock up your fish.
Do you know where your fish are right now?
Yes. The fish is in there with the keyboard. It's horrible. Keep the keyboards away from the fish.
There you go. You never know. You never know. You never know.
So my next question is if you are saying, hey, we don't need to just rely on the known tactics, techniques, and procedures, the TTPs, but we can also expand into identifying new like malicious behavior. What do you do with that data? Do you take that back and say, hey, now we've seen this technique, now we can add this to like our book of known bad techniques? Is there some sort of feedback loop?
Firewall, port block?
Yes,
We're using very overly simplistic methods here.
But again, kind of the fundamental approach is not to kind of name whether something is good or bad, right? So we saw Log4j before anyone knew what it was, right? And so you're right, we definitely do. So we do have kind of, part of the platform will then help you kind of prioritize to do more preventative cybersecurity. I think where our customers wanted to go past the detection phase was the response phase, right?
Yeah.
So it would be good to just kind of touch upon that, because we do autonomous response. And the way that we do it is just by enforcing normal, right? So again, you're using your laptop, and then again, you've got, malicious payload that you've clicked on by mistake. That's exfiltrating data to a random domain. We'll surgically stop that from happening, but you can still, carry on and work in your business as you would, right? And that has been, again, really critical for customers. And interestingly, more and more of our operational technology users as well are enforcing normal at night time, on the weekends. So you can kind of pick and choose when you bring in the autonomous response, because obviously for, again, mission critical systems, it's quite nerve-wracking to bring AI to actually autonomously respond.
Right.
But now more and more, because we're seeing kind of the complexity increase and the nature of attacks be much more accurate, that they want to lean into AI to do that too.
Oh, fantastic. With the flexibility of the models that are available out there in the world, including our own Bedrock service with several models underneath, is there a reason in your mind of like the different models and the uses for detecting what's normal? Because I'm hearing you say the unsupervised machine learning. That's a great tactic to use to understand what is normal for an environment, very specific to an organization. But do you leverage different models during that normalization baselining process?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we have a number of different kind of techniques. So you've got the supervised machine learning, which again is learning from historic data, maybe for your own business as well. So to your point about like, we have a comment.
Please keep going.
Please keep going.
The voice from above just chimed into our ears.
The God above us has a comment. So again, looking kind of that historical data for your individual business to help you kind of prevent future attacks and actually prioritize as well, because that's really critical, right? If you are, I was just with a head of healthcare earlier today, right? And we're talking about connected devices. And again, healthcare industry moving towards cloud, and they've got a lot of IoT, Internet of Things.
Nice. Well done, Francesca.
Nice. I caught that
Well
one. I caught that one. And again, they're open to kind of a lot of vulnerabilities, but by kind of looking at different metrics for that individual device or individual user, right? You can predict what is normal versus that one, and then you compare it and contrast it with your peers, right? So again, in the Ryan and Brian company, the finance team versus the HR team. So you get a very, very deep understanding of what normal looks like.
That's super interesting. I mean, the complexity of not just understanding basic security controls and what good looks like, but also the business context as a part of that. Context
is so critical. And that kind of, I guess, leads us into the automation of investigation as well. So this is the three key areas that we're doing is like, we started with that detection piece. Customers said, great, we now need it to respond for us because we're seeing machine speed attacks. But now, we've got so many more alerts. We're having alert fatigue. And by the way, I heard on this stat yesterday that there are, in the cybersecurity industry, we're missing 4 million
people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Yes. Yeah. These are we estimate at least 4 million cybersecurity jobs that need to be filled.
Yes.
That we don't have human beings on the planet yet with the skill sets to fill them.
Right.
Isn't that?
It's wild.
Isn't that wild?
It's wild. It really is. And another stat, it takes 277 days, according to IBM, for security teams to identify and contain a breach, right? So it's becoming really, really difficult. So what we then said, well, how do we make this easier for customers? How do we leverage our understanding of what normal is to actually automate the investigation? So we had, this was back many moons ago, but we effectively just observed what our 100 analyst team was doing, right? How they actually look at incidents, how they respond, how they triage. And we created a layer of supervised machine learning that, again, automates that process. And that is now saving customers 94% of time, so they can move from a reactive state to a proactive state.
Time to detect, to remediate that particular time. That's huge.
Most of them are mundane, right? You've got a lot of false positives out there. You've got a lot of logs you've got to sift through. So how can we leverage AI to kind of do some of that work?
How long does it take to baseline what normal looks like?
Very good question. So it depends on whether you talk about instance response or just in general. Listen, when we work with customers, we give it about 7 days to get that initial baseline. But don't forget, that is constantly evolving. Like every week, every day, every hour, right? And so, as normal evolves your business, so we've had customers now for 10 years. Again, let's think about the city of Las Vegas, right? So did they predict that they'd be hosting Formula One and NFL and all of these?
And reInvent.
It
was
reInvent, baby.
I forgot that one.
How many people are at reInvent?
10 billion. You heard it here first. There are 10 billion people here.
I really want to know. I've heard 60,000, I've heard 80,000. I don't know what it is, but it's a lot of people.
My producer has an axe. That's weird.
Our producer is getting out her throwing knives right now as we speak.
So, they couldn't predict that what they would be a smart city, right?
Yeah.
And so we've been through them throughout that process. They have driverless cars, right? And so again, all we're doing with that organization is just kind of being that like AI partner to really help to, defend against the inevitable.
And the unknown as well. I mean, that's what I love at what you all are doing with us and AWS and Darktrace together is knowing what's normal for an organization is unique, and you can call it their own company signature, and detecting abnormal activity around it. I think it's a very noble cause. Francesca, we're about to wrap up, but any last words of what you're excited about coming next at reInvent before we...
Well, I was just saying, so there's been the launch of this instance response service. I'm really, really excited to hear about that.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yes. We'll speak more soon. But Francesca from Darktrace, thank you for joining us on Security Live. Folks, stay tuned. Up next is CrowdStrike and Mission Cloud. We'll be right back in just a sec.
welcome to Security Live from reInvent 2024. I am your co-host, Brian Mendenhall. I am the it's going to get longer, the worldwide head of Security and Identity Partnership Organization Team
Specialists,
awesomeness. Extraordinaires. And I am here with...
Not one of your favorite co-hosts?
Oh,
just average co-host?
I don't know. I didn't want to do this on camera, Ryan. I'm so sorry.
We're having a moment here, guys.
My favorite co-host, Ryan Orsi.
Ryan Orsi, hello everybody. Co-host of Security Live. I lead a team of partner specialists in security, identity, cloud operations. Great to be here with you all, and happy to introduce some of our special guests today. Rob and Brian. Rob from CrowdStrike, Brian from Mission Cloud. Hello, gentlemen, and welcome to Security Live.
Hey, great to be here. Great to be here. I'm Rob Solomon, Senior Cloud Solution Architect over at CrowdStrike. Been over at CrowdStrike for a couple of years, working very closely with our AWS counterparts. I work on the AWS Partnership and a former AWS solution architect in the ISV space. So nice to be on the other side right now and leverage all those. That's right. Now I'm sort of a cousin, let's just say.
Yeah. There you go. He still comes to Thanksgiving dinner with us.
Truly.
And Brian.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. My name is Brian Riesgraff. I'm a solution architect with Mission Cloud. Been there for about 4 years, and like you guys, I am also an ex-AWS solution architect. So I did a tour in Greenfield and Enterprise. So yeah, been on the partner space for almost 4 years now, but I did about a 2-year tour at AWS myself.
So relevant, gentlemen. That like you've been on AWS on the inside. You're right now on two very interesting companies, CrowdStrike and Mission Cloud, and I think there's some news breaking that broke recently about Mission Cloud in general. If you want to start there, go ahead.
So we most of us at Mission found out on Monday we got acquired by CDW. So
wow,
congrats!
Thank you. So woke up to the news at 6 a.m. like a lot of my coworkers, and so yeah, here we are.
Fantastic.
So I've been hanging out over at the CDW booth, getting to know my new coworkers, and it's been exciting.
Things move quickly in this space, everybody, right? And
so yeah, we got separate booths this year, but I'm guessing next year might not be that.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well, we're keeping it in the family, right? We have a close partnership with CDW, Mission Cloud, and now not a whole lot has changed in that regard.
That's such a common theme that we've actually been hearing in a lot of our shows so far is the cybersecurity community, right? It's like we are all here to drive that common good for our AWS customers, right, to deliver those outcomes. But it's not a single-threaded effort, right? We all have to work together in order to make sure that that our customers are safe and taken care of. So I think it's just another example of that happening, right?
And how do people make sure they're safe and taken care of? You know, this sounds like a simple question to ask, right? But in terms of our day-to-day jobs, working with folks like yourselves and many other companies around the world, the common questions come into, you know, I'm challenged with not enough people in an organization. You just heard, of course, the security skills gap is a topic which has been around for a while, and I have to say it's not going away, right? No. There's constant demand for more security individuals, but what are you two seeing there in terms of skills needed?
Yeah, it's really difficult hiring skilled security people. Certainly, cloud knowledgeable security people is even more difficult, and then retaining them and building a team large enough to handle more sophisticated capabilities like threat hunting and incident response. So, you know, to have a small team who's responding to all the events and doing the proactive threat hunting, it's really a lot for companies, especially given the fact that the attacks are more sophisticated, coming in fast and furious. So getting that additional help is going to be really important for companies.
I was going to say help is available.
Yeah,
I know Mission Cloud
Yeah.
over here is tightly involved with CrowdStrike, with us at AWS as well on that very, well, do I dare say that noble mission?
Right. Wow. There you go.
Wow. Oh, before we go any further. We completely forgot because I almost said an acronym. The ding went off. So
what acronym?
Exactly. So if you say an acronym, you put a coin in the swear jar.
Oh, okay.
Solid gold.
Ryan is giving you a healthy stack of doubloons.
Only the best.
Okay.
So
you can't use it at the Venetian table? No.
You can try. Make sure you record it.
You might barter.
Stream it when you do.
Got it.
But along the cybersecurity skills gap that we've been seeing since forever, right, and is not getting any better. Generative AI is okay. We also pre-approved.
We agree that's
AI.
like on the okay list. It's
generative AI. What role does that play in cybersecurity? Is it going to be the silver bullet that solves all of our problems with the cybersecurity skills gap? Is it going to make a dent? Is it going to be somewhere in the middle? I mean, what are you seeing in terms of generative AI's place in the cybersecurity skills gap?
So I would say that a focus really needs to be on AWS security best practices regardless, right? So I think when we work with a lot of our customers, we always try to fill that need first as like, let's do an audit. Let's look at the lay of the land inside your AWS accounts. How are you aligned with AWS security best practice? Where are the low-hanging fruit with your security configurations? And then kind of go from there, right?
And just low-hanging fruit meaning areas of like security posture increase. Obviously,
I would say things as simple as MFA, things as simple as managing credentials.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Boom. All right. So
that felt good.
Got him.
Okay, you got me. Okay, yeah, that's good. But yeah, I think just laying down a baseline of good security best practices, understanding AWS security best practices. We work with a lot of customers who are build fast, fix it later, right? And they, enable developers, enable application builders to just get things deployed, and then security kind of comes after things ramp up, and then now all of a sudden, hey, we got new areas of attack vectors and things that we need to consolidate around, and then that's where mission sometimes comes in of like, hey, your apartment's a little messy, let's get this all cleaned up because you got people moving in and more customers coming in your platforms, and we want to make sure that you have end-to-end security and monitoring. And then, as far as the GenAI goes, Rob's going to be able to talk way more about that because I'm sure CrowdStrike's doing a lot of things in that space, so I'll kind of pass that question to the vendor.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I mean, look, we're tool using animals, and GenAI is just kind of latest
advanced tool using animals.
Well, okay, it's certainly more sophisticated than a hammer.
It's not a shiny stabby thing, or what?
You're not just picking up little like eggs and dropping from afar and watching them break. I hope not.
Look, the right tool for the right job, right? You're dealing with trillions of security events every day. You need help. You're not going to find a team of human beings large enough to sort through that stuff. So, the first part of that AI journey is sorting through all of that massive amount of information. And then even when you filter it down and you have indicators of attack and detections that you need to then go and investigate, you really need that additional assistance, and GenAI provides that, right? If you ask the right questions, you can really accelerate the process of doing those investigations, figure out what to do next, or is this really a problem?
Maybe we can contrast and compare the old days of like a year ago and nowadays of, say, a security analyst looking through, say, a suspicious login attempt of 2 failed login attempts, 10 failed login attempts at one time. But that's the only bit of information that analysts got in an alert. What are they going to do next? They're going to go look for other things that user ID might have access to the same date timestamp, but that log file format's a different format. They don't know how to, they have to write like SQL query join unions to figure everything out. How is it in the new world?
Well, okay, so in that recent old world, which is still current for many people, you may have gone through all that filtering, but it's still kind of a needle in a haystack. So CrowdStrike, our GenAI security assistant, Charlotte AI.
Charlotte AI?
Charlotte AI, yeah. All right. You can ask that question. You can say, what's happening here? Is this an attack? What do I investigate next? And you can get a jump on that investigation process and reduce your investigation time from hours, days, weeks down to seconds or minutes.
Presented back to you in human, legible, natural language versus 17 columns in a spreadsheet. That
and actions, real actions that you can take. And back to the skills gap piece, right? You can have a smaller team and, again, with the right security tools, the right GenAI, you can really expand the capabilities of a small team. And more important, if that team is not deeply experienced, then generative AI security analysts can really help gain that knowledge more quickly and shorten the learning curve.
let's go grab everyone and put them in front of these tools, right?
Yes, exactly.
4 million jobs sounds like a lot of jobs, and it's going to be a lot. Instead of taking years and years of experience being in the trenches of security analysts, we just need people that are inquisitive enough to want to get in to the game, as we say, right?
Absolutely.
And are you seeing that like these AI prompts is going to be like kind of your bread and butter? Are we getting back to this like maybe, I'm going to say it, don't kill me, single pane of glass? Are we looking at like...
That's almost a Boolean.
Is that...
he said the
busted. But you can't, yeah, you know, it's more of like a synergistic feel.
Oh, gosh, she's got all the business.
Just make it rain.
Buzzword bingo. I'll donate one for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The Extendo Armo. You know, but are we seeing that the consolidation of security tooling for like our cybersecurity analyst or practitioner, is that tooling kind of consolidating with the help of generative AI? Is it stitching together, or do we still have like multiply disparate security controls out there?
You know, you got to start with the right foundation. If the data that you're training your AI on is all different schemas, you know, if you don't have the platform underneath that you can apply the generative AI to, you really haven't done a lot. So there's engineering that has to happen first to make it useful. But yeah, consolidation. You need to be able to correlate all of your cross-domain telemetry to make sense out of these kinds of sophisticated attacks that we were talking about.
Right. What would you recommend folks do practically to make sure their, what do we call it, data foundations, in terms of security data foundations, are in place to make best use of AI capabilities?
Well, I know that AWS is taking some important steps with the move toward open cybersecurity schema framework.
Yes. Got it.
Yes. AKA, can I say AKA? Can I say now?
Now it's free. It's
OCSF. For those of you who don't know what that stood for. Whew, that was a hard one.
It's a high-pressure media outlet here.
So Amazon Web Services, I can say AWS,
I think that's
and Amazon are adopting it.
If it's on a shirt, it's official.
Okay. There you go. You know, and that's helping customers. I have seen in a very short period of time widespread adoption of that schema.
And you feel that that's going to help accelerate? We were talking about like the challenge with AI, implementing AI in security is the different schemas. So this is something that you think
it's definitely one
it'll help
critical component. I mean, you know, there are multiple schemas, but if you can reduce that down so that you know, at least that translation process or the ability to understand and do that conversion on the fly. Right. You know, anything that makes it easier is going to help here.
And along those same lines, you know, in the context of like, hey, here's where you start. This is a foundational security practice that will help you to grow. What are some of the other things that AWS customers can do to help grow like quickly at scale? Things are changing and happening so fast out there that customers, what worked a year ago may not work now. You might need something else. You might need something different. How do customers keep up with the pace of cybersecurity?
If you're not specialized in that area, it's so important and helpful to have specialized providers that this is our bread and butter. This is what we do all the time. Right. We remove that undifferentiated heavy lifting. So if your company is not in security, like why not bring in a professional? And you know, this is really where the partnership between between CrowdStrike and Mission Cloud comes into play. If you could talk a little bit about how you're helping customers.
Yeah, it's a great setup. So, I mean, we have a lot of customers who they don't have full-time security teams, or they have attrition and people have left, and you know, whatever security needs they need to address, they can come to a partner, and we can do a lot of the scaffolding and setting up all the Falcon Complete sensors. We also will provide a security operations center.
Nice.
Well done, Brian. Well done.
I'm trying to learn quick. You said it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so partners can really come in to really take over the setting up, management, and deployment of the the sensors and building out the telemetry and getting people acclimated to using a tool like CrowdStrike Falcon. And then we can also be the day-to-day guys in the chair, right, of keeping an eye on everyone's environments and reacting. And then so the customer doesn't necessarily have to be that deep in all of the security services. They don't have to understand all the we can set up guard duty for them. We can set up all the what are AWS security services on top with CrowdStrike, and then kind of provide that single pane of glass for customers. But they don't always necessarily have to be watching it. We can we can supplement and help them out with those journeys.
So you can kind of customize the help and care that a customer would need from you all.
Exactly. Yeah, we can take over the security heavy lifting, undifferentiated heavy lifting, as you guys like to say.
We love to say. We love that word.
Yep. So that's our bread and butter. We have hundreds of customers in our managed services that we're doing that with. CrowdStrike's our main partner for our security telemetry and our security implementation. So yeah, it's a good match.
Something I've noticed, Brian, too, is that with Mission Cloud and some of the folks kind of in your space, you're really also helping to translate vocabulary terms and languages really between the business stakeholders at our mutual customer accounts who are
Absolutely.
just, as Brian has said earlier today, they're making spoons. That's their business.
Yeah,
right?
no, you're 100%. So AWS brings us a lot of customers who have serious security concerns. Either they've had bad actors, or they've had bad things happen in their AWS account, or they have new scrutiny on their AWS account. Maybe they've M&A'd, or they are trying to get new governances, and you know what I mean. So whatever their security needs start to shift drastically, and then they go to their AWS account teams and we need to do all this stuff with security, but we don't have the team, the budget, or whatever to just dive in on security, but we need stuff quick. And AWS brings us in, and then they find out we can handle that stuff, but also we use best-in-class tooling with partners like CrowdStrike, and then we can kind of wave that magic wand in their accounts and get their security up to where they need to be in a short amount of time.
Well, and the definition of where need to be, I feel like
that's different for everybody.
It's different. It's unique. We just had a previous partner on this show with Darktrace, and the definition of normal versus abnormal is very organization specific, and even application specific too, right? Like
down to what services you consume.
What services you consume. So, but all this doesn't have to be as complex sounding as I'm making it. I just bring it to light that, again, if you're a company who's making spoons,
I love spoons.
And you're not a company who wakes up every single morning thinking about your security posture and going through your high security events. Help is available.
I have calls with customers. So I do a lot of pre-sale engineering. I get to meet customers and find out. I get to go under the hood and to find out what they're doing with security. And I'll meet customers, and they're they've been in AWS for 6-7 years. I'm like, do you have CloudTrail turned on in your region? They're like, no. And I'm like, okay, let's start there. You know what I mean? So so it's like you said, they might be really great at making the spoons, but they don't necessarily understand AWS security best practices, and that's where where we can jump in.
But now here's where specialized partners come into play, right? You can get the customer where they need to be very quickly, instead of, oh, does the team have time, or do we have budget, right? You gotta solve that security problem as quickly as possible, because the attacker's not waiting for that.
So in the context of assessing your risk as a customer out there, the time that it takes to actually put the security controls and improve your security posture is almost as important as what it is that you're deploying, right? Yeah. And so working with a partner that does this day in, day out, knows what buttons to push and levers to pull, is going to help to accelerate the deployment of the solutions, lower your risk, and then get you to where you want to be. But also keeping in mind that there's no such thing as a perfect state in security, right?
I use an apartment analogy. We can come up, clean up your apartment. A month later, it might be dirty again. You know what I mean? So you can get all your security controls in place, but if it's not something you're actively maintaining and keeping in line with your processes, then like you said, it can backslide, right? So that's where partners can help. We can be the cleaning people that come in every month. You know what I mean?
So security hygienists here
we go.
Right available. Well, sorry, Rob, you're gonna say something?
Well, just to bring it full circle, generative AI. Specialized partners, these are ways to expand the reach and to shorten the security learning curve.
100%. Rob, CrowdStrike, Brian, Mission Cloud, thank you, gentlemen,
thank you
for joining us.
Yeah, pleasure
Stay
being
tuned,
here.
folks. We'll be right back with Vanta on Security Live.
Nice.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to AWS Security Live, streaming to you live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. Here's where we get to talk about security, all things security, and solving some of those security challenges with our AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi, in charge of a team here at AWS of partner specialists on security, identity, cloud operations, and I'm joined by another co-host.
Don't do it. Don't do it. This favorite co-host.
Favorite co-host.
I'm going to do it to myself.
But
That's fine.
he didn't like it. The feeling was not reciprocated.
You know what? I'm going to say it. Ryan's my favorite co-host.
Thank you.
There it is.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Brian.
My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of security. What does it say down there? Security and Identity Partner Specialist, AWS.
I'm
AWS. Cheating because I'm just going to read it off of the screen. But we work to help partners deliver positive security outcomes for AWS customers. How was that?
That sounds fun.
Awesome.
Sounds a fun job. How'd you get
We're
that?
not alone, Ryan.
We're not.
Oh, hey. How are you, Will?
Hey,
I'm doing
there
good.
you are.
I'm doing good. So, favorite co-host. We're aiming for favorite guest host here.
Ooh,
it's
I
a
like
nice.
that.
Let's
nice
shoot for
strategy.
it. Well,
I like that.
Will from Vanta, you want to explain maybe to the audience that maybe doesn't know you quite yet who you are, what you do, what is Vanta all about?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Will. I lead the product platforms and growth teams here at Vanta. And at Vanta, we're a trust management platform. And the idea here is that we believe that security is the right way to build the great products of the future. But getting your arms wrapped around that from the beginning is not easy. It's a daunting task. So the idea of connecting security with an engine that will actually drive your business really makes a lot of sense. And we think that road goes through compliance, risk, and governance.
And
Absolutely.
I've heard you use the word trust before. So
Yes.
obviously, most every AWS partner that deals with security, one way or another, goes around Brian or I or our teams. But I've heard you talk about trust management. And obviously, that has like a connotation of confidence, right? Bringing people confidence in what is going on in their application, in their cloud environments. Maybe you want to start there and kind of like pull the thread from there.
Yeah, that's right. So think for a second that you're running a restaurant, okay?
Okay.
And one of the things you got to do to...
What kind of restaurant?
What do we like?
Oh, you know
I
what?
had a delicious chicken parm last night, man.
I'm a sucker for Italian food. It's in the blood. I just want spaghetti all the time.
That works. So we're running buongiornos over here, right?
Yes,
We're trying to get it running.
I'm in.
One of the things we got to make sure that we do here is really two things. One, we want to make sure we don't poison our customers and all that. That's true, right? That's just straight up security. But also, in order to just open my restaurant, I got to make sure the fire marshal believes that if I got a grease fire, things are going to pass and things are good, right? So that's the difference between what we call sort of demonstrating trust versus being secure, right? Security is always a real-time thing. It always matters. It always makes sense. But at the same time, how do you prove to that customer? How do you prove to that partner that you're doing what you need to do to really protect their data, protect their usage? That's a whole different story, and that's what Vanta's really, really good at.
Oh, interesting. What's the evidence? Where's the potential health audit for your restaurants
So
coming
exactly
in one day?
right. Health inspector, fire inspector, this
They're
kind of
gonna
thing.
come
In the security world, we happen to have frameworks like this that are sort of becoming standard across the board. For example, in North America, SOC 2 is very prevalent.
Gotcha.
ISO around the world, right?
Here we go.
You are.
He baited me.
You get a free
Did you guys see
pass.
that?
You get a free pass. We didn't
explain it to him. Okay, so free hall pass.
Yeah.
But on Security Live, we like to spell out acronyms before we use them. And if you say an acronym without spelling it out, you just got to pay the swear jar. You know, all that goes to Brian and I. It's our tip jar.
Also, any like business language. I don't even think this was supposed to be part of the rules. But if you're like, hey, synergy, then also
agile, cloud.
Agile,
synergy,
agile, cloud, something. It goes in the jar. You got
That's fair. You know what? I'm going to pay in advance, and I'm also going to trust. See, this is the important thing. If I broke down these acronyms, they'd be less useful than if I actually used the letters. So I'm going to stay with SOC 2 and ISO, but here's what you need to know. These are sort of a federated list of things, right? There are different organizations out there that say, look, we have a bunch of these different recommendations, these guidelines, so to speak, that show that you're proving to your customers that you're safe, right? And so in different regions of the world, different sort of industries and things like that, you might have different kinds of these frameworks. So for our conversation, we'll just use these two for now. But the idea is, in order to get through that, it's kind of like doing your taxes. It's pretty tough. And you remember the world of taxes before TurboTax, right? So many forms, so much paper, trying to go through and fill out every little thing, mapping it all together.
Lots of strange questions.
It's really tough.
Very confusing.
Yeah. So this is kind of like in the restaurant analogy, which I will ride that train to the end of the show.
Please do.
Is like the fire inspector says, hey, you have to have fire extinguishers, and in the old world it was like, hey, I got it, I got this, don't worry, I swear I've got this, and he goes, perfect, you're good to go. And now we're actually saying, here is the fire extinguisher, and then like beyond that, like squirt, squirt, here it actually works, right?
Yeah.
So is that kind of what you guys are doing, of like beyond just the attestation of like what we are saying that we're doing, you are able to actually say like, here it is in control, and here is like package delivered, promising that it is actually in place. Evidence.
That's right. And I'll build on what you just said with two things. One is, imagine a world of restaurants where only the top 1% of restaurants could get a fire marshal. Well, most people that are trying to open up a shawarma shack or just mom's spaghetti instead of buongiornos here would never be able to open, right?
Right.
Yet that is the world that we're in with enterprise software. Yeah. Most of these people, you have to hire a PwC or KPMG, these big auditors, to go get this done. You've got screenshots and spreadsheets and months-long process to go make it happen. And listen, if you're a startup, you may be living or dying in the first year. How is this worth it to do it, right? But if you think about shrinking all of that, you would take months of work and turn it into weeks or even days. Now you're actually in a position where more and more teams can say, early on, I'm a 10-person startup, but I get to work with Atlassian, or I get to work with AWS, or I get to work with Disney. These giant organizations that need you to prove that you're safe, right?
How does one achieve what you just said, the weeks or months of kludgy evidence collection and gathering for maybe pre-compliance audit or full... Oh boy, full audit.
Yep.
How does one get there with your product to get to that point of it's a lot less work for the people to do?
So I'm just going to acknowledge it for everyone out there. This is manual for most of you today. It's hard. There's somebody on staff that has an Excel spreadsheet open, and there are a million different links, and they're just trying to link it all together, right? And that's because when it comes to these kinds of audits to prove, just like a fire marshal visiting our restaurant, right?
Yep.
You need to do that over a period of time, and you need to collect all the proof. We call it collecting evidence, right? And so in order to do that, it's a crazy manual process. You log into every corner of AWS console, you snapshot every toggle that's on and right, and collect it all in one place. It's a full-time job for someone for months. So here's the alternative. Imagine that we're able to connect to your stack, connect to your cloud, and we're able to actually read what's going on, right? And the interesting thing is cloud is absolutely critical for the startups that we work with, but we actually go beyond that at Vanta. We also think about the people that work at your organization, want to make sure they're taking the right training, they're onboarded, offboarded correctly, et cetera. So Vanta has this unique opportunity to look across your business and make sure all of those things are both A, in the right place, and B, documented. So let's picture our restaurant again, and let's say we had a special robot that would just go around taking pictures of all of our systems, making sure they looked good, put it in a nice binder, hand it over to the fire marshal, did the work for us. That's what Vanta's doing for you in software.
That's amazing. I love that. And as someone who has actually been a part of like SOC 2 audit compliance, not as a compliance officer, but as someone who is involved in the SOC 2 process.
Were you the spreadsheet guy?
No, I was not. I was the person that the spreadsheet guy was supposed to track down and ask questions about. It's not just the responsibility of one person. There's so much cost to a business to collect those people, pull them away from their day jobs, ask them, when was the last time you changed your password, or whatever it is. There's so much work that happens across the business to collect that data. And so to be able to automate that and grab that data for provability is humongous. So on behalf of someone that has been through the pain, I just want to say thank you for making people's lives easier.
I want to double down on what you just said there, which is security is a team sport, right? We know this, but most software doesn't facilitate that. It is the one person, whoever that person was, trekking through the jungle of their company, hunting down, who's my DevOps person, who's my HR person, who's all these people to try to get the information they need. That's the other place where Vanta is really useful, because we lean into collaboration in day one and say, you know what, how do we meet all of these partners where they are? How do we go to Jira, or how do we go to a task tracker, or all these different areas where those people need to do their jobs, collect all that information, bring it back.
And in the old world, the Brian world.
Did you just call me old? What just happened?
I just said the world, not you particularly, but where that person is collecting this evidence, if you will, and they've trekked to the jungle of their company to find all the vendors they use and the user interfaces that are active in the companies, and screenshotting configurations and exporting XML files to show for evidence. Then that person finds another job in their career and they move on. All that tribal knowledge just left the company. So tell me, how does Vanta keep up with configuration changes in the cloud?
Well, that's the beauty of what we've been talking about. You know, I will give it a term, and if I have to pay a coin in advance, I'll do it.
I love this idea. Will,
but here's the term
first one to like pre-deposit. He's like investing in ahead.
Well, you gave me the money, so this is nice, right? So we have a term here. We call it automated compliance. So what I just talked about, we're not just connecting to AWS once, right? We're connecting continuously as a system. We're listening, we're monitoring, we're making sure that things are safe first to produce that evidence that we talked about, right?
Okay.
So in other words, job number one, let's satisfy the fire marshal so we can even open our business. But the truth is, I should probably keep that running as my restaurant is running, make sure I'm never on fire, right? And so that's the evolution of where Vanta takes you, is you're able to go from a one-time, you know, we talked about taxes as another analogy. TurboTax is once a year, right? But monitoring your credit is all year. And so that's what Vanta allows you to do. These continuous rules that we're evaluating, we're letting the company know, hey, here's what's going well, here's what's not, here's what you have to resolve, and that actually keeps working regardless of who's shepherding it on a day-to-day basis.
And Will, one of the conversations that we had earlier was that customers, and this is a little bit of out of context, so work with me here, but we have customers that are trying to deploy generative AI environments, but are stalled because the data governance is saying, hey, it's cool that you built it, it looks like it works, but our data governance either isn't mature enough or won't allow us to deploy this to production. When it comes to the actual governance piece of what you do, are you finding that that's an accelerator to business actually like accelerating the business's ability to make spoons or be a financial institution, whatever that might be? Are you seeing that as an accelerator?
Well, it's a differentiator is what it is, right? In a world where increasingly AI is a service and not necessarily like an infrastructure that you build from
capability,
scratch, right? A, the leveling of the playing field is here, but B, that also means if anyone can do it, it starts lowering the rigor and the quality of what might be done, right? So who knows who's working with this, right? It could be called blah, blah, blah GPT. You're not really sure. So again, it comes back to that term we talked about, demonstrating trust. How do I show you that I've gone through the steps and I'm serious about this? AI literally is all about data. And so that's where we're actually seeing a lot of growth in our business, working with these companies that are pushing the cutting edge, right? And when you do that well, you come to your customers and say, look, it's not just capability that I'm delivering to you, it's actually my integrity as a business. You can trust me. That's very hard to find in the business.
I like how you started this conversation with trust, and we're looping back around to trust. But I mean, Brian brought up a really hot topic, right? There's so much innovation happening with Bedrock, for example. Tens of thousands of people are pushing things out with Bedrock, and everything's different. Everything's unique. I love the innovation like curve that we're on right now as a whole culture here. But trusting that the access to different applications by employees is being watched and that they're adhering to compliance standards that company is subject to, and there's evidence to prove it. Am I over the target? Is that also something that people can rely on Vanta to help provide?
No, that's a great analogy. And look, we talked about going back in the past a little bit earlier, right? Let's picture ourselves back. Yeah, again, no shade thrown.
I'll just take it for what it is. Take that one out for you.
Look, I was here for this too. Okay, let's imagine 2008.
Did you watch movies in the mail?
100%.
Wow. Yes.
I was at Netflix when we went to streaming. So,
I love that.
That was part of my life. And look, you picture that world. You remember for a moment, suddenly the App Store opened and everyone had an app.
Yeah.
And most of those apps were just garbage, right? We're about to head into that world where the more ubiquitous we make these tools and more available, you really need to separate quality from quantity. And when everyone can do an AI thing, you really want to say, look, we're a business. We're actually here to help you thrive as my customer. I happen to use AI as a tool to make that happen. And so you have to actually talk about more than just the capability. You have to talk about the governance. You have to talk about the data. You have to talk about how you're really shepherding that customer all the way through, because implications are greater. They're handing you more and more information.
Absolutely. Hey, Will, let's talk about the people that interact with Vanta's products.
Yes.
And when someone interacts with your products, obviously what you're doing behind the scenes, collecting, tracking the evidence for the fire marshal to trust that you are doing what you said you're doing. What about the workflow of that user behind your tool? Are there automations that they can even further simplify how they interact with the products, or where are you kind of seeing that go in the future? Is kind of what I'm asking as well.
Yeah, let me kind of give you maybe 3 quick patterns that we'll talk about. One is picture our founders, right? Our 1 to 20 headcount companies that are really just getting up and running. You know, they're coming out of an accelerator, they're using AWS credits, they're trying to do their best. These are not security professionals. And so when you think about who they are, they're really trying to get to that revenue moment, and we're teaching them security along the way. That looks really different, right, than this idea of as you start growing and scaling as a company, now you're starting to get those enterprise customers and you're trying to work together with them. Right. Earlier, we talked about collaborating inside the company. Now you're also collaborating with customers and with auditors, trying to juggle all of that and make it work, right? It's not proactive anymore. You're really just trying to get that deal, right?
And to an early stage startup, that life cycle, that timeline is critical,
Juggling
right? To show business results behind their investors. Absolutely.
I would say I have been there as well, right? You have like your SOC 2 compliance, HIPAA, PCI, those large governance boards out there that are saying, hey, this is what good looks like.
This is for you.
I think I had like 8 in there. There's
feed me, Brian. I'm hungry.
I'm going to open the door and just shove them in.
This is from my stack. I'm getting short stacked, guys.
You know, but just you've got like the things that you expect, and then you've got these compliance moments that you don't expect, right? You're engaging with this customer, and the customer goes, by the way, here is that 10,000 row spreadsheet that you need to fill out, and if you don't have this centralized, if you don't have this automated and the speed at which you can complete that, right, then you're in trouble. Now, time kills all deals. If you've ever been in sales, now you're extending your sales cycle, you're less likely to win that deal, and you have given everybody the fire drill within the company to try and figure this out.
Time kills all deals. I feel like you just made that up, but it's genius.
Brad Taylor, if you're watching, shout out to Brad Taylor. Time kills all deals. You heard it here second. Brad was first.
Amazing.
Sorry, that was a tangent, but
apologize.
Just the point being that,
You're
like, let's avoid the fire drills. Let's get those deals because we have a centralized solution like yours to deliver.
That's exactly right. And so I promised you 3 archetypes. I'm going to give you the third one.
Okay, I heard 2 patterns. What's the third?
Right. So now we're kind of getting through this thing. We talked about compliance and trust. We're proving that. Now we're actually getting to the point where security really matters. Real-time security matters, right? And so it's less about getting that certification, less about that fire marshal. They're only going to come around once a year, but I need to make sure my restaurant doesn't burn down all year. Right? And so that's where these same monitors and these sort of mechanisms that we call tests, it has the logic in it and it has that continuous checking. So we're actually making sure you're compliant on a continual basis. You don't have to go through that first time scramble that you did right in the beginning, right? So Brian, as you were mentioning, you know, this ability to say, you know what, let's go land that deal. True, that's really important. Second thing that's also really important is say, as a company, we're actually up on the latest and greatest, and our team is where it needs to be. And so as you start getting CISOs in the mix, heads of security in the mix, they actually need that operational dashboard. And the beauty of that, you know, we love our partners like CrowdStrike that was just up here before. We work very closely with them.
Awesome.
And folks like that look deeply into the cloud, that's important. But you also have to look across. And so that's what Vanta does that is really complementary and why we actually work together so well, because we can understand what your employees are doing, what your devices are doing, what your cloud assets are doing, and sort of paint that picture across the board.
You all are doing noble work at Vanta, Will. We're very proud to be partnered with you. This is an incredibly important area of technology and governance risk compliance. Will Pong from Vanta, thank you so much for joining us on Security Live, sir. You have taught us a new tactic for the swear jar. Prepay in advance.
He hacked the system.
Yeah, folks, stay tuned. We'll be right back with Kyle Dickinson and Anne-Marie Woodburn of AWS.
All right.
everybody. Welcome back to Security Live. My name is Amory Woodburn. I'm a Senior Partner Development Specialist here at AWS, focused on security. And I am here with Kyle.
Hey, everyone. I am Kyle Dickinson. I'm a Senior Security Specialist Solution Architect that focuses on threat detection and incident response. Very long-winded way of saying I help customers become more comfortable with responding to security events as they happen within their AWS environment.
I love it.
I'm also an expert Jenga player.
You are, and that is why we selected you to be playing this game today. So we're going to be playing Security Stack Challenge. Kyle is my now new best friend and a genius in security. And I asked him to come on today to help, one, give our three wonderful hosts a little break because they've been going long, and to also teach you, the audience, about security. So Kyle has helped me out. He, in Party Rock, go check it out, by the way, partyrock.com, I think. Yes, partyrock.aws.dev. Go check it out. Google it. You can create really cool applications. And so he helped me create a game on Party Rock where he input. Where'd you get your questions from, Kyle?
I actually said, help me build an application for an awesome producer for an epic show that gets a number from 1 to 100, because it's going to be for Jenga.
Yes.
And then come up with security questions for AWS and then provide an answer key.
Oh, my God.
And then you said, do you want to know the answers beforehand? And I said, no, let's keep it spicy. Let's keep it real.
I was being probably too kind.
Yeah, so I don't know what kind of trouble I'm going to get myself into.
Okay,
So
I love it. Well,
I might lose some street cred here.
Well, I've run the tool. I put in that I wanted 20 questions.
Okay.
So we're going to see what we get. So what's going to happen is you're going to pull a tile, and whatever number's on the tile, I'm going to ask you that question.
Got it.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
So we're going to see what happens. And we're going to pray it doesn't fall in the first one. And then once it does, I'm just going to ask you random questions.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go for it.
What should we see?
Oh, but don't knock it over.
Oh, yeah, right? Oh, gosh. I've always been terrible at finding this first one.
Oh, man, this is like real tight.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
All right. We got...
Oh, no number. He's got to go again. We're making this really hard.
All right. You actually only put like 5 numbers on here, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I just really wanted to see how talented you were at Jenga.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Although I'm kind of worried now.
I am worried for myself as well.
If they fall, we're just going to like... Does that have a number?
Number 1.
Oh, numero uno.
Yeah. That wasn't planned.
Yeah, that worked out real nicely.
All right.
All right, Kyle,
Stack
first
that
question.
nicely. First question.
What is the principle of least privilege in AWS IAM?
Principle of least privilege actually used an acronym, so you got to put a coin.
Shoot, I've never done that before. Put one in there for me, please.
Right. Coin in the swear. Oh gosh, see, I just spilled those, but okay. So, principle of least privilege in identity and access management is scoping roles and permissions to only allow them to do what they need to do to the resources they need to did it to, I guess you could say. So it's, as an example, Ann only needs to be able to harass Kyle between the hours of now and the next half hour at reInvent for Jenga. We don't want her to do anything else. Okay.
Nothing else.
So what we're going to do is we're going to scope a role and policy to say that that's all you can do and nothing else. It's to kind of help scope creep to where that allows developers, individuals to accidentally do things that they shouldn't have been able to do in the first place.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, you hit it perfectly. I mean, I think you had a much better example, and I appreciated you using my name in your example. That worked out really nicely for me. But yeah, good work.
All right.
You ready to pull another one?
Oh my gosh, I really set myself up for failure here. All right. Should we go?
Now, I think in true Jenga form was if the first one you touch is actually the one you take. But for today,
we're bending the rules.
No number. You gotta go again.
You really only wrote 5 numbers down, didn't you? Yeah. All right. Let's go with. Which one's not going to be so spicy?
Man,
that one's going to be spicy.
That one's super spicy.
All right.
It moves. Oh no, is it blank? This side it says it's blank. Y'all are going to learn nothing about security.
We are learning that.
I'm like afraid to touch the table right now.
Nobody breathe.
It's a very intense moment.
Like a camping trip. Intense.
Dude.
All right. Really?
I'm going to learn from this moment for the next time I make you come on the show.
All right. What we have learned today is that Kyle is great at stacking bricks and spilling coins.
It's true.
All right. Let's try.
I feel like in a minute you're just going to like swat the whole thing and pick a number. Uh-oh.
There we go.
Dude. You want to just pick a... What's your favorite number, Kyle?
4.
4. Okay. How does AWS KMS enhance data security? And I did it again. Thank you.
Swear jar. Trouble. So, AWS Key Management Service. If I'm going to say, to my family at the dinner table to explain the difference, I say KMS provides you the ability to have a key policy, which is a resource-based policy that says, and can use this encryption key to decrypt objects that it's been used to encrypt it. Now, where services like the server-side encryption key, so if you were to open up the simple storage service known as S3, see, I'm not going to get the swear jar today.
No, he didn't.
You could check the box, and that is a key that is generated by the service, but you don't have a resource-based policy around who can use that key. So it kind of provides that additional ability to control access to it. And then there's other intricacies to it. We could talk about KMS literally all day.
That's awesome.
I've seen people do it all day. But we only have 2 more minutes.
We do only have 2 more minutes.
All right, let's pull another one.
If this one doesn't have a number, I'm just going to have you use my favorite number. Oh, man.
All right, what's your favorite number and the street you were born on and your mother's maiden name and your favorite color?
Because y'all want my password?
Pretty much.
Okay, cool. My favorite number is 8. Actually, long story. Hey, family, if you're watching at home, it's all of our favorite numbers.
Oh.
Yeah, we all claim it. So what is, and I don't know this acronym, so I'm just going to put a coin in already. Will you do that for me?
Yes.
What is the difference between a security group and an NACL?
Network access control list and security groups vary 2 different ways. So security groups are attached to a specific resource like an EC2 instance, Elastic Cloud Compute, or where network access control lists are applied to the subnet level. So if you want to say any resource on this subnet, we are going to prevent the ability to, say, browse out to the web, like port 80 or port 443, which are commonly associated with web traffic. You could do that with the network access control list, where you are explicitly denying that ability. Where security groups, you're explicitly allowing ports and protocols to be able to access those resources directly associated to like an EC2 instance.
That's amazing. And you got the answer correct. I feel like this game
cred,
was meant for you.
My street cred is growing up.
I know.
Going up.
I know. We still have time. You know what? Nope.
What's Ryan's favorite number?
Ryan's favorite number. I think Ryan's favorite number is going to be 6.
Okay, let's do 6.
Describe the function of AWS CloudTrail.
AWS CloudTrail is the who, what, where, when, and how of API interactions to your AWS account. So it'll say, Kyle logged in to the console from this source IP address using this user agent, be it like Chrome, Mozilla, Netscape Communicator, whatever you're going to use, and perform these actions.
Okay.
And so it's great for operational oversight, but also for incident response to understand like who did what, where, when, and how, or like what was done in our account.
I love it. I feel like we should make this game a constant on this show. This was fun. I learned a lot.
Cool. That's what I'm here to do.
Okay. Well, everybody, Kyle, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it. Where can we find you, Kyle? You're in other places that you stream as well.
Yeah. So I have a show called Lockdown that is on AWS's Twitch. And you can find me in the Club. You can find me doing Chalk Talks, content with AWS on Air, owning areas like the Security Central on the expo floor. If you see me, say hi. I'm very friendly, I promise.
Yes, super friendly. Okay, thank you, Kyle, for coming on. Please stay tuned. We've got Splunk and Mark Tiernzoni up next, and we'll see y'all soon.
Hey, it is Mark. Hi, Mark.
Welcome to Security Live at reInvent 2024. We are so excited to have you here. My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the, are you ready for this? The worldwide head of security and identity partner specialist organization at AWS team of awesomeness. I think I got it.
Nailed it.
I'm here with my favorite co-host, Mr. Ryan Arce.
Thank you for that heartwarming. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, everybody. I'm Ryan Arce, one of your co-hosts for Security Live. I lead the team of partner specialists for security, identity, cloud operations. It means I can have a lot of fun with really cool companies all around the world. And speaking of some of those cool companies, we're joined by special guest Colin from Splunk, actually Mark Taranzoni from AWS. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. How you doing?
Hey, great to be here.
Doing well. Glad you're here today. And maybe just to kind of kick things off, Colin, if you'd like to give an introduction about yourself and what you do at Splunk, and then we'll do the same with Mark.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Colin Gibbons. I am Director of Product Management at Splunk. I focus on the security side of the house. Right now, primary responsibility has been working with AWS over the course of the past few years on some of the integration work that we're going to be talking about. Outside of that, kind of a jack of all trades and master of none. Mark?
Hey, folks. Mark Taranzoni. I'm the Director of Risk Management. What that really means is my team is responsible for building services to help customers protect and defend their workloads while they run in AWS. So I'm mostly on the investigation and response side. So when an event happens, my teams and our services help customers figure it out rapidly.
I love that. Awesome. So it has been an absolutely busy week here at AWS. As we speak right now, this exact moment, Ruba, I believe Dr. Ruba Borna is giving her keynote announcement.
That's happening right now. Yes,
there are a ton of super exciting things that are going to be announced in that keynote. We also have some exciting things to talk about that have been announced this week as well, I believe, right?
Yes.
Do you guys want to kind of give everybody an update with what's happening?
Yeah, sure. So, one of the things that we announced November 5th as an official GA was what we call Federated Analytics for Amazon Security Lake. And essentially, that's what we're here to talk about, is the Federated Analytics. But we're doing all of our big announcements this week at reInvent. But yeah, it was officially GA'd November 5th.
And as you talk through that, try to say it. If you use acronyms, gentlemen, and you don't spell it out, you have to pay the swear jar. This is Brian and I. This is real gold. This is our tip. It's also our tip jar. So we want you to mess up, but let's have a little fun.
Can I take this to the tables?
You can definitely take it. I can't guarantee that they will accept it. But acronyms and business language. So synergy, and it goes right in the jar. So anything like that. Otherwise, let's have at it.
Great. Jar's not that full, so we got some work to do.
Got some work to do, guys. We do.
Yeah.
We do.
So just to expand on that integration, because as most of you know, Security Lake was built for the partner community. And what we envisioned was an opportunity for customers to leverage the partner solutions they've used for almost ever, but in a different manner where they don't have to move the data and they don't have to transfer the data into different places and they don't have to wrangle that data.
And why would they move and transfer the data? That's might be obvious to some, but maybe not to all.
Well, I think beyond moving it, first of all, security teams, we really want them focusing on outcomes and understanding what's happening in their environment. Way too often, they're spending time data wrangling,
right.
and they're having to manage data. And the reason that is because the data that drives their detections and response capabilities is highly voluminous. It's in multiple formats. It comes from multiple vendors in many cases, and it creates a significant challenge. So to start with,
Colin's team and my team, as well as several other major security vendors, came up with a language for security called OCSF, Open Cybersecurity Schema Framework. I get to put it in my pocket. To really work agnostically across the industry and have that language for security solutions to talk to each other. We announced that several years ago, but we had a milestone a couple weeks ago where we actually moved that open source project to the Linux Foundation to give it far more visibility and structure. It's a vibrant community with 900 contributors and 200 plus companies that cut across all major security ISVs, government agencies, cloud providers, and end customers.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so go ahead, Colin. Tell us a little bit, how does this work? What does it do?
Well, and to expand on what Mark is saying, when we talk about like a lot of customers that are using Splunk as a logging platform and to perform security operations and threat detection, threat response, and all that stuff. When customers are ingesting data into Splunk, as you could imagine, all these various different log sources are all in various different schemas, formats, and stuff like that. So, one vendor might call it source IP, one vendor might call it source _IP, one vendor might call it, external IP. There's a lot of different ways that they
blood pressure is
and stuff like that.
Right now.
Yeah, well, and prior to Splunk, I spent many years at Symantec, and we had a lot of different applications that were working off of a lot of different schemas. So the world needed to come up with a common schema, and that was one of the things that we kind of worked on together. That AWS adopted for Amazon Security Lake. Now, when we talk about again, data in general, the amount of data that companies are dealing with, data sprawling and stuff like that. We know that customers are not going to send all their data into Splunk. It's just not going to happen for various reasons, and so, customers don't tend to send a lot of high volume, low fidelity data in Splunk. They typically want to send high fidelity, low volume data. Right. And so a good event source that comes up quite often in conversation is things like VPC flow logs or WAF logs.
Exactly.
Sorry.
So I've been battling this cold.
So it's kind of funny because when I was working with Mark on the integration between Splunk and Amazon Security Lake, the Federated Analytics, and we were out there meeting with a lot of very large customers, and the most common data set you hear from customers ingesting in Splunk is CloudTrail. And they will use enterprise security to launch detections against the CloudTrail data, looking for IAM, typically identity access management policy violations.
Nice.
Okay, but the thing is that what they don't typically send into Splunk is VPC flow logs. And when you ask a security person their use cases around VPC flow logs, they don't really have a really good use case, except for we need it when we need it. So this is the prime type of log data that they will store in Amazon Security Lake, but they still want to be able to have access to it during an investigation. And this is really where Federated Analytics comes into play. Mark?
Absolutely. And, what we see happening here is customers open the aperture of the data that they need when they need it, as Colin mentioned, at a much different price point, right? So just as a reminder, when you turn on these sources of data for Security Lake, it's the same price you would pay just to enable the source to do the work yourself in S3.
Got it.
What we do at Security Lake is we take that, we convert it to OCSF, compress it in Parquet format, and apply iceberg table format on top. So you get the benefits of a structure of this data that provides a reasonably performant retrieval mechanism that now the customer can analyze that data, analyze the spectrum of all their data.
Right. So now, when you go to apply the analytics of your data, and the threat hunting exercise, it's all in the same place, right? Instead of disparate data source, I've got data over here, over here. It's in different formats. I've got to dedupe, normalize, parse, grab it all, maybe send some of it to my analytics platform, and then also threat hunting. I've got to go reach back in all these data sources. Now we're saying that it's all reconsolidated, it's normalized, it's packaged, it's got a little Christmas bow on it.
It's the sound pretty. I was getting excited.
I'm getting excited as well.
It's very seasonal.
Yeah.
Very seasonal.
Yeah, so there's two main use cases that when I talk about federated analytics to customers, the two main uses that come up is threat hunting, being able to do ad hoc searching.
Sure.
So I've got my data in Security Lake. I want to be able to go look at the flow log data. I want to go be able to look at WAF log data. I want to be able to go look at CloudTrail data or some data that's in Security Lake.
And they're proactively doing this kind of exercise. Okay.
Well, it's ad hoc. Meaning that I've got an incident occurred. I want to understand all the traffic that happened around this compromised host.
Sure.
Now I can, from within Splunk, I can go launch a federated search, which goes out to Security Lake, searches for the data that I want to search for, brings it back, but without me having to leave the Splunk console and without me having to persist the data in Splunk. So I get the answer I need, and then I can, from that point on, determine what my next steps are. So there's threat hunting. The next use case is threat detection. This is, I've got data in Amazon Security Lake that I want to run enterprise security detections against, but I don't want to persist the data in Splunk. So I want to pull back the data out of Security Lake, store it in what we call a temporary index, and be able to run detections against that data to determine whether or not there's a match.
So now in the new era, which is just since November 5th, we don't have to duplicate and store multiple copies for all time.
That is correct.
I think that's amazing. I mean,
huge.
People need to really clue into that, right? That is a very big deal.
Well, Ian, you get to use the same tool you've been using, the same query language, the same user interface, the same outcomes.
Oh, I mean,
without the movement of data.
There's the human element here, too. We talk about a lot of, like, people are trained and they're comfortable with certain tools and interfaces and workflows, and they've built automations and they've built scripts and everything on those tools. Let's not totally pull the carpet out from underneath them, right? Let's keep them in mind and try to make their jobs easier.
And the key thing is, it's giving users access to data that they did not have access to before.
Right.
So that's the key thing. If there's one thing I want people to walk away from, is like, now from within Splunk, I can search and I can run detections against data that was not in Splunk.
Because before it was predetermined, I'm going to pull this in, I'm going to index this, pull this in, and look at it, right? And
it's there. It stays there.
But now, everything else is just out there. It's gone. It's somewhere else. And now we're saying the whole the data ocean is there, not separate lakes of where I pull this in.
Did you just say ocean?
A data ocean. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know. It felt right, Mark. It felt good.
Absolutely, it's coming, right? I mean, the key point here, though, is really what Colin touched on, is that the analysts have wanted this data. It's valuable data. They just couldn't justify the cost to bring it in, fully index it, and for the 3 to 5 times a month or a quarter that they needed to go pull the information back. Now they can do that at a very low cost of what their storage price is for S3. So, and what I found in my journey with Colin too is, in many cases, the customers actually have turned on these data sources. They've stuffed them in places like S3, but they're not in a format they can use, and they have not been able to figure out how to query it and operationalize it. So they've incurred the cost, and they're not getting the value. Now we've given them no additional cost. Now you can incur the value.
And I would say the other main use case that comes up a lot of times with customers, especially large regulated customers, is around compliance.
Oh, interesting.
So if I'm a regulated customer, and I'm not going to start naming acronyms because I don't want to lose my coins, so I'm going to stay away from
the 24 karat.
I'm going to stay away from the regulated acronyms that everybody knows about. Payment card industry. So there you go.
Oh, nice.
There you go. I'm not going to go the other ones. But I mean, if I'm having to store data, and a lot of times these highly regulated customers and these compliance requirements require customers to store data 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And a lot of customers are not really utilizing Splunk. Splunk is hot storage. The power of Splunk is to store, index, query, be able to get an answer back in near real time. But these regulations have said, hey, you need to store data 3 to 5 years. And a lot of these, some of these regulations are coming back saying not only do you need to store the data for 3 to 5 years, you have to be able to access that data, and you have to, so before.
So prove it to us.
You have to
put it on a hard drive
and
put it on a shelf.
Exactly. So before back in the day, when all these regulations came out, it was, okay, you need to have hot data for 90 days. And then you need to have warm or cold data for X amount of time. Well, there was nothing that really defined what the word warm or cold meant other than, hey, go back up the data and go stick it on the shelf. Yep. And then the auditor would come in and the guy would point out a backup tape and said, yeah, there you go. There's 3 years worth of data.
Which could have been a nice plastic case with styrofoam on the inside.
Maybe driven off in a truck to an undisclosed location.
Right.
Exactly. We have it. It's on the planet, but we're not sure where on the planet. Maybe it's actually something that's on a thumb drive somewhere in someone's desk. I've actually seen customers do that. That is not a joke. Hang in there.
Well, with this too is another opportunity, because with the data being there, it's not just prove it. In many cases, you have to show on a regular cadence a report that validates it. So now they can automate those reports and have them and proactively show their auditors, here's the data, here's what we have, and here's the attribution of that.
Interesting. So security provability comes up in another conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I could technically pull the data from Amazon Security Lake into Splunk, into the summary index, run reports, run my dashboards against that data, save that report dashboard off to basically show my auditors, hey, I'm running these reports every 30 days. Here's the proof in the pudding.
Right. We are seeing a trend even on Security Live right at this particular moment that proving it to the auditors or the pre-compliance checks is a very big deal out there nowadays. And I love that you're all helping simplify that problem. And honestly, I'm picking up more control in our customers' hands instead of it being beholden to these different data policies that are requiring them to incur cost and not extracting the value they need. They have a lot more control over what they want to do.
That's our goal.
That's it. And I love the piece that you talked about, the visibility, right? The visibility is not just the few things that you deemed high value into your analytics platform, into Splunk, but it's actually potential visibility across everything, right? And that is something we have seen over and over again at AWS as customers that say, I'm going to turn this on, I'm going to turn this off, I'm going to turn this on, but I'm going to send it over here. And now we can say, hey, it's okay. It's okay. You can turn it on. You can put it in the lake, and you can actually make that part of your threat detection and incident response program.
Yeah, and I would say two other use cases that come up quite often that I've heard from a lot of the large customers is being able to do retrospective analysis. So I think I got breached, or I did get breached, and I'm assuming that I got hit a year ago. And so now I need to go back and search through a year worth of, process data and network connection information that I've got that data in Security Lake.
More of a forensics kind of use case, but over a long time period.
Forensic retrospective over basically a long period of time.
And that's a big data problem in itself, right? That's a lot of information to sift through to try to trace back the essentially tracing backwards the attack path from like what happened.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at
who did it.
Well, sometimes the way it happens is the customer doesn't even know they were breached. Yes. So they hear from the government, that hey, we think you've been breached, and here's why, and that's when that process starts. There's another adjacent use case as well. We all know about these zero-day vulnerabilities and net new things that come out. Log4j is a great one, right? Yep. But they were in the environment and being exploited well before they were identified. So usually what happens is when they get identified, everyone puts a policy in place, and now we detect it, and from today forward, we know where there's a potential impact. But very few times a customer can actually go back prior to when it was identified and say, hey, was I potentially attacked based on this previously.
Right.
And it's similar to this, but it's usually probably not as far back as a year, but it's in relative cycle. And that closes the loop for customers. They can now say, okay, today, moving forward, I'm covered. We validated historically that we have never been owned on this particular issue.
Excellent example of partnerships between AWS and Splunk, bringing value to everyone out there. Mark, Colin, thank you for joining us, folks. Everyone stay tuned. We'll be right back with IBM.
Thank you.
Thanks, all.
Hey everybody, welcome once again to Security Live here at AWS reInvent.
Where are you, Brian?
Where am I? Who am I?
What's going on?
AWS
What's happening here?
reInvent 2024. We are so excited to be here. We are here with IBM. My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of Security and Identity Partner Specialist Organization, AWS Awesome Team Extravaganza.
Wow, it keeps going.
It just keeps going. I'm here with my favorite host, Ryan Orsi.
Hi, everybody. Ryan Orsi, one of your co-hosts. Pleasure to be with you. I run the team of Security, Identity, and Cloud Operations Partner Specialists for AWS. Just means I got to have a lot of fun. It's a lot of cool companies, such as IBM.
Thank you so much.
Welcome for joining.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Glad you could make it, sir.
Awesome.
Maybe for those that aren't familiar with yourself, I think they know who IBM is, but for yourself, your role, and we'd love to hear more from you.
Sure. So I'm Jayesh Kamath. I am a cybersecurity services product manager, and I focus on what we call as the Cyber Defend portfolio, which is all about protection of data, cloud, AI, network, and so on and so forth. So we focus on the protection technologies, so to speak.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us. Before we jump in, just a little bit of housekeeping, as well as a very exciting announcement here.
Current event.
Exceptionally current. I was told just before I walked on stage. AWS has launched a new category within the security competency specifically for partners that are able to secure generative AI environments.
Right.
And with the launch of that new category within the program, IBM was one of our launch partners. Thank you so much for helping us to build and launch that program.
It's an honor. Yeah.
Awesome.
Love it. Yeah.
Thank you. One last piece of housekeeping before we jump into what we're going to talk about is the tabloons. Absolutely. So if you say an acronym, a TLA, if you will, which is a 3-letter acronym.
Wait.
Of course. This is a safe place. If you say an acronym without defining it, and if you give a business type of synergistic language.
You usually look in the camera and you go, synergy.
Synergy. Wait. Can I get the tight shot? No, not this time. Synergy. Okay. If you say synergy, there. Synergy. If you say synergy or anything like that, one goes in the coffer. So
that's our tip jar. Pure gold, 24 karat.
Those are the rules. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
What happens?
We get all the money.
We take that and we go straight to the casino.
Okay, let me start then. ASC.
Oh, there we go. Right in the jar.
You better go. You put one in there, sir.
All right, thank you.
we appreciate you and your charity.
Sure. Let's jump in. I will let you define what is ASC and what are you guys doing over at IBM?
So I'm super excited. We are here to announce the launch of what we call as ASC, Autonomous Security for Cloud. It's our generative AI-based product, which actually runs on AWS Bedrock, and
awesome.
It secures AWS workloads and applications that run in the cloud. And it's AI-driven, so it's autonomous. So that's where the name comes from, Autonomous Security for Cloud.
Oh, fantastic. And it's just now available. But surely you've been working with our teams. I think this is also the beautiful thing about our relationship as partners is our engineering teams get together frequently throughout the year to share best practices. New AWS features are coming or about to arrive, and IBM is here to really help dig in, even provide feedback too as well as we're developing these new features.
Right, you're so right. So we had this whole stealth mode operations for the last 1 year or so, where we worked very tightly with AWS to bring this to life. And it's built on AWS, it's built for AWS, and it works on AWS. So it's all in there. So I just think about it as we've used the large language models that run on AWS Bedrock. It uses the supporting technologies that are available on AWS Bedrock to learn from the client standards, compliance regulations requirements, and policies, etc. And it kind of looks at all of that, and it infers all the security controls that need to be deployed on the end resources.
This is super exciting. So we have a lot of customers that are either in the cloud looking to deploy new workloads or maybe moving to the cloud for the first time, a migration like a lift and shift or modernization or optimization of their cloud environment, their applications in the cloud. How do they know how to secure and what to secure and what that landscape looks like?
If they're beholden to regulatory compliance X, Y, Z, I'm assuming that's where this really comes into play.
Right, it does. So you obviously provide that initial input on what compliance regulations that apply to that particular organization. You also provide it with the security standards, the policies, etc. of the client. It takes in all of that. And, obviously it does all of the things around it like chunking and all the good stuff.
Are we talking like the PDF and the web pages?
It can take Excel sheets, PDFs, it can take whatever form you provide it in. Thankfully, the AWS environment allows us to take all of that information. OpenSearch does that, and then the output is an infrastructure as code script that can be deployed onto the end resource, and it works irrespective of whether it's a greenfield or a brownfield implementation.
This is exactly what I need when I cook at home. I need something like a bowl that I can just drop all of the ingredients in. I want a little bit of this, I want a little bit of that, and then done, and I have a cake.
Somebody is hungry. He's been streaming nonstop for a few hours. Pro tip for anyone: you'll get a gold bullion if you bring Brian a taco. Anyone watching that's actually at the event?
I like carne asada.
Bring Brian a taco. So Jayesh, how do you keep up with changes in configuration in the environment? in regards to the control, so the controls might change, the configuration may change.
Right.
The regulatory compliance probably doesn't change, right? There's still, you have to prove, and I'd love to move into a separate topic. Let's start there first.
So, so the solution also has a few, let's say, we've provided it with some eyes and ears and things like that. So it is able to read the AWS config output to see what's changing, what's not no longer in compliance with what it inferred. And whenever it does this, it's continuously monitoring those systems. And when it identifies that there is change that is happening, it's not in line with what it is inferred, it can provide remediation content as well.
So not only does it come along and say, hey, like, you have these security controls within your environment, but it'll also say, hey, here's where you're out of compliance or your security posture may need some improvement. Here are things you can do. And then it takes it to the last step of saying, like, here's how you do it. I feel like we're getting to this place of AI security, AI possibly being able to manage some of the security of your estate.
Right. We actually want to get to that, which is AI SecOps. Right, so it kind of takes over all of that and does the grunt work around, defining the right set of controls, deploying them, fixing them, and doing all that stuff on an ongoing basis continuously, so that there's no drift.
You want to get there. That's
we want
awesome.
to get there. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So right now it's doing a great job at creating all the infrastructure as code scripts. It's monitoring. It's devising the remediation controls. It's doing all of that nicely. Yes.
And how about any particular industries where they're highly regulated? Any examples you want to cite here?
Right.
I'm sure some folks are listening going, yes, I have that problem more generically, but anything more specific to a certain industry or two?
Right. So there are some industries which are more suitable in almost like financial services, healthcare, insurance, who are like perfect fits. We are already doing a couple of beta testing with some customers, and we are learning from that deployment work because it's giving us a lot of feedback around what the customers are looking for, how they would like to see it, and things like that. Yeah. Right.
And what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, there's such a continuing expansion of compliance out there, and I got dinged earlier for just firing off all of the compliance, the popular compliance bodies that are out there. But how do you stay on top of the compliance bodies that are growing in number and in depth and complexity that are out there? I mean, we've talked about the EU AI Act. We've talked about, I'm going to say some HIPAA is not an acronym if I enunciate it. If I enunciate it, it's a word.
Like hippopotamus?
Like a hippopotamus.
I'll go ahead and let's feed one.
Come on, man.
There we go.
I can't get a break here.
You can't.
How do you stay on top of the growing world of compliance?
Right, and if I start naming them, probably we'll finish.
Go for it. It just feeds our gambling habits.
Right.
That's all.
So think about it this way, right? So we took a bunch of these compliance standards. We fed those in as a starting point. And the good part is, if tomorrow there's a new compliance standard or even a new customer security policy change, then that just goes into the chunking mechanism, and it is able to infer the modified or the updated controls that need to be in place.
Tell us the chunking mechanism. Is that the ingredient mixer?
Exactly.
That Brian was
Why
talking
did you
about?
make eye contact with me when you said chunking? I just feel like food and tacos, man.
You kept talking about cake, and so maybe we thought we should chunk the whole thing.
I own that.
Right. So I mean, the easiest way I could explain this is, I'll probably borrow an analogy from my friend, is if you remember Sigourney Weaver's Alien movie.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Jay.
where you have the exoskeleton. Yeah, as the exoskeleton. So it provides, think of it as, the exoskeleton providing the superhuman capability to her to defeat the alien. But it needed her to think, her to guide, her to control, the exoskeleton. What we have here is Jarvis, which is controlling the Iron Man exoskeleton.
Wow.
Providing the inputs needed to fix things.
We moved movies.
We moved movies.
But I love them both. I love every part of that. That was such a great pivot.
Jarvis.
Jarvis is pretty cool.
Jarvis, who then becomes Vision. So I'm just going to nerd out. Yeah, like vision.
But his little vision stone was kind of a bad thing.
Got like squished. It was
really
really
squished.
But, you know, and for like just to make sure, you know, there's context for the newer generation is if they've not seen Alien, then maybe Avatar.
I like that.
If you haven't seen Alien, you need to put this in like a little picture-in-picture and go start Alien, another one. So you got Ruba's Keynote, you got Security Live, you got Alien.
Right.
100%.
That sounds like a great day with a taco.
With a taco. Come on, everybody. Tacos.
No, now you need popcorn.
Tacos and popcorn and a cake? What are we doing here? Whatever it is, I like it.
Right.
So Jesh, I'm kind of curious. You've been on this journey, as you said, stealth mode kind of operations, and this happens frequently between AWS and IBM and our development efforts with joint solutions. I don't want to have you expose anything you're currently working on that you're not ready to talk about, but what have you learned about just the process of working with our engineering folks? And we've had Rohan Karmakar on the show earlier today as well, who's runs the team of solution architects that typically works with you all to really get to the nuts and bolts of how all this fits together.
Right. So I think we basically, I don't know what, you know, we were smoking that day, but we came out with this brilliant idea of using AI to solve security problem, because the largest security problem today is, you know, misconfigurations, things that are not, you know, configured properly in the cloud. So we said, let's take generative AI, because that was new last year, and we said, how do we use it to solve a security problem that's in cloud today? And that's how this whole thing came around. And then we said, okay, now that we are done with this, we need some smart people to actually make this work. And that's where, you know, both the, you know, the SSAs from AWS side and our architects and, you know, the distinguished engineers from our side, they all kind of sat on it and they kind of noodled the whole solution out. And it's been an evolution process since then. And we kind of, we've been working very agile manner to kind of get this in place. And it's been a, you know, a great, you know, way that we've kind of figured out how to work together and get things done. So I think kudos to the team.
I love that. I love that methodology of just the concept of like, hey, let's start with the customer needs, right? Like AWS, we have great customer signal to say customers are asking for these things, and then the answer is like, let's work with a partner to try to figure this out, and like let's just envision what a world could look like. And then you bring the engineers, you bring the architects, you bring the right people in, and they come in and they execute and they get it done. And then you actually have something that is customer obsessed, is working backwards, and like is visionary. I love that.
Well, I don't think we should lose sight also that at IBM, you know, two very large companies, right? But still, we're able to move very quickly together. And I think that's truly like a testament to the partnership that we have. And you all are very well versed in regulatory compliance and the business risk impact here, right? So sometimes us security people, I'll call us guilty, we can get right to the speeds and feeds. And the percent detection or the percent false positive or the number of like, you know, noise reduction or signal to noise reduction, but to a line of business owner, to a board, that may not really resonate with what kind of impact to their day-to-day operations or their overall business risk. I think folks like IBM are able to really translate that to the customer.
Right. So, I mean, just think about it. So you have this great technology and system that's supporting business today. And we have, you know, as IBM Consulting, we've been servicing the clients to help take the technology and do great stuff with it. So, you know, putting these two together was, I think, the best thing that we did here, because, you know, we understand what the client is looking for. We understand how to make it palatable and how to make it absorbable to the client. And then kind of taking that technology and building on it is probably the, you know, win-win situation here. And I think it's just amazing. Like, we learned working backwards.
Oh, yes.
And the AWS team learned design thinking.
Yes.
Oh, that's very good.
Can I hear more about design thinking?
So design thinking is our way of, you know, it's our approach of how to come out with ideas, ideation, and then build out the concepts, and then kind of take it into what we call as IBM Garage sessions, where we identify customer problems that we need to solve, and then take it to scale after that.
Very interesting.
Is super interesting.
Right. So that was great. Yeah.
Jayesh, what does it look like in terms of an engagement with you all if someone was interested in autonomous security for cloud? I want to try it out. I want to see what it does for me. What does that engagement look like?
So that's a great point because today we do a try it out.
Okay.
A customer can come to us and say, I want to see it, and we can do a garage session with them wherein we solve one problem, a small problem, and then show them how we can scale it. And then once they have that confidence, they can scale it. The other way of doing that is, to say that, I want to see it first. So do a demo, do a proof of concept, and then take it forward. So I think both are available.
And is that a 24-hour timeline? Is that a 24-day timeline? What does that typically look like?
You know what? This is the scary part, right? Once you input all the compliance requirements, the customer security policy, dump it into an S3 bucket, okay? The inference engine takes 30 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
That's kind of scary.
Scary,
and
right?
And still you'll know how far out of compliance you might be.
Exactly. Now, that is the speed. Now, obviously, we don't want it to become, using the movie analogies, Skynet.
There we go. Right? You said it, not me.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that there is human in the loop. Okay, so that there is some amount of a check, there is some verification of what's happening, and then so the pipeline actually stops. So it's all deployed as pipelines. So we use core pipelines, Amazon, service, and basically it stops and waits until somebody goes through line by line and says, I want to approve this control, not that, and so on. Okay.
So
now as it gets better, as we get better and better, we will automate it for customers, but initially there will be human in the loop.
That's really interesting. I was thinking something just as you said it. Is would it recommend the usage of new either AWS security services or some other maybe third-party solution in order to stitch together where they may be out of compliance?
Yes. So it uses AWS services. It recommends what's missing. So it might say, hey, you have not enabled guard duty here.
Wow.
That's how it works. Yeah.
And this can be an easy way to become compliant in that particular area for that control.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Wow. Well, Jayesh, we're almost out of time. What's next for you at reInvent? What's coming up?
Oh my God, it's an awesome energy here. 60,000 people. That's amazing. Love it. Yeah, I'm just going to go get some more swag and see how things work out.
Well, have fun in your swag hunt, sir. Jayesh from IBM.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be right back, folks.
Right, thanks.
Well, hello. Welcome back to AWS Security Live, where we're here to talk about AWS Security. I'm Ryan Orsi, one of your co-hosts, joined by...
Is that me?
That's
Is that
you.
me? That's me.
I'm pointing this way.
I was looking at the screen, and it's
Pointing this
backwards.
way.
That's not fair. My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of Security and Identity Partner Specialist Organization at AWS. And we're here with...
Anne-Marie Woodburn. I'm a senior partner development specialist focusing in security, getting to work with these two crazies. It's pretty great.
We are a little nuts at this point in the day.
Name calling right out of the gate.
It is
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, I mean, we are playing a game, so I'm just bringing my A game, okay?
I appreciate that.
I know.
Spice
It's gonna
it
be.
up,
It's
you
gonna
know?
be spicy. I mean, how do y'all feel? It's almost been full 6 hours of streaming off and on with like y'all rotating through.
Didn't
Honestly,
even notice.
I'm still feeling great.
Good to go.
I'm feeling good.
So you're saying we could go longer?
We could. Wait a minute.
Yeah, 6 more. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's just
Let's do
marathon
it.
this thing.
There'll be
you know?
no one left behind us but us in this entire expo floor.
All right, I
We'll
love
hold
it.
down.
I love it. Well, we are here to play a game with all of y'all if y'all want to tune in and listen in. We're going to play table topics. So very simple. We're going to pull a card, ask the question, get to know us a little bit better and how we think and what we like to do for fun. And I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Maybe they'll set me up for a box of lies in the future when I
Ooh.
put scary things.
I feel like since Anne-Marie also produces the show, she's just trying to learn how to mess with us.
That's what I was thinking.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This could be dangerous. This could we could really have some HR recordables here.
I love it.
It'll be fine. It'll
I
be
mean,
fine.
speaking of HR, let's make sure whatever card we pull is.
PC.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
It's closest. Oh, there we
It's
go.
kind of closest to Anne-Marie.
Yeah, I went for it.
You know?
So
I
wait,
went
are you
for it.
going to ask that question to like one of us or both of us?
One of
How does this
us?
work?
I think I want both of y'all to answer. This one, Okay. First question is, what's your favorite fast food meal?
Should we answer for each other?
I think so, because I feel like
Can we say famous star with cheese? Double patty?
Famous star with cheese, double patty. Yeah.
Did you say Arby's?
No.
Can we say
Famous
the
what?
I'm
can
going
we
to say
it?
Carl's Jr.
Yeah, I
Carl's
mean,
Jr. Yeah.
Oh.
You all don't realize we live 25 miles apart, Southern California. We road tripped here and
BFFs.
we decided on.
Aw.
We didn't have to talk about it. Like
y'all have the
that's
same
where we're gonna go.
fast food meal favorite?
We found that out.
There's data. There's data behind this. There's historical and analytical references that point to this. That is the
And
answer.
a couple
Okay.
of receipts from this trip.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Expenses.
Along with a rental car.
I've
as
never
well.
had it. Sorry, I'm a Pete Terry's fan. I'm from Austin, Texas.
What?
All
Sorry,
you Pete
what?
Terry's people out there, I like their veggie burger with the special sauce.
Gesundheit. What'd you say? I don't understand. Is this Pete?
P. Terry's.
Never have I ever.
What is this? Terry's.
Delicious.
have
When
no
y'all
idea
come
what you
visit me in Texas.
Is
All
the
right.
is the Carl Star? Is that like we have some research to do. We have
Yeah.
more data to pull. We're gonna go enrich the findings.
Yeah. Normalize. We need to
Normalize
normalize,
it?
Yeah.
parse, deduplicate, and then just see what we detect.
And you know what I think we should do with Security Live next time is the road to reInvent, and in the car, y'all should just stream live.
I would be fine with that.
Can we do some like car karaoke on the way?
Yes. Must. A must.
I'm here for it.
It's a pretty easy ride with this guy. It really is. How about
Next one?
I do
Next
this?
one?
All right. I'm gonna go from the middle of the stack. Wow. Nope. Not doing it. Not doing it.
You
Spicy
never
one.
Not doing it.
know.
Oh. If you needed to change your name, what would you choose?
Oh.
We kind of talked about this
We
yesterday.
talked about nicknames.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm.
So I come from a long line of Anne-Marie's, so I don't know how much
You're
more.
gonna change your name.
I don't think I'd be allowed to
I don't
change
think.
my
Yeah,
name.
that's kind of a sensitive one.
If it's more than like 2-3 generations, it's done.
I mean, I got married, so I changed my name. You're welcome, Rusty.
True love.
Yeah.
True love.
If you like basically, what would I change my name to?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's there's some good ones out there. Velociraptor Jones.
You don't look like a Velociraptor Jones to me,
Yeah,
Brian.
you never know. Maybe Jamiroquai. Just, I
Terry.
don't know. Just keep it spicy.
I'm thinking of like names that might fit the personality.
I think I would go back to something that's like my grandpappy's name or something
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. You know,
James, Jimbo,
Jimmy. I don't know.
We gonna start calling you Jimmy?
No, I mean you can call me whatever you want. I've been called a lot worse.
It'd be Jimbo instantly.
Jimbo.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it sure would.
Please sign off on the show and be like, in Jimbo Mendenhall.
Do some of this. Jimbo Mendenhall. I won't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Orsi, you got to answer too. You would just be Orsi.
I would just go by Orsi, honestly.
Yeah.
Most people do that in meetings around these
You'd
parts.
be like Shakira, just one name.
It would just be one name. They wouldn't understand why. It would just be Orsi. That's all I would do. Yeah.
I want like a one-name name.
Okay, this is what we need to work on.
One name?
You can be Madonna.
Prince. Am I going to get sued for saying? I don't know how this works.
Keep it clean. Keep it clean, Brian.
Oh, this is a good one.
Okay.
I feel like I pulled a winner here.
I'm excited.
Given the context of things, what is the most beautiful place you have ever seen? Let's start with Anne-Marie.
Wow.
Okay. So my happy place is Estes Park, Colorado, at the YMCA. It's beautiful. I love the mountains. I love hiking. You don't know what animals you're going to see, but it's beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Wow. The valley that splits on the I-15 in Temecula, California in the springtime when the fog rolls up a little bit, the sun's rising, and there's hot air balloons coming off
That's
the wineries down below.
And the eagles.
And the eagles. We have vultures, though. It's like...
Can you see your shed on the hillside?
The shed to be is going
Yeah.
to be down there soon. I need help, folks. If you know how to build a shed, I'm willing to hire your services.
Incredible. I'm going to say on my side, the team collectively was in London for a week for AWS Partner Equip, which is incredible. If you get a chance, check it out. After that, the family and I, we snuck around Scotland for a week and exceeded expectations. Absolutely beautiful, serene moments. One in particular, I was sitting at the south side of Loch Ness at Fort Augustus, and you look through the valley and the mountains just kind of spill into the lake, and the lake is so long, it is so big that it goes off into the horizon at the center.
Could there be Nessie in there?
It might have been a monster sighting, but I'm pretty sure it's my 13-year-old.
He's getting large.
He's
a full-size 13-year-old.
And angry.
Yeah.
They're so angry.
I'm not prepared for that.
He's got
I still got
spice.
two cute little squishy kids, you know?
Keep squishing.
Aww, they're not going to stay squishy forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we doing another round?
Let's do one more. I think we got time for one more.
Yeah, I like it.
Henry, you're up.
Oh.
Pick a funny one. I don't even know what that means.
Please be funny.
You get to do that? I would have done that.
Why? Yeah.
I like throwing the cards. It's like a...
What is it? Letterman.
It's like a night show thing.
David Letterman, remember, used to throw the cards?
yeah.
Old. Oh my gosh, I'm old.
Oh, y'all, I don't know about these.
Did you
I'm
watch
free.
DVDs in the mail, Brian Mendenhall?
I remember going to like 7-Eleven and getting them out of the box.
If I say be kind, rewind, does that mean anything to you?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
All right. We're getting there. Yeah, all right.
Okay, y'all, I'm just looking at a bunch.
Are you
Okay.
can't be that picky.
No, a little bit. Which celebrity would you most like to see in person? Or maybe which one do you most look like as well?
Ryan Reynolds.
Throw that one in there.
Brad Pitt. Next. Nice!
This is why we both like famous stars double patty with cheese. It's just
Okay,
Same
that was
time.
cute.
That was
I
easy.
get Sandra Bullock from
Sandra
time
Bullock,
to time.
okay.
Yeah.
Anne Hathaway sometimes. After Princess Diaries moment, No, y'all. No.
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, very-
I'll be quicker at that answer, like y'all were.
That was not hard.
That was a good one.
That was an easy one.
That was a good one. I
Okay.
like that one. So I think that wraps up our round of games, right?
That's our round of games, y'all.
All right.
We will be back in just a short bit.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
See you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to AWS Security Live, streaming live from AWS reInvent in Las Vegas. This is a show where we talk about AWS security and solving some of those security challenges with our AWS partners. I'm one of your co-hosts, Ryan Orsi, and I run a team of partner specialists on security, identity, and cloud operations. And I'm joined by several favorite co-hosts. Everyone's fighting for the title of the most favoritist. Let's start with Anne-Marie.
Hey everybody, Anne-Marie Woodburn. I'm a senior partner development specialist focused on security.
Awesome. Hey everybody, I'll go next. My name is Brian Mendenhall. I am the worldwide head of security and identity partnership, organization, specialist, AWS.
That's a lot of words.
I didn't do that right? I feel like I nailed that.
I need to get a hug.
I'm Jacob Abbott, the worldwide Cloud Ops partner specialist lead. I'm trying to follow you, Brian.
I felt like you nailed it. That was great.
All right, I'll keep it simple. My name is Himanshu. I lead the team of our security and identity specialists.
Well, that was too short. That was too short.
Is that all? But there's a lot to unpack there, Himanshu. There's a lot to unpack.
Yes.
Speaking of unpacking, we've had a great day today, interviewing a lot of amazing partners, a lot of AWS experts today on Security Live. What did you all hear? What did you think about some of these interviews?
I think we had a lot of great speakers. Nandini was up here talking about cloud operations and the next sort of like evolution of where we want to take our operational services. And Chris Betts talked about how Amazon is investing in making the infrastructure of AWS secure and making the internet a more secure place.
Oh yeah.
So I think we had a good mix of both partners as well as AWS leaders. But the unifying message that I heard was that we are in this better together with our partners, as well as the AWS native investments that are going in helping customers' security outcomes.
Security is a team sport. I've heard that one several times today, meaning you need help building your shed. If you recently...
It's always a shed. Why is it always a shed with you?
It's true. It's now an analogy.
I just paid way too much money for a shed, and now I'm going to need some help building that bad boy.
I think that's exactly it. At the top level messaging is AWS just, I think, like a couple hours ago, announced several amazing new security services that have come out. We've launched, I can say this now.
Ruba's Keynote is
all kinds of new partner programs. I'm just going to stop there for now because I want to talk about how that all comes together. And you heard our service leaders say that our partners are the key to delivering those complete security outcomes with AWS services so that AWS customers can go make spoons. They can build aircrafts. They can become financial institutions. They can do the things that they need to do, and that security becomes easy. That was a key theme.
Yeah, and speaking of, now that this is past the time frame of the keynote, I think there are three key highlights that I wanted to bring in, which are important for partners. The first one is a new GenAI security category for our partners.
In the security competency.
In the security competency. Deal. And Brian, do you want to add some more details on how does that help value our customers, and how will it create more energy towards GenAI security as a whole?
Absolutely, yeah. So go to any conference over the last 2 years, and generative AI is just it's going to hit you in the face, right? But what we found at AWS and what our partners are finding is that customers are seeing challenges in deploying these generative AI applications due to security. Like, how do we govern this? How does data security come into this? And so what we have done is we have worked with the security competency to validate partner security offerings is an exceptionally high bar of validation to say that consulting partners can deliver turnkey outcomes for generative AI environments. And then ISVs are going to be validated in 3 use cases. One is going to be AI Security Posture Management, also known as AISPM. I figured out that if I say the definition first, I don't have to pay.
We'll have to split the tip jar evenly.
The next one is going to be Data Security Posture Management for AI. We talked a lot about Data Security Posture Management for generative AI environments today. And then the last one is Threat Detection for generative AI environments. Look at all of the vulnerabilities that are out there for generative AI environments and understanding the uniqueness of those vulnerabilities, and that the threat detection landscape is just a little bit different for those environments, and we want to make sure our customers feel secure.
Perfect. And then we had Hart Rossman here with our friends from Unit 42 and Palo Alto. And, we talked about the new launch of AWS Security Incident Service or Incident Response Service. And similar, this is, I think, the first time.
It's the first time.
We are launching a partner category along with the service. Anne-Marie, you want to provide some details around the AWS Security Incident Response Partner Program?
Yes, so the threat landscape, right? We want to make sure that we are reacting to our incidents quicker and doing that with our partners. So this was the first time that AWS launched a service and launched it alongside our partners. So we've got some consulting partners and SIs as well as ISVs that are experts in incident response, and they've been validated and are part of that program with us, making sure we're going to our customers and responding quicker to those things together with AWS. So we're so excited to be launching that. And thank you to our partners for being part of that. There are too many to name right now, but we're very grateful for them. And you can check out some of our press releases that are out there in our blogs to learn more about it.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that because I think, we were talking earlier, the Better Together story will come and help customers, overcome these security incidents, faster or decreasing the mean time to response.
Well, it's a great matchup, right? AWS Security Incident Response, dealing with security incidents in the AWS environments, partners that are validated in the AWS Security Incident Response specialization, if I'm saying that correct, Anne-Marie, like blink twice.
You hit it.
All right. They're doing side-by-side incident response with our own AWS teams, and then, I think we would all agree, right? We're very customer obsessed. If that incident involves, say, like the back end running in AWS, and we've taken care of that particular situation, what if other pieces of the application are running elsewhere? The partner is going to continue on the investigation, sharing tactics, techniques, and procedures with our AWS incident response team, but it's all in light of make sure that customer environment is as secure as possible post an incident.
Incident response is a team sport for the first time ever, right? It has always been, I have an incident and then I go to those people over there, this team comes in, and it's always been kind of a siloed effort. And I think for the first time ever, we're saying, hey, no, actually, we deliver better outcomes, we respond quicker, we remediate, we go through the entire incident response lifecycle quicker, better with best of breed technologies when we work together. And that's exactly what we're doing with this program.
And not just, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and finally, the one that's nearest and dearest to most of us is like the Amazon Security Lake Partner Ready program, right? Amazon Security Lake's taken off. It's like a lot of gravity because it's helping customers solve a very important and challenging problem to orchestrate all their log data in one place so that then security teams, operations teams can actually use that, utilize that in an open cybersecurity schema framework, OCSF. Jacob, you want to add some thoughts on that, where and how partners will benefit with that?
I'm just excited to be up here, guys. You guys,
I love it.
Just happy to be here.
Well, talking of one team, right?
You're killing it,
You're bringing the team together. We got cloud operations representing up here, right?
Absolutely.
Can't have security without observability and management and governance. So I'm really happy that you guys brought Nandini in. And the other nice thing is all of these partners that you had today were our cloud operations competency partners as well, right?
Yeah.
Either in the governance or observability space or management space. So really happy that you guys could bring this in there.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of synergy.
That's the thing in the jar. Synergy, can't say synergy. Illegal.
Synergy?
Wait.
Go to jail.
Brian, let's get the close-up. Say synergy.
Synergy?
Synergy.
Stop it.
Wow, this must have been something that I missed during the day.
Oh, yeah. You missed that one.
Yeah.
You missed that one. But everything starts with a log. We've been talking about this for a while, right? Nandini, head of our cloud operations, observability, and search services at AWS. And then we had G. Rittenhouse, head of our AWS security services. And both are talking about everything starts with a log. And with the Amazon Security Lake Service Ready program, where the partners that are validated in that, they're showing that they're providing a complete solution for customers that no longer have to go duplicate log files and do the extract, transport, load, ETL processes to do their investigations on different, whether it's a application monitoring, just application performance monitoring, or whether it's a real cyber incident. It's all coming from very similar telemetry sources.
Absolutely. And by the way, there has been a lot of service launches, at least, reInvent for me is also not just a builder event, but it showcases our working backwards culture, where a lot of the hard work that the teams put in, this is where it all comes to fruition. From the security, identity, and cloud ops domain, I think there are a lot of service launches. We'll probably, share a lot of those in recaps in the next coming few weeks and over the next few months as well. But there are three that stand out that I am really excited about. Customers have always been talking about secure by default. So in our identity and access management domain, I think the teams have done an excellent job to now provide a centralized root account management access, which is one place integrated with AWS organizations, because that's such a critical part of an AWS account and infrastructure is the root account. And we've taken steps in enabling MFA, multi-factor authentication, and also making it easier for passwordless and passkey options for our customers, But then still, like customers were like, hey, I still need to have to go into every single account to manage the access keys, the policies, the rotations of the secrets on those root accounts. And I think by this feature now, not only does it make it much more simpler from one single place to orchestrate that all across the AWS organization, but also eliminate some of these root MFA users where they don't need to be in certain accounts.
It's not always necessary, right? Why expand that attack surface unnecessarily? And you mentioned working backwards. This is a concept we have at Amazon of working backwards from customer problems and figuring out exactly how to solve those problems. We learned with IBM recently, right, that we've done over a 12-month kind of stealth mode co-development engineering working backwards process with them on Autonomous Security for Cloud or their ASC solution. I thought that was really cool. Basically, feeding in, as Brian said, feeding in regulatory compliance, PDFs, Excel spreadsheets, web pages into a system with generative AI to actually condense that into infrastructure as code configuration changes in your cloud environment to prove you are compliant in these particular areas and not having to go map those controls yourself.
And not just third-party compliance regulations, but also your own security posture, your own security governance to say, not just this, but also I want these controls in place. I want these checks. I want this to work in this way. And it actually generates the code for you. So we're starting to see third-party solutions that are stitching together, typically disparate security controls into holistic security posture and outcomes. And I think that was also a consistent thread with what G had mentioned on the show as well, making security simpler and easier by bringing together these services to deliver a very specific outcome.
Absolutely, and I think that's where partners play a tremendous role in providing customers these turnkey solutions. And then, another one that I'm really excited about, which I think partners will actually take full value of, that is we've always had service control policies, right, where you want to apply a service control on S3 as a whole, you can define a policy. But now with the launch of resource control policies or RCPs that are integrated with AWS organizations, I can see partners doing a ton of good work there, orchestrating these policies on behalf of customers so that these teams, application development teams, developer teams, they're starting their journey right to begin with and preventing some of those incidents or threats to happen or misconfigurations to happen to begin with.
100%. And another trend of it we heard today, I think across the board, was let's not move log data around unnecessarily or store it for all time and incur that cost without having that value. We had Splunk here with Mark Terenzoni as well and Colin from Splunk, and they were talking about federated search capabilities and analytics. And Jacob, this kind of falls into your cloud operations. Basically, the convergence of observability and security use cases. I mean, Splunk was one of the earliest ones to figure out, hey, it's the same logs we're dealing with here to figure out how healthy an application is or whether or not we're under a cyber attack. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we hear from customers and partners as well, moving data around and incurring cost, right, on having to move that data as well as pay for a service. It's not being frugal as an Amazon principle.
Way to work that one in. Okay. Brownie points for this man.
That's right.
Give him a coin, all right?
But I also see more integration with OCF and with, do I have to do a coin for that?
No, you're good.
We already declined it?
It's a known term now.
Okay, we're good. As well as our observability and open search tools, right? So we're going to start to see some more security and collection of logs being merged together, which is going to be helpful, right, in looking in one spot.
Absolutely, yeah. And then, we had one of our partner of the year here, Wiz, a very fast-growing security partner. Super innovative. But I think one of the key things that their experience highlights is not just about the tools and the technology, but what the partner team at Amazon has been doing to make it easier for our customers to procure some of these services and take the undifferentiated heavy lifting from not just the security operations teams with solutions and tools, but also from the buyer persona to make it easier, the procurement process, and try out some of these new tools and services from our partners in an easy fashion. I think the amount of innovation that's going on our AWS marketplace is tremendous.
Exactly. We talked about there's nothing worse than being in a position of you're in charge of security or a piece of security for your company and you find a tool you love and want, and now you need to procure through the procurement process, and you're 6 weeks, 8 weeks behind, and there goes your project schedule. But going through the AWS marketplace, oh, it's an already approved vendor. It's Amazon Web Services. Great.
That's
come
awesome.
on, come on in. Right?
Standard terms and agreements.
Standard terms and
We
agreements.
make that simple, which I'm sad to say I've actually missed 2 of these shows that I really wanted to hear about. So hopefully y'all can maybe give me a summary. And if you did miss it, go back to our YouTube channel and check it out. But I want to hear about Vanta. They're an up-and-comer. Like, I want to hear, they're growing really big and doing some really cool things.
Vanta was really cool, and the restaurant analogy was super fun. We had a great time with that.
I'm still hungry. I still want tacos. Here, feel free to deliver at any point, but
we could reach right behind us, so the taco could be delivered. It'd be amazing.
The ability to like automate the GRC, the governance, risk, and compliance.
Yes. Good job.
Process. You see that? I said I got him moving over here. But the ability to automate that process is near and dear to my heart as having gone through SOC 2 security operation compliance to process where it's not just one person holding the spreadsheet that is responsible for this manual attestation, but it's also them reaching throughout the business to understand where those subject matter experts are.
Or I think Will called it navigating the jungle of your company.
Yes.
To find all the software that the company uses.
Yep.
Screenshot all the configurations of every software that ever existed in your company.
Bring it in.
Put it in a spreadsheet and say, this is how we can prove to the auditors we're compliant for
Exactly.
X. And then next week, someone changes the configuration and you don't know about it, and now you're out of compliance.
Or that person leaves, right? The person with the spreadsheet says, I'm out, and they're the ones that knows where all the moving pieces are in that wild jungle. And so just the operational efficiency of an organization to be able to use an automated tool and the impact of that was really interesting. It was not just the ability to speed up the sales cycle and win deals where customers have their own compliance requirements, but also the sheer security posture of that when you're able to up-level your security posture based on frameworks that exist, right? I mean, compliance requirements are also frameworks to an extent.
Saving people a ton of time in the compliance, regulatory compliance space. And CrowdStrike and Mission Cloud are saving people a ton of time in the security analyst roles. They're working together with CrowdStrike's use of AI, Charlotte AI.
Right.
Analysts no longer have to write a bunch of SQL queries to figure out what happened here and then what happened there. They're able to use natural language, and the tool can return back in also natural language. This user appeared to be accessing this resource, which is abnormal, and this happened next, and this data was taken. It's a really, really clever thing. And Mission Cloud are one of our system integrators, and I think also a Partner of the Year award winner, if I remember correctly, has been working together to make sure that not only are the software tools from CrowdStrike put in place properly and working with AWS native security as well, but that the teams at our own mutual customer accounts are trained and enabled, right? You can't just put a piece of software in front of somebody and expect them to know how to use it. They have to train them. So,
all right. I think enough of the current reInvent 2024. It'll be good for our audience to stay tuned on what's coming the following week.
Tacos.
I'm in.
I think the most exciting part is now, as we go and implement some of these solutions and help customers orchestrate and start adopting these things, we'll be sharing some of those stories along with our partners again in our ongoing series of Security Live, right?
Every other Wednesday. 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific, starting in February.
Starting in February. Here on YouTube, AWS Partner Network. So all the social things we need to be saying, like it, click subscribe, tune in every week.
They say smash that button sometimes.
Smash that button. We need a pop-up that says,
all the kids say smash
click like and
button.
subscribe, smash that button. I got to ask my kid, how this works.
The words.
We'll get them to train y'all on best practices.
And in addition to that, we'll keep our audience tuned on, I think, save the date for Reinforce, which is going to be our security-focused builder event next year in Philadelphia. In the first week of June. So, save the dates for that as well. But we'll keep you guys updated on that in our bi-weekly shows.
Yeah.
Sounds great. All right, folks. Enjoy the rest of AWS reInvent. For right now, this has been Security Live, and thank you for tuning in.
Bye.